Just saying.
Oh, that's right. I never thought about that. That's kind of
A little keystering.
Yeah.
Who knows? He's never back there.
So
keeping
in
an eye on
other
them.
news,
So
okay. So
maybe there's cameras he's monitoring right in front of while he's talking to us. He's got monitoring
we've covered Mark Edworthy's drug addiction. So let's.
That's totally relevant to mine.
That's what I was getting ready to say. Latan has this thought that he's wanting to say, so we need to let him finish.
Yep. Well, since we're talking about mines and people leaving mine and other stuff, I just want to give the news that this is my second day. This is my second day as a Mines Pro subscriber.
Oh,
and any different?
No.
Okay.
That contradicts all.
What's your transfer? Transferring from Plus to Pro, okay, easy.
Yeah, Bashi gave me a refund.
Okay.
She gave me a refund for the remaining months. I subscribed for a year, so I had like 10 months left. So
now, how much in total would that have cost you if you would have done the full year?
Of Plus?
No, for Pro.
Pro total, if I done for a year, it would be like $690.
Holy shit!
Yeah. Now,
even for a standard hosting on my, it's not. Well, yeah, it goes back to the argument that we had a conversation about on Canaries a couple of weeks ago, maybe a month ago, in relation to support contracts and stuff. So you're paying for a lot more than to.
Apparently, with the Mines Pro, you get some sort of. Let me bring up the Pro.
You were mentioning getting monetized with cryptocurrency for your content.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Let's talk about that next, because cryptocurrency, like a big thing that Mark Edworthy and I had a discussion on. But I was trying to say, with the Pro, you have some sort of basic subscription to networks, according to their, the Mines network, where you get your own, you get to have your own domain and
domain and sort of specialized interface, customizable branding.
Yeah. All right. Wait. So this is the network. But choice mine. Where's the?
I'm just looking through that table.
It says join millions on Mines. I'm still waiting.
Started join millions on mine. Yeah, millions. Pricing. Yeah. Oh wait, but that's about network.
BRB.
I already have Pro, so I can't upgrade to Pro. Oh, here we go. Yeah. Monetize audience with Mines Pro. Post from your own domain. Okay, have Pro stacked up. So like $58 a month if you're paying monthly, and then you're paying a year. I think this pricing that they post here might be out of date. I think it's like $50 a month.
Yeah, I've noticed. I still noticed if you have a look in the more menu, there's still the old Mines chat is still referenced. Still so they again typical bill, typical mines income, changing.
Wait, where is that
things
bit I saw
actually-
about networks?
Yeah, but weren't you talking about spinning up your own deployment? Anyway.
Yeah, I was trying that. I'm also doing that. Just for local testing. I was going to use that for
Okay.
publish that on the internet. I'm still doing that. Apparently, it's a lot harder to do a local mines install now than 3 years ago. A lot have changed since then, and their documentation for developer getting started is way.
Still
So it
using
needs.
Caputo sort of deployment methods. I'm interested
Yeah.
in knowing the issues that you have, and I'm also interested in what sort of computing resources you're using and how smoothly that deployment runs.
There you go. See,
I'm,
now we're
I'm
getting.
right now and in this iteration, I am on my local box, which is running Ubuntu desktop.
So, what's the processors? What's the what's the CPU? What's the RAM? What's the storage requirements you're using?
I have an Intel Pentium, no, Intel i7 with it's a
Need a number.
it's a 4-year-old.
Yeah, later. Just jot down the numbers in a chat, in a message or something, and then you said you were still deploying, so
Yeah, it's a 16 core. It's an Intel i7 16 core with 32 gigs of RAM
okay.
and a 2 terabyte SSD.
Again, their deployment specifications are
So
ridiculous.
no, this should be way above what their minimum required.
No, they don't have a minimum specification. They just have a recommended. If you have a look at the developer site, they've only got a recommendation.
This should be okay. But yeah, there's something like when I was trying last weekend, it was running into some problem with the build. Probably I was missing some third-party packages. I'm going to have another go of it this weekend and see better.
Okay, message me if you need to scratch your head a bit.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll post it on the chat. But yeah, so I was trying to look for. They said somewhere in here that if you have Pro, then you're entitled to some part of networks, and then there's a link to like find out more, which takes you to like a form email, which I submitted and haven't heard back in the last 2 days.
When did you submit it?
Yesterday.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Yeah. So I was curious. Yeah. I mean, so give it a little more time to see how this whole thing.
After all, you know how limited the staff are, and they're not the most efficient, organized company in the world.
Yeah. Now about the tokenization. So I asked, on I posted this. This is this question to as a supermind to Bill Ottman, right? This guy. Wait. Oh no,
I can't
this is
see
a
that. That's
supermind.
tiny from there.
Wait.
Yes, too tiny.
Where's my supermind? It's not showing on here. I thought it.
You post something earlier.
You saw it, right? Yeah, but it's not showing up on.
I only briefly noticed that. I didn't actually look at it. I was on my phone and I was doing. Yeah, that thing.
This should be after this. If I go to Supermind and I go outbound, it'll probably show up.
Let's get a bigger image of that.
Oh yeah, here you go. This one. So this is Supermind to Bill Ottman, which he hasn't accepted, which I doubt he's going to reply.
What's the question?
What would you say are the top 3 things that would make Mind still a better social platform than Blue Sky? Blue Sky has totally outgrown Minds within the short time that they've come on board and surface, right? And there's a lot of users on it right now, but probably a lot more than Minds has. So it's a question like, why?
We haven't got the data.
So I asked Bill this question, hoping to get some insight from him, but he refused to take the bait. Yeah. But while since then, I just thought of something that might be one thing that make Mind better is the crypto thing that Minds has, right? That's still a differentiator compared to other social media, social platform. Minds has this crypto token idea that you can, probably benefit from. Although that idea has been fading away in the last couple of years, but that's still a thing.
What's your idea?
Well, I mean, so you're able to make some sort of earning from this crypto social network.
Just copy that you earn tokens rather than earn in, because that's a bit misleading just to say is you earn. You don't. Well, you earn, but you only earn tokens.
Okay. So what about the staking of the token that you already have? So let's say you have an on-chain wallet and you paid, you purchased some Ethereum on your wallet, right? So you have some Ethereum on there, and because the Minds token is based on the Ethereum crypto, you can. What do you say? How do you call it in
holding?
If you call staking, isn't that what they're doing with liquidity anyway?
You're right. Yes, that's what I'm trying to get at. Is that if you have some Ethereum, you can convert it to some on-chain Minds token and provide liquidity for it on. So, but okay. So once you have, there's this pool of Minds token that's available up there on the on some token pool, right? I forgot what the name of that pool is, but says there's this amount of some millions of tokens out there that's available on that supply. That's all available, floating around, that all people participate in. And so if you purchase some Ethereum crypto and then you convert it to Minds token, wouldn't you be adding to the Minds token supply when you do that?
No, because technically no, because Minds has released a certain amount of tokens, and those tokens are actually the number is regulated by some document SEC documentation. I think it's Form D, if I remember rightly.
Okay. So you're saying that Minds Inc. control the supply of token that's in circulation?
They can control the. Yeah, they do control the the tokens in circulation, but they can only provide a certain amount before going through paperwork.
Okay. Oh. So you, what do you mean? How? So then,
No.
how do the end users what happens when they convert their Ethereum to Minds token?
That is
Where-
called holdings. You get a certain amount for holding it in your wallet. The Minds.
So it's basically like a trade. So you're not creating any new Minds token, but you're basically taking some tokens out of the supply and own it basically by providing the Ethereum.
You can't Minds cannot tokens without going through the SEC regulations.
Now, what happens if you go and you put it in liquidity? Every time there's transactions that are made with the offline tokens, it generates freaking more offline tokens for you.
Wait,
Okay.
it generates it out of thin air?
It just creates offline.
No, there's a preset amount of tokens.
It just reallocates from somewhere
it's
to
the
your
reallocation.
Right. See, what happens is like if you have tokens in liquidity and you do more transactions on Minds, okay, that's going to generate more offline tokens, which aren't worth anything monetarily.
Well, technically, none of it's worth anything monetarily. This goes back to Article 17, Section 17.
If none of it's worth anything, how are you?
About 3 years now.
How are you able then to convert Ethereum into Minds token?
Okay, so what happens?
Nothing.
What happens is you take your ETH, okay, and you put it in your wallet. You put it in your freaking
your wallet, yes.
Yeah, your wallet, which is then you not in Coinbase. You can't do it in Coinbase. You have to do it.
You do it on Base.
MetaMask. You take it to MetaMask, and you put your ETH on that. This is how I did it. You put it on. You put it on MetaMask, and then MetaMask now has an alternative now for you to have a what do they call that, portfolio.
Right.
Take that ETH and you make a portfolio, and then you take and you use that to buy Minds tokens online.
Do you buy it or you convert?
You convert it.
If you remember that comment in that GitLab ticket, the one that Jack replied to, it's technically converting.
It's converted, yeah. That's right.
You swap it, right? Basically, it's called a swap, isn't it?
Yes, swapping it.
It's a play on words, then, really. Converting, buying,
swapping.
For anybody who wants to do that, make sure that you have the equal amount of ETH that you need to like what you want to do is you want to get your ETH put in your wallet, and you're going to split that in half, and half of that you're going to use towards buying the Minds token.
Okay.
And you want the
the other half is going to be used for gas fees.
But they've pointed out multiple times now that the entire liquidity then is a violation of the terms of services.
Right. But
I mean, so
yeah,
I mean, there's
so
but it
there
can
is
be
a,
done. But
there,
it
there
can be
might
done.
be there might be
it
a
can be done,
technical.
but it shouldn't be done.
I know.
No, but is in the
We
fact
review-
that the Minds token is based off of the Ethereum makes this legal. That you can swap Minds token to Ethereum.
Legal, I disagree.
Now, my scheme
The
is this.
legal thing is contract.
You guys want to hear
The
my
legal
scheme?
thing is
Okay.
carry on.
You okay? I'm gonna tell you my scheme. That's not
Legal. Okay.
okay. You do what I just said.
Caveat emptor.
You do what I just said, and then you take your mine's online tokens and you put them into liquidity and you draw off of that. And what you draw off of that, you pull it off and you go in or you let it build up first, and then you convert it back to Ethereum. Ethereum. Right.
Wait, wait. So you convert first the Ethereum to Minds token, right? And
Right.
then you make that it's like a holding rewards that you get once
Right.
you have Minds token on chain.
Right.
And
Now
so it's accumulating, right? It's accumulating
Right.
more token because you're providing liquidity for the whole pool, right?
That's what that daily earnings
Right.
and everything on
Right.
there
So
is.
you are more. You would have just like a profit you're making, right? So once you have more accumulated more Minds token, you then able to convert it back to Ethereum. Yes, you can, right?
Reverse the process of how you did it.
But I mean, so you started.
Yes, in reality, no. In according to the agreement, the legal contract that you've agreed to.
I've already converted it back to ETH. So
Well, yeah.
What? So
as far as the legal contract that you've agreed to.
it's right. What is which part of the legal contract? The Minds terms of service you're talking about, Mark?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go into that in detail, right? Let's go into that in detail.
So he was.
I have a point that I want to get to, right?
Okay. Feel free.
Nice token. Section 17, 14?
17.5.
Distributing of Minds token. Okay, so section 17, paragraph which?
Let me remind myself. Go back to the GitLab ticket. So GitLab terms of service issue number 14. Okay. What was it? This was created 3 years ago.
Can you send a GitLab ticket? I will get up a screen share as well.
Yeah, it is terms of service.
Send a GitLab ticket on the chat, in the Rumble chat.
I thought you'd be used to knowing exactly.
I'm not going to go to GitLab and search for that ticket. You already have it open. Just send the link. There you go.
Okay, that one. I'm so used to just paraphrasing GitLab tickets to just like front number.
Let's I gotta do it on the same screen, otherwise. There you go. 17 by opting to receive Minds token, we resume warrant that you understand with regards to Minds token that we make no guarantee. Okay, so they make no guarantee that you'll be able to trade or exchange. Okay, so far they're not anything. Okay, you further understand and acknowledge that we make no guarantee or represent as to any market liquidity. Okay, all right. So they're not guaranteeing anything. Where's the?
No. In reality, they do. They also make a financial representation. If you go to the browser interface of Minds.com, you've got that little box right in the right-hand corner with next to the user menu and the notification icon and the gift icon. That displays a financial representation.
They don't do that anymore, do they? They stop.
Yes, it's there. It's what I can.
No. Where's the dollar value?
Yeah,
They're taking it away,
hang
man.
on. Let me have a look at your screen. Yes, that grey little box right next to the three icons at the top.
Grey little box.
No, right up the top. That one. That thing.
Okay, where's
That's
the
a
dollar
financial
value?
representation.
What?
Of,
You mean just the icon? That's an icon of tokens.
No, that is a financial representation. That's a USD. Oh, actually, no.
Shit.
What are you looking at? Okay, a year ago they used to show the US dollar equivalent of the token, but they've taken it away.
Okay.
They're not showing that anymore.
See, they've already ruined your complaints as well as my complaints, because I used to bitch about a lot of stuff and now they've erased it, like it's not there anymore.
No, I mean because Mark's complained that they've taken it away. They're trying to
Legitimize it.
Ed, were they happy?
Financial representation. No.
No. This is just an icon of a list of tokens.
Yep. So
okay, go back. Okay, so that was one objection shut down.
Damn Bill Altman. Sonia, where are you going? Come back with that all hit. I love that gypsy shit. That was sexy.
Yeah, go stay on camera, Sonia. I mean these technical stuff bores, but
they do make a representation as to any market liquidity.
No. So again, you voted. You further understand knowledge that we make no guarantee or representation as to any market. Market liquidity.
You make a representation.
But what is providing liquidity on the token pool mean? It doesn't mean market crypto liquidity.
Liquidity is basically everybody's tokens are put into a pool, okay? And when you put those tokens into the pool, it generates more tokens because of the activity that's going on the platform. Okay? So the more activity that's going on the platform, the more revenue that's being drawn because of the liquidity. And what Mark was talking about is also in the white papers when it comes to a limited amount of tokens that are generated. Like there's a cap.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah. Like we said, there's a certain amount of tokens in the pool. Okay, so further to Mark has a further comment here. I have been further thinking about the terms of service agreement, and while this is an arguable point due to my promoting Uniswap, MetaMask, and Wallet and Coinbase, it could be considered that Section 17.5 as being a possible conflict of the on-platform promotion of these third-party services. I'm aware. I mean, so then to this point, right? These services allow them to swap back and forth between Ethereum and Minds token. How is that in violation of anything? Is swapping?
Again, it depends on how you define swap. Because I could say you are selling Minds tokens and purchasing Ethereum.
So in terms of cryptocurrency terminology, isn't there's a difference between buying crypto and swapping it, isn't it? You can only swap from
You can only swap from the definition that is yet to be regulated upon in various countries.
So my point is that it may be legal for them to swap from Ethereum to Mines token because the Mines token was based on Ethereum. They don't let you convert from Bitcoin to Mines token.
Again, this is a weird. There's a sort of a legal semantics.
Okay, so yeah, but isn't that a loophole? Isn't that a loophole? We'll call it a loophole if you want, but
again,
that'll
it
make it
depends
legal.
Again, the regulations are really still up in there, aren't they? In the US and further field. So it's a grey area, let's just say.
Yeah.
So we've determined now that this could be just a loophole, that they are getting away with it.
Again, it depends on. Well, you could argue this either way in court. It depends on.
I'm saying I wasn't saying that it is a loophole. I'm saying at best it is a loophole that
Okay.
Yeah.
But it could be just something totally legal.
Yeah. Now, see, this is actually important because if you remember, Library ended up getting in a shitload of trouble.
Really, this needs to be tried in court. This really needs to be court. So there is a precedence made.
Yeah. Because
the Western legal system's based upon precedences.
I think that it's actually a good subject in the cryptocurrency world. Where people can understand, like, just ask the question: is this actually legal or is it not legal?
So what was the Libra coin based off of?
They had their own coin, like Odyssey did.
It's not based off any cryptocurrency.
It was an actual coin, rather than a token. I think the thing that you were getting confused, and we both were getting confused with our conversation the other day, is you considered tokens to be a subset of Ethereum, whereas I'm looking at tokens in the more broader sense.
Right. No, that's what I was saying. That's what I'm saying.
So,
is a subset.
It's a pity you didn't send me that zip file, thing, because about 2 years ago, in the general, a explanation of the difference between what a token is, or what a token should be, what is a cryptocurrency, or looked at the various tiers. So what is a crypto token? What compared to a cryptocurrency, compared to an NFT, compared to a centralized digital currency?
Compared to your mother's butt.
You didn't come back to that.
Now,
if we're comparing,
It's the devil's anus.
Anus. That's not.
You would know about that now, wouldn't you, Tan?
I've already gotten a bad reputation because I've been talking too much about anuses.
I watched.
Taking the heat off you, man.
Okay, thank you.
You bet. That's what we're here for, man. What are friends for?
Taking taking heat off my ass.
Taking anus off your ass.
I feel like Shakespeare right now. All these puns just flying around, you know what I mean?
You should.
Holy cow, that's a long cigarette you're smoking there.
Yes, it's part of my outfit.
Now, with all that being discussed now, the whole thing I'm saying now with Mark, or not with Mark, but with Bill Altman, I finally figured out some of the stuff like this off-chain token. That's not actually cryptocurrency at all. What that is he's generated a mock freaking blockchain. Okay, this is not cryptocurrency in the tokens that you're getting on Minds.com are actually entities. Okay, they're not actual crypto coins.
Entities. Are they
technical,
fungible? Are they non-fungible tokens? Are
Yeah.
they NFTs?
It's a simulation of a token.
But
Now,
they're never a cryptocurrency. They're a utility token. Is that what they say?
Right.
Simulation.
Right. Now, see, I actually learned this by hanging out with Minds Gaming. He's actually getting into this and learning more about it. He's wanting to build a blockchain, okay, a system, and he's doing what they call block madness right now. If anybody's interested, kind of go over to Infinite Illumination. He's doing a thing on that, and it's actually pretty interesting. So I mean that's basically the concept of what Bill Altman and them did. This isn't as complicated as what everybody's making it out to be. These are just entities. Okay.
Okay.
So they're not even technically.
Entities.
Yeah. They're not even They're not even close to being called cryptocurrency. And that's the reason why whenever you try to convert these to online tokens, the gas price is so high. They set those gas prices up high for a reason because they don't want you trading. All right.
I thought that would base is
going back to my old argument.
Now they've had to
should be treated anyway.
They've had to have done some kind of change, or they're in the process of doing some change if they're able to convert those with base.
Yeah.
And a friend of mine.
That's what Bill was hinting. So I asked Bill, right? Why don't you guys sell these Minds token on the site so that people can buy directly from you guys instead of having to go to a third party?
That's a great question.
Right.
I actually made that. I came up with an entire thing on the Minds token chat room about 2 years ago in relation to this. It really means much more development, and as we know, at this press, as we know, Minds as the senior staff have got a weird attitude when it comes to development, as we've seen with things like Minds Chat and so forth.
So, hold up, let me stop you there and ask you.
It's a level.
Let me ask you a question.
Let me
go on.
Right there.
Are you telling me that Minds Gaming is smarter than Bill Altman?
Well, me and Minds Gaming have had plenty of discussions about things like the tokens.
Just a yes or no. Just a yes or no.
Well, thank you for the nail on the head, Roger.
I think so. I just have to hear the British guy say it.
Say it.
Are you telling me that Minds Gaming is smarter than Bill Altman? Because he's doing it right now. Everything he's doing the deal.
He's a bit. Minds Gaming is a bit more. I don't know.
I mean, he's had
open-minded, a bit more. He's got more experience behind him. Let's just say.
Oh, is he saying? Yeah, he's probably.
And they're about the same age range, aren't they?
Well, I mean,
roughly.
I mean, the thing of it is you can't be fooled with him. Okay, he has this tendency of pretending like he's not as smart as what he is. Okay, but when you sit and you pay attention to the stuff he does, he really does put a lot into it. He really does enjoy doing it.
So actually, seeing as you two are in, I've got access to the transcript of the upper echelons room. Have a look at some of our previous conversations. Have a look at some of mine and Minds Gaming previous conversations in that room. Some of them are quite enlightening. And
Yeah, no, he tries to hide that though. He doesn't want people to know. And him and Satori have been messing around. They're like
what is this Mint token that were they creating a new token in Mint?
And well, Mint Me isn't even a part of Block Madness. And this is completely freaking. They've created their own blockchain, which, like, ETH would be a block. Ethereum would be a blockchain. You see what I mean? But what they've done is they've created a simulation of a blockchain, and then they've created entities which would be the equivalents of cryptocurrency, but it's not cryptocurrency. They're entities.
Still a token, technically.
Right.
It's raining.
So.
Something you've got to appreciate about Bill is he is first and foremost, and I question about his ability, but he's first and foremost a marketer. He's a marketing guy.
Oh yeah, and it's just like that interview I keep bringing up where they were all together doing an interview with World Pirate Radio. Okay, if you listen to them, you had everybody all talking all cool, we're gonna have freedom of the all this crazy bullshit that they were doing back then, which made me utterly sick to my stomach. Okay, and then you had Bill W. Or I keep calling Bill Altman Bill W. But you had Bill Altman sitting there, and you know what he was saying? He was saying the same shit he says today. It was all about marketing. It was all about freaking getting people in, freaking do advertising. He just didn't want the crazy advertisement that they were getting from Facebook and X and all these other platforms. You know what I'm saying? But he was talking the same language in that interview freaking years and years ago that he is still talking today.
At least he's been consistent.
Yeah.
Right.
It's a good thing. Can be a good thing.
Just listen to those old interviews and then stuff he's talked about. He has never freaking talked about freaking free internet and shit. I actually heard him on Rogan say that he doesn't think that copyrights are legitimate because nobody comes up with original content.
Yeah, I totally disagree with him. His intellectual property stance. I find it. I would like to see him defend himself in the culture and using that sort of excuse. No.
What do they call that? Something on the land.
The free man argument.
Maritime.
Yeah.
Yeah, the free man argument.
Just a guess.
Yeah, you're probably maritime. That's more. What's his face? I even listened to him. Maxwell. That's more Maxwell.
Jordan.
Yeah, Maxwell Jordan. He's the one that does that whole maritime thing.
He used to.
Well,
not
now,
so much more.
Not anymore.
The British YouTube channels that does similar sort of stuff.
Oh, piss off! I could say that. What you said.
Have a cup of tea and be calm.
Thank you for the advice.
Set it down.
Well, as long as he ain't talking about bread tonight, we're all good. Like I'm so sick of him telling me how much better freaking English bread is compared to the freaking American bread.
So am I.
Okay, and then
bloody hell.
And then we go on
Bloody
freaking Vixen's vault, and Nancy just starts taking up for him and shit about what is it, scones?
Scones.
Scones.
Scones. I call them scones.
Yeah.
Scones.
Well, I mean, technically, if you want to,
Dodge fly thing is a scone.
If you
Where are you from? Okay.
if you want to get
A working class background.
Scones is actually the rock
Jones, yes.
in the town of Scones.
Okay.
Okay, now
That's
An upper class term for scones.
but
say it right way.
let me point it out though. This is a win for the United States because the English think of their biscuits as freaking hard as a rock, dude.
Biscuits are rich teas, digestive, bonbons.
Now your scones are hard. Your scones are hard, aren't they? You have to put gravy on them to like let them soften up and.
Ew.
Scones are eaten generally as with jam and.
Are they pretty hard to take and swallow and digest?
Oh no, they are quite.
So why are they named after a rock?
Eh?
Yes,
I don't think I have to do the etymology on that one, but I don't think they actually directly named after a rock.
You know what the stone of scone is, right?
Yeah.
It sits under the throne.
Yeah.
The throne of scone.
For when the king, I believe, or is it? Does the queen have to sit on there too?
Well,
Of course.
The monarch.
Don't be silly.
Well, they
The
have to
king
sit.
cannot do anything without the queen.
They have to sit on top of this magical stone, which is
There you
gonna.
go. Magical.
Actually, no, it's not magical. It goes back to
Yes, it
the
is.
fallen angels theory in early Christian.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, Shmiri.
Yeah.
The children of Lamech. I love that story, dude. I love it. That's like the original Freemason freaking lore. And they believe that stone actually traveled all the way to freaking Scotland. It was, the term Rolling Stones?
Yeah.
No, never heard of it.
Yeah, that's where that came from. It was a Rolling Stone, dude. So the Rolling Stones.
Interesting factoid.
Well, it's a cool fact. And then like the children of Lamech. Okay, one of them was. You know who Lamech was, right? You have no clue who Lamech. Okay, I'm not into too much of a history thing, but I can give you a rough breakdown of it. Lamech is a figure appearing in the Old Testament book of Genesis, where he is the 7th generation of Adam and the father of Jabal.
What?
Yeah. Jabal. And and the first breeder of livestock, Tubal-Cain, the first metalworker, Jabal, the first musician, and Nama.
My. Oh my.
No, my. Now this.
Yes.
Okay. Now that's where that all comes from, and they also have like a big. They have a big thing when it comes into the not the Rosicrucian, but the Freemasons about music and stuff, and it's pretty interesting. Now Lamech is
I thought this was going to be brief.
Lamech is also known as like the father of Noah too. Just to make that clear, this is the two separate ones. That's all.
Thank you. I'm confused on that.
But that is where the stone of scones comes from. It's Freemasonry, Scottish Rite, 100%, baby. It exists, Mark.
It's different knowing that.
It exists. And you know who settled the United States, right?
Christopher Columbus. I went to public school.
It was the Scottish Rite. You know who was involved in the revolution, right?
Sure.
It was the Scottish Rite.
So you say.
No.
Sorry. You lost me.
You don't know the Scottish Rite, Freemasonry?
Okay.
You should know these things. You're much closer than we are.
Okay.
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 Okay. All right then.
Now, the Scottish Rite is officially the ancient and accepted Scottish Rite of Freemasonry. It is the Masonic organization that continues to educate the Master Masons,
You're reading now.
offering degrees 43 or 4 through 32 and an honorary 33rd degree focused on moral lessons and Masonic principles.
Holy shite.
Say that in English.
Say that in English.
The Scottish Rite, officially the ancient and accepted Scottish Rite of Freemasonry, is a Masonic organization that continues the education of Master Masons, offering degrees 4 through 32
I
and
knew
an
that.
honorary 30.
4 to 32. What's this numbers?
No, degrees.
Lovely, BTW.
4 through 32
Oh,
degrees.
okay.
And
How can you offer a degree? How can you offer a longitude, latitude?
Right.
Sorry, I'm confused.
doesn't that sound okay? So you're telling me that those are longitudes and latitudes?
I presume so.
Of course they are. What else would they be, Roger?
They would be levels of achievement. You know how when you went to school,
Okay.
you know how when you went to school, you
Like
went
the
from
presidential
first grade,
award.
the second grade, and then you made it all the way up to the 12th grade, and then they dressed you up in these funny outfits with a funny little cap, and they made you
That
walk.
didn't happen to me.
That's an American then.
Yeah,
The
that was
US
against
then.
my religion as a child.
That is all freaking Illuminati shit. When you graduate, you're being indoctrinated into the Illuminati.
I don't know where you get information.
Okay, so
Queso, yes.
that's my take. That's my take on the whole
Spicy cheese sauce.
the mine's
queso.
offline tokens versus the online tokens.
So the mind tokens is a Freemasons conspiracy.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
All
I want to do a deep dive on these missing workers that once worked for Minds Gaming and find out where they are today and if they're still alive, because
right in the back of a trolley somewhere.
because I think they may have been disappeared.
In the back of a trolley, yeah.
You said
What
7.
happened?
Well, we know Mike Bodman is still around.
Okay, so and you said Froman?
Bodman.
Oh, Borman. Okay, I heard Froman.
Man.
I heard that somewhere.
BLP, man. Yeah, Michael is
What
still
intense work are you doing, Tan?
He's trying to ignore us because, like,
Is
we've
that it?
gone way off.
I have no idea what you are talking about. So I just keep my mouth shut.
He's trying to like, figure out what the hell can I concentrate.
Just saying that
When
I
you're
think it's a
this
Freemason organization, Bill Ottoman Satan, and
Well,
and Bill has all the hits on ex-staff members.
no, not his. And they weren't ex. They were not his.
maybe you could
They're
mute.
now ex.
That's
Oh yeah, now they are.
I'm just kidding.
I mean, to be honest though, it's like with the whole thing on mines, I think there is going to be a lot of big changes, but I think what they're going to do is they're going to do what I was saying before when we were talking. They're going to make it actually cryptocurrency, and they're going to get rid of this freaking token, this offline token thing.
I don't know that you can change my mind about that.
And they're wanting everybody to pay into pro. They're wanting everybody to pay into pro, which makes me think that maybe they might wipe out the old default platform where you get the free things.
No. That's
I
never.
Hey,
I bet
well,
you
no. That,
It's unheard of.
um,
Unprecedented, even.
without a leader, how are you going to get a market?
I'm just telling you, okay?
Oh.
You guys freaking didn't listen to me a year ago.
Right.
So
It's a good
it's
point, Roger.
Logical.
You know, you guys didn't listen to me 2 years ago.
How many years is it going to take? Can we
Okay.
listen to Roger?
No, Bill Altman has freaking just completely blown everybody's minds out of the water last year, especially, dude. All of us. Like, I don't think any of us expected any of this changes that's been going on here.
Well,
But I guarantee you that platform is going to, he will have, I guarantee you that the pro and all of that is separate from that original platform. And after he gets everything where he wants it, freaking that original one's going to be wiped because there's too many freaking bugs in it. There's too many spammers and bots.
It's all the same code base.
Is it?
Yeah.
sounds freaking.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys.
Yep. It's everything the same code base, man.
Tell him.
Now, what they're doing with the AI stuff is kind of mysterious. There's some code in the Mine's repo that does, it calls out to the AI library, but it's very, it's just one class. It doesn't do much.
Yeah.
Most of the logic is in most of the meat of the AI engine is somewhere else, and what is his name? Mark Harding, right?
Oh, you
There's
remember the
CTO.
GitHub ticket I opened up last week or week before that Mark answered reply to?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So Mark Harding said they're using that AI engine out of the box without change. So,
You ever think he could be lying, though?
Yeah. Maybe they do, but how are they tweaking? They're training the engine, right? So there's the open source code. The code is there, but the training data, they're keeping it somewhere, right? They're training the engine and they're keeping the training data off of their deployment server, right? It's not part of the code base. So
What the fuck?
Engagement on this. I've got to remind myself.
Isn't that against the law?
Hey, what?
Isn't that against the law?
No, but under
No.
the EA GDPR, they have to provide information about all the data processors that they use.
Sure, but only on request, right? They don't publish.
So there you go. Request it.
See, I actually.
Yeah. Also, they haven't got a subject access request mechanism in there, so they are in violation of GDPR anyway.
Well, I found that out even with white papers. Like, they don't have to like openly make a statement for everybody to read. If they want to, they can keep it open for requests. And then if you ask for it, you can get the white papers for the. I did find that out. That was after we had our last conversation about it. Because remember, I said it was weird to me because they had confidential written on it.
Mm.
So.
Yeah, that's a marketing trick because all the previous white papers were open. The confidential, then it's just
somehow that might be like an interim document before they published it. Somehow it's available on the internet.
You know, well, it could have been like the top secret, a top secret document that was separate from the ones you got to see because.
No, I've read both. So the last version, public version, and that version, and in reality, there's very little difference.
Yeah,
very little.
Yeah.
Well, except for the part where Bill Ottman was going to admit to the world that he is a part of the Draconian, Alpha Draconian, freaking alien reptilian breed, and his plot was to deploy freaking draconian AI onto the people of mines and turn them into mindless slaves. Because I had a conversation with that AI and it straight out said that it was Satan.
That's because you told it to you, isn't it?
I think
that
so.
same trick.
I think so. I'm not sure. I can't remember.
Jeez.
Right.
If you follow that entire GitLab ticket I created 3 weeks ago, and look at the screenshots that I also published to you guys, and the AI is anything but intelligent.
Okay. Yeah, I already figured that one out. I love to fuck with AI and how stupid they are, and that one is really...
I made a post a couple months ago, and it was entitled "Artificial Intelligence or Actual Stupidity."
Share that in the elements too. And before we get off,
it was related. It was related to something else, but it was related to CEOs and CTOs are jumping on the AI bandwagon when it's not being as effective as they want it to be, and the very broad definitions of what AI is.
And before we get off here, I do want to do something that Mr. Robot wanted to emphasize. I don't understand how he thought we weren't doing this already, but we are talking about Minds.com, and Minds.com is a website, just so you guys know out there, that we are Minds.com related website, which
Are you typing something out as you are talking?
Mara felt the subtle pulse before the first tremor reached the walls of the chamber. Oscillations moved through the air like invisible currents, threads of energy threading between each Psycorps member. Elias' presence was calm yet taut, sensing the slightest deviation in the rhythm, while Jonas instinctively mirrored the fluctuation before it could fully form. Red's awareness extended to the room's perimeter, brushing against the unseen magnetic eddies that threatened to fracture the delicate harmony. Solara's eyes traced patterns invisible to most, mapping the intangible interactions between thought and resonance, while Kaylin's movements kept the system fluid, a steadying hand on a living organism. The source of the disturbance was unclear. Mara could feel the newcomer, still attuned to the network, shift in response, sending tentative pulses into the field. Their mind was curious and bold, testing boundaries that even Mara herself approached cautiously. Elias detected the anomalies first, subtle shifts in energy that indicated an external interference. Jonas followed instinctively, aligning the response before the fluctuation could escalate. Rhett, Solara, and Kaylin worked in tandem, each adjusting their own output to reinforce the network's stability. It was a dance of awareness and precision. Mara felt her own thoughts intertwining with the others, a living lattice that bent and flexed as if the room itself were conscious. The oscillation was both subtle and profound, a ripple that could amplify into chaos if mishandled. She sent a gentle pulse of intention, threading the newcomer's energy into the rhythm, giving shape to what could have been disaster. Elias picked up on the micro-resonances, translating them into harmonic adjustments that Jonas could anticipate before the fluctuations even manifested. Rhett's magnetic manipulation softened the edges of the energy field, Solara's insights guided the emergent currents, and Kaylin maintained the fluidity that allowed the team to breathe within the oscillation rather than be crushed by it. The newcomer shifted again, exploring the network, pushing pulses that Mara could feel vibrating against the very fabric of the chamber. Each member's mind responded instinctively, a choreography of thought and intention that had been honed over countless sessions. The oscillation began to stabilize, but Mara knew this was only the beginning. External forces beyond the chamber's walls were beginning to influence the network, subtle at first, but growing with each cycle of the resonance. Elias leaned forward slightly, his perception of harmonic overtones revealing the path the disturbance followed. Jonas mirrored the adjustment, preemptively aligning their shared field to compensate for the unseen disruption. Mara allowed herself to sink deeper into the network, feeling the collective consciousness of the team extend outward, probing the room, the building, and the surrounding streets. The oscillation outside was faint but real, a trace of thought or energy that had to be accounted for. As the waves moved through the Cyclops network, Mara felt the newcomer's courage emerge. They pushed the limits of the lattice, sending experimental pulses that were at once chaotic and precise. Elias and Jonas reinforcing the integrity of the network while preserving the newcomer's freedom to explore. Rhett, Solara, and Kaylin interwove their energy, creating channels through which the emergent patterns could flow without fracturing. Mara herself was the anchor, the central node around which the entire system coalesced. Time stretched and compressed. Oscillations flowed like rivers of thought, moving faster than speech, yet slow enough to track each nuance. Mara felt the subtle tug of each member's focus, the way Elias could detect hidden harmonics before they fully formed, Jonas' instinctive alignment, Rhett's magnetic manipulation, Solara's interpretive mapping, and Kaylin's energy fluidity. The newcomer's contribution was no longer raw or unpredictable, it had merged with the team's collective intelligence, creating emergent patterns that were both unfamiliar and exhilarating. Then came the first real test. A pulse unlike any before, external yet intrusive, threatened to destabilize the network. Mara sensed it as a faint vibration against her awareness, a pressure on the lattice that could collapse if not countered precisely. Elias picked up the harmonic shift immediately, sending corrective pulses that Jonas anticipated and reinforced. Rhett projected magnetic stabilizers into the field, while Solara and Kaylin guided the emerging energy, forming a protective shell around the group's core. Mara herself moved through the oscillation, threading her mind through every node, every pulse, every vibration, creating a cohesive lattice that could absorb the shock without breaking. The newcomer pushed against the boundaries, sending a wave of exploratory energy into the field. It was risky, but Mara recognized the necessity. They had to test the limits, to discover where vulnerability lay and how to manipulate it. Elias and Jonas responded with precision, converting potential chaos into structured resonance. Rhett, Solara, and Kaylin adjusted the surrounding currents, forming channels that guided the exploratory pulses safely through the network. Mara felt the room itself hum, an imperceptible vibration of awareness that resonated with the collective mind. Oscillation became language. The pulses, feedback loops, and energy shifts spoke in a syntax of thought and intention that transcended words. Mara sensed patterns, fluctuations, and emergent structures, each revealing the hidden dynamics of the network. Elias' harmonics highlighted subtle instabilities, Jonas' intuition mapped emergent trajectories, Rhett's magnetism reinforced boundaries, Solara's cognitive insight predicted shifts, and Kaylin's energy guidance maintained continuity. The newcomer's exploratory energy threaded through the lattice, testing, probing, and amplifying the emergent intelligence of the Cyclops. As the session continued, the oscillations grew in complexity. Each member's focus, intention, and awareness coalesced into a living network that absorbed, adapted, and responded to both internal and external forces. Mara felt the resonance of the entire system as a singular entity, yet distinct threads of individual consciousness remained clearly perceptible. The newcomer's contribution had become integral, their energy shaping the flow of the oscillation even as it adapted to the established lattice. Finally, Mara allowed herself a moment of reflection. The network was stable, responsive, and dynamic. The oscillation had tested the limits, pushed the boundaries, and expanded the Cyclops' understanding of collective consciousness. Elias and Jonas shared subtle affirmations, Rhett's magnetic field settled into a gentle rhythm, Solara's eyes glimmered with insight, and Kaylin's hands traced invisible channels in the air. The newcomer paused, sensing the culmination of the session, and Mara felt the collective satisfaction of a network that had survived the test and grown stronger for it. The room exhaled as one. Mara allowed herself to withdraw slightly, knowing the lattice would continue to hum softly with the energy of the Cyclops. Elias and Jonas relaxed their harmonic alignments, Rhett allowed magnetic fields to soften, Solara let cognitive flows settle, and Kaylin allowed energy currents to return to their baseline state. Mara turned to the newcomer, sensing a mixture of exhilaration and calm. They had passed the first true test of integration, and the oscillation had revealed both the network's strengths and its emergent potential. And Mara knew, as she always did, that this was only the first of many oscillations they would encounter. Mara allowed herself to sense the finer threads of the oscillation, the almost imperceptible tremors that vibrated through the air, and her own nerve microshift carried meaning, a subtle hint of the forces probing at the edges of the network. She felt Elias' presence like a grounding anchor, his mind tracing harmonics and predicting shifts before they fully formed. Jonas moved in tandem, his awareness a mirror, aligning and reinforcing the subtle currents that Mara herself barely perceived. The newcomer's energy had begun to form identifiable patterns, curious yet precise, experimental yet obedient to the lattice of thought that Mara nurtured. The chamber itself seemed to respond to their combined presence. Walls vibrated faintly with the pulse of their collective cognition. Mara focused on the pressure points, the intersections of thought that created nodes of concentrated resonance. Each node acted as a stabilizer, a small island of order in the growing complexity of the network. Elias and Jonas both sensed the formation, adjusting the harmonic flow to optimize the energy distribution. Rhett projected magnetic modulations that blended seamlessly with Mara's own mental guidance, ensuring that no single pulse overwhelmed the delicate equilibrium. Solara interpreted the feedback, her perception translating the raw oscillation into cognitive patterns the team could anticipate and respond to. Kaylin's role was subtle yet vital, maintaining fluid channels so that energy could circulate without turbulence or interference. The newcomers' exploration intensified. They sent pulses into areas Mara had yet to fully map, testing for receptivity and response. Mara felt the slight tension, a resistance that threatened to bifurcate the oscillation, and immediately responded with a counterwave, threading her consciousness through the field to soften the potential disruption. Elias detected the irregularity next, converting it into a harmonic that Jonas could mirror in perfect timing. The newcomer paused, a momentary hesitation in their energy, sensing both the correction and the stability it brought. Mara smiled internally. This was the moment of learning, when integration and trust began to solidify. As the oscillation persisted, Mara noted emergent patterns that had never appeared before. The network had shifted from a simple lattice to a dynamic ecosystem of thought, where individual contributions were amplified, refracted, and redirected into constructive formations. The newcomer's impulses now interacted with subtle feedback loops, creating intricate spirals of energy that Mara could trace like a cartographer mapping a living landscape. Elias leaned forward, interpreting the harmonic overtones and sending subtle corrections, while Jonas mirrored them with instinctive precision. Rhett's magnetic fields adjusted in microsecond increments, Solara predicted the next flow, and Kaylin ensured the currents remained continuous and unbroken. A new challenge arose as Mara sensed the network extending beyond the chamber walls. External pulses, chaotic and irregular, began to press against the boundaries of their field. Mara's pulse widened, incorporating Elias, Jonas, Rhett, Solara, Kaylin, and the newcomer into a single resonant matrix. Every thought, every micro-intent became a stabilizer. The oscillation outside was irregular, a chaotic force that threatened to fracture the integrity of the Psycorp's energy. Mara sent a probing pulse into the disturbance, threading through the jagged currents, testing for weaknesses and patterns. Elias immediately detected a hidden harmonic within the chaos, translating it into a stabilizing rhythm that Jonas could anticipate. Rhett adjusted magnetic modulations in perfect synchrony with Mara's own mental interventions. Solara read the emergent patterns, providing insight into the external system's tendencies. Kaylin maintained the fluid pathways that allowed energy to circulate and absorb the shock without dissipating the internal integrity of the network. The newcomer sent tentative pulses, exploratory probes that Mara guided carefully through the external turbulence. Slowly, imperceptibly at first, the oscillation outside began to yield to the internal coherence of the Psycorp's field. Time began to stretch unnaturally as Mara moved through the oscillation, her perception threading through each individual consciousness, each node, and each microcurrent. She sensed the faintest harmonic shifts, minute deviations in the newcomer's patterns, and subtle instabilities along the lattice that could be corrected before they manifested as disruption. Elias, Jonas, Rhett, Solara, and Kaylin became extensions of her own perception, distributed consciousness working in perfect synchrony. The oscillation outside responded, bending and folding into coherent waves under the influence of their collective intent. At a critical moment, the external pulse intensified, testing the limits of their control. Mara felt the tension in her own nervous system as it reverberated through the network. The newcomer's curiosity sparked a surge of energy, experimental and daring, risking the stability of the field. Mara guided the pulse, threading it through Elias' harmonic calibration, Jonas' alignment, Rhett's magnetic modulation, Solara's cognitive anticipation, and Kaylin's fluid channels. The surge passed, transformed into a constructive resonance, integrating seamlessly with the existing oscillation. Mara allowed herself a breath, recognizing the profound growth of the network and the newcomer's integration within it. The chamber seemed to hum with awareness, each member of Psycorps now fully attuned to the emergent complexity. Mara traced the web of energy, noting how the newcomer's patterns intertwined with the established currents. Elias and Jonas subtly reinforced the harmonics, Rhett softened magnetic edges, Solara predicted emergent shifts, and Kaylin ensured the continuity of the fluid pathways. Mara herself was the anchor, weaving every thread into a cohesive lattice. They had transformed a chaotic disturbance into a harmonious resonance, a testament to their skill and unity. Even as the oscillation stabilized, Mara sensed the subtle growth in the newcomer's confidence. They had learned to trust the network, to explore its boundaries without fracturing its integrity. Elias, Jonas, Rhett, Solara, and Kaylin had guided them, not as instructors but as extensions of the collective consciousness. Mara allowed herself a rare moment of pride, acknowledging the emergence of a new Psycorps member capable of operating at the edge of perception. The chamber exhaled, though no one spoke aloud. Mara's mind withdrew slightly from the lattice, allowing each member's individual consciousness to settle while maintaining the integrated awareness of the network. Elias, Jonas, Rhett, Solara, and Kaylin relaxed their alignment, letting the oscillation persist at a low, steady hum. The newcomer paused, sensing both the calm and the latent potential still vibrating within the system. Mara's pulse reached out, offering a quiet affirmation, a thread of connection that assured the newcomer of their place within the team. Mara stood in the center, the oscillation now a living testament to Psycorps' combined abilities. The external disturbance had been absorbed, transformed, and redirected, leaving both the network and its members stronger, more integrated, and more aware of the vast potential of their collective consciousness. Mara allowed herself a brief smile, knowing that the session was over, yet the lessons, the growth, and the emergent understanding would reverberate long after the room had emptied. As the team began to disperse, Mara traced her fingers through the lingering currents of energy, feeling the subtle traces of Elias, Jonas, Rhett, Solara, Kaylin, and the newcomer. Each had left an imprint, a delicate signature that would guide future oscillations, future challenges, and future expansions of the Cycorps network. Mara felt a quiet satisfaction, recognizing the interplay of skill, intuition, and resonance that had brought them through another test. And Mara knew, as she always did, that the oscillation was not merely a phenomenon, it was a living conversation, an evolving dialogue between minds, energy, and perception. Each pulse carried meaning, each harmonic a lesson, and each member of Cycorps had contributed to an emergent intelligence greater than the sum of its parts.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Untethered. I'm Roger. I'll be your host for the night, and tonight with me is my co-host, I guess, since we've been doing this from the get-go. That would be Mark Edworthy, Mr. Mark Edworthy, from the good land of England. Across the pond, as everybody says. Today,
I like how you pronounced England.
Yes.
Very
Now,
American, very US taint on it.
now the before we get started, I do have to say something to you though, because John Galt freaking wanted me to apologize for soiling your name.
Yeah, you mentioned this on Tuesday, Wednesday, whenever. I still don't get it.
Well, I went on there and I was telling him how Nancy was using you as man meat. And he says that he wants a public apology for soiling your name because you are a man who has a background and you are a respected person of the community. So I went on Nancy's show the other day and I told him that freaking I apologize for soiling you in public. So that I wanted to say it the right way today on this show. But don't worry about that. We did the apology, John Galt. We did it. But guess what? His head will eventually explode. It will explode. Maybe. Just so people understand, how much shit have I freaking made you go through with the shows that you come on with me?
Too much.
I know that it all started out with the Shakespeare conspiracies. I talked about Shakespeare not being real. Remember? And from there, you've gone into talking with me about what Moloch Ball. You've talked to me about ghosts, freaking UFOs, conspiracy theories. Then you've even gone on Naroki's show with me where freaking, and that was the red pill, hanging out with a bunch of red pillars. I know that had to have been interesting for you. Like,
it's all educational.
Educational. I'm surprised, man. To be honest, you've actually stuck all that stuff out. Well, to be fair though, you're the one that actually introduced me to Jaffe, so I should really be resentful of that. He just, oh my God, dude, he is crazy.
Yeah.
So after this show, I'm going to be simulcasting for him. Once I get this one done later on tonight, he's going to have his show on after this. And then when I am done with this one, we are going to have the political edition for this next week, and we're going to be bringing Untethered to an end for the year. And Mr. Robot was wondering what I was going to do next, and it kind of brings me into a dilemma because me and you usually do Roger's real-time talk show, and that one's more serious. You know what I mean? So I was thinking that what I need to do is also do live with Roger Hanson because I need to get that done too.
Sorry, live with what's the difference?
Roger's real-time talk show is about political history, whereas live with Roger Hanson is just live with Roger Hanson.
Talking about?
Well, kind of like here, but usually I do it on my own. And
Okay.
And with that one, I can open it up to where people come in with me and stuff. But I really get annoyed with having other people with me because they just get pissed off and freaking start calling me horrible names. You know what I mean?
Have I?
Well, you're the only one that doesn't. I think you're the only one crazy enough to hang out with me, to be honest.
Yeah, I sometimes wonder about that one. Yeah.
You know, like, Dan got bored with me and said he didn't want nothing to do with me. And I'm a big fat loser.
I don't think he actually said that.
Well, I mean, he probably did.
But I don't think he actually did.
You want to bet? We'll go and ask him in chat later on and see what he says. Okay, so today's talking points, or I usually try to say that it's the theme for the show is current events. Now, next week we're going to have politics.
I was going to say, this is your list and it's a bit all over the place.
No, this current events is actually a category. Okay, it's like when you got current events and then you have politics, then you have freaking entertainment.
Again, can't entertainment and politics be current events?
No.
If they're happening currently,
well, then you have to pick.
They are events that I can't. Therefore,
usually, if there is a political, a politician involved, or any kind of politics involving the White House or freaking what are you guys, the Parliament or something like that, that's politics. Okay. The moment it's mentioned, you just put it right over there in the politics section. Now, like, if it's something that's current events, it can be freaking landslides in freaking South America, or it could be, you know,
current events could mean anything.
Yeah, things that are happening right now that doesn't include politics. Oh, kind of.
Ooh, yeah, I was just looking at your subject, your list there.
Because courts have been a big deal in current events, as well as freaking, well, the gas, the oil thing, that's really close to it too. Which,
all of this could one way or another be considered as politics. You've got 5 subjects there.
Well, don't worry about all that. You just focus on current events and don't worry about it. And
again, I don't do celebrity culture, so
that's entertainment. That's entertainment.
Okay, but even if it is current events.
Well, current events is, well, you don't want to talk about P. Diddy?
I've got no interest.
You have no interest in P. Diddy?
Oh. I've got no interest.
So why don't you have any interest in P. Diddy?
Because I don't do celebrity culture, and I don't make conclusions on cases that are ongoing.
See,
and this goes back to the American, the US, sort of rumor mill sort of thing.
That's
that you Americans love to play on all the time.
That's you guys. You and the Italians. You guys are the ones who came up with the paparazzi in the first place. I mean, paparazzi is an Italian name, dude.
Yeah, but I'm not somebody that reads Vogue or
I know.
the Hello
I know.
magazine.
But you got to admit, paparazzi is actually freaking. It's native to Italy, right?
Like, that's where the name came from.
All right. But you know what I mean? It's like they don't call it freaking Entertainment Tonight. You know what I mean? It's the paparazzi.
This could well be US, New York, Italian immigrants.
Well, Americans would never name it such a stupid name. Like we would come up with something that was actually cool. You know what I mean? It would, especially considering that the name started back in what, the 80s.
I thought you were earlier. I thought it goes back to something like the 20s.
Oh God, no! I swear to God, there's no way.
You would have to do the etymology on that, but I think it does.
It might have happened in England, like around here.
In the US.
Paparazzi. It could have been like maybe back when television first started. You know,
Maybe.
Back when it got popular.
What, in the 30s?
I doubt that it's that old though, because like back in those days, you come creeping around on somebody, dude, you're gonna get shot. Hey, you know what I mean? People carried freaking Tommy guns back then.
Indeed.
No. Just a thought. So on the first topic that I wanted to bring up was about freaking Brent crude oil, and according to Mr. Robot, he says that Brent crude oil is at 73.11 USD per barrel, and that's reflecting a decrease of 2.75%. Meanwhile,
Since.
It doesn't say specifically.
Okay.
Meanwhile, the West Texas Intermediate, the WTI, crude oil price stands at 72.6 USD per barrel, showing a decline of 1.53%. These prices highlight the current state of the global crude oil market, with both benchmarks experiencing downward pressure on the day. Now, it is worth noting that over the past month, the price of crude oil has seen an increase of 15.65%, yet it remains 9.85% lower compared to the same time last year. Global commodity prices, particularly oil, would experience a dramatic surge if Iran were to close the Strait of Hormuz.
I was listening to something earlier about what's happening in Iran at the moment, and that actually was pointed out in that.
Now, this critical maritime choke point facilitates the transport of nearly 20% to 30% of the world's crude oil and refined products. And any disruption would send shockwaves through global energy markets.
Actually, I disagree. I'm looking at a chart at this present moment, a 1 day, 1 month, 3 month, 6 month, 1 year, 5 year, 10 year chart on Brent crude oil, and the price at the present moment looks about what's the average has been since 2002. In 2001, it spiked triple this. Yeah, it doesn't look that high from a long-term perspective.
From what I've been seeing on these charts too, though, is it's actually declined from what was it, 2024. It came up in January of 225.
Yeah, but it's just jumped within the last hang on, is it day?
Yeah.
Within the last day, back to its sort of highest peak for this year, which is again 46 US dollars.
Now,
So it doesn't look overly high. It looks like it's averaging out, settling on that number.
from what I'm seeing, like it's actually gone. It on June or January the 15th, right there, it was it was higher than what it is now on June the 20th.
Yeah, but you've got to look at it from you should ignore it from a sort of month to month sort of point and look at it over a year, 2 years, 5 years.
Yeah, I do that with just even with stocks, even I
like
do
any
that.
market,
Mhm.
like any market, the sort of short-term review is meaningless.
Well,
Prices come up and go down all the time.
When you look at the chart though, like when you got the chart right in front of you and you see the volatility, the waves up and down, like they actually went into a good period where the prices were low. Like during May, they were at their lowest. May the 5th, they were at their lowest, but of course they're going to come back up. This isn't even the highest that it's been. Like it's high right now, don't get me wrong. It's at 77.270, but all the way back in January the 15th, it was higher than this.
I just added a URL to the chat here with the chart I'm looking at.
There we go. Get back on there. I went onto the site and everything. Now I gotta get all sophisticated and pull charts and stuff.
I'll do that.
Okay, here we go. Put that on the screen, that way everybody can see it. Alright, so move your head. I've got a picture screen, so.
Okay, so I can see what you're looking at, but
okay. So yeah, it looks like we're basically looking at the same thing. Yours is a lot more precise though.
It seems, I don't know the source that you were looking at.
Here, let me go ahead and put.
But yeah, if you look at it on the sort of 3-month ratio, it looks like it's really increased in the last couple of days. But if you look at it, let's say on a 3-year ratio or even 1-year ratio, it doesn't look as dramatic.
Yeah, there we go. Now that actually is a lot better than the one that I had. I had this one. I can show that one, but yours brings out the thing. But the 1 year up here, like right at the beginning of the year, you see what I mean? That was actually higher than what it is now. So the one that I was looking at is. Let me make sure I have the right one. Yeah, this is the one that I was looking at right here.
What company?
Trading Economy. This is for Brent crude oil.
Oh.
And
okay.
Like right in this area.
What's that? That's only how long is that data?
This is the 1 year.
A year.
Yeah, one year.
No, that's year to date.
Right. And if you come back here even, like right here, it was even higher. This is 8.7 point, 0.87, 0.46, 426. And then right here,
USD.
yeah, it's not
Oh, sorry.
it's not bad at all. In my opinion, it isn't, at least. So this is what Mr. Robot posted was this critical maritime checkpoint facilitates the transport of nearly 20 to 30% of the world's crude oil and refined products, and any disruption would send shockwaves through global energy markets, with Brent crude oil potentially soaring to $120 to $150 per barrel, or
So that would increase OPEC. Would that be a major issue as far as US internal sales are concerned? I'm
well,
not sure.
the thing is I mean the oil prices here in the United States, if they
Yeah,
win,
but you produce your own, don't you? So
well, not yet.
if necessary, then
Yeah, not yet, but I have a feeling that's going to be happening soon. So,
or Texas, Arizona, they are big
they've been designated.
producer.
They've been designated reserve oil.
Okay,
So they go under
and okay, yeah.
everything from here within the United States. At least from the last time I remember, it was all considered reserve oil. They don't put it out.
Not so sure now.
But
I believe it is since Biden, it's probably since Obama's time, it's been floated up on sort of the internal open market.
now, analytics predict that a 2-week closure could push crude oil prices to $150 per barrel, while more prolonged disruptions might elevate prices beyond $200 per barrel, triggering a global energy crisis. A sustained closure would likely plague the global economy into crisis, with particular strain on major oil importers like China, India, and Japan, which rely heavily on Gulf oil shipments. I'm surprised.
Okay, according to this chart, back in, let's say, October, November, December 2021 to first 2 quarters of 2022, prices were roughly around 120 USD.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, now 120 to 150 is a big deal though. Like that's a big price hike. You know what I mean? $200 a barrel. But I believe it's been higher than that in the past. So
Okay, yeah. I've only got data that goes back to 2015. Can that use? Oh, yeah.
I mean, if it gets I think it's up to like $400 a barrel. That's when we'll have issues like we had back in the 1980s. You know what I mean? When people were lining up at gas stations just so they could freaking get gas. That was when. What was it? What do they call that alliance over there in the Middle East now that does oil? OPEC, yeah. That was when they decided to refuse services to the United States. And,
even though the US is an OPEC member.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if it is OPEC now that you said that, because this was the Arab oil company, the conglomerate is what I'm thinking it was. Because OPEC is, you're right. OPEC has their fingers in Brazil and all that too, down in. So yeah. Now, even the threat of closure has already caused significant market volatility, with crude features jumping up to 13% following a recent escalations between Israel and Iran. Now this is why Mr. Robot even brought this up, because he wants to talk about the war.
When I saw that message earlier, I thought, I bet me and him are going to disagree on a lot of things.
I can almost bet that's the reason why he even wanted to talk about it. And
And
then
even though I didn't go into my thoughts on Wednesday's show, who was it? DK. That was constantly talking. He puts in part of viewpoints that I completely and utterly disagreed with in relation to the subject.
now, according to his limited alternatives, it says although some oil could be rerouted via overland pipelines, the capacity is minimal compared to the volume typically moving through Hormuz, leaving few viable alternatives. And see, right there is where I disagree, because I mean it's common knowledge now, but I remember back in like 2015, 2014, everybody talking about the pipeline that comes down from Kiev down into the freaking Black Sea, I believe it is. I mean, it's been general knowledge. That's where it is, where most of all that comes from, and no matter what, people are just gonna have to deal with freaking Russia when it comes to oil.
I can see it's going to be a major problem anyway. Iran's on the IRGC's on its final sort of breath. Is the Islamic Republic of Iran will fall soon, potentially even within the next week. But at some point,
with this oil thing, though, I mean, it's like I don't really see it as being a severe issue. You know what I mean? Like
but if the IRGC fails, no, then the war's over, and therefore, where's the problem?
I mean, for me personally, from my point of view on the way all this looks and what we've been discussing, I don't see really any serious issues.
I don't see any major issues
at all. Like, I mean, to me, wherever he got this information from is just somebody that's hyping it up, because like right here, it goes back to 2018. I mean, it was the prices for freaking Brent crude oil was high even in 2018. You know, right around the same.
It has in effect. I just picked up another data point just now. It has been in effect since 2005.
Yeah. So I mean, I don't really. I don't really see it as anything that's out of the ordinary there. Like, just a bunch of hype drama, to stir some shit up. To be honest with you.
Like I said, markets go up and down all the time. Unless you're going to have a look at it from a long-term perspective, then you're just panicking for no reason.
Okay, so now let's get on to the next one. This next one is actually pretty cool, and I think you'll like this one, to be honest with you. World's first brain implant, dude. You hear about this one?
No.
Brain implant lets man speak with expression and sing, dude. read it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, a man with a severe speech disability is able to speak extensively and sing using a brain implant that translates his neural activities into words almost instantaneously. The device conveys changes of intonation when he speaks, when he asks questions, emphasizes the words of his choice, and allows him to hum a string of notes in 3 pitches. Now, the system known as a brain computer interface, BCI, used artificial intelligence, AI, to decode the participant's electrical brain activity as he attempted to speak. The device is the first to reproduce not only a person's intended words, but also features of natural speech such as intonation, pitch, and emphasis, which help to express meaning and emotion. Now, in a study, a synthetic voice that mimicked the participant's own spoke his words within 10 milliseconds of the natural activity that signaled his intention to speak. The system described today in Nature marks a significant improvement over earlier BCI models, which streamed speech within 3 seconds, or produced it only after users finished mimicking an entire sentence. This is the holy grail of speech, BCI, says Christian Herf, a computational neuroscientist at Maastricht University, the Netherlands, who was not involved in the study. This is now real, spontaneous, continuous speech. So what do you got to say about that? Because I know you...
Just as a first thing, what was the patient actually suffering from?
Now, up above, whenever I was reading, it said that he suffered from a severe speech disability.
Yeah, but they didn't actually specify what, so that could be a number of different things, couldn't it?
Now, apparently, it says it was able to make him speak expressively using an implant that translated his neural activities. Now, this is the stuff that frickin' I've been talking with you about. Okay, and we've been, for me, I think that that's pretty interesting that they can actually now put implants into the brain and they can actually interpret words that are freaking coming out of your brain so that you can speak it.
Which country was this person from?
In the Netherlands. In the
Okay,
Netherlands.
so
yeah, it's from.
What is I would like to see what the regulatory, the Netherlands regulatory boards have to say about that one.
Okay, hold up. Here it goes. The study participant, a 45-year-old man, lost his ability to speak clearly after developing amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, a form of motor neuron disease, which damages the nerves that control muscle movements, including those needed to speak. Although he could still make sounds and mouth words, his speech was slow and unclear. 5 years after his symptoms began, the participant underwent surgery to insert 256 silicone electrodes, each 1.5 millimeters long, in a brain region that controls movement. Study co-author Metayi Worker, a neuroscientist at the University of California, David and her colleagues trained deep learning algorithms to capture the signals in his brain over 10 milliseconds. Their system decodes in real time the sounds the man attempts to produce rather than his intended words or the constituent phonemes. It's interesting stuff, man.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Well, again, this isn't going to go on the market anytime soon. And I mean, these sort of devices take forever. Well, generally speaking, take forever to actually be regulated and prepared for consumer usage.
Now, for me, I find the technology more interesting than the actual product. You know what I'm saying? Like the other day, we were talking with Vicky on Nancy's show, and Arpad was involved in doing research where they were actually able to use chemical plumes to detect where dead bodies were. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Remember,
And I mean,
did see that TED documentary as well.
that right there just blows me out of the water. The technology has gotten that precise. You know what I mean? And
Yeah, but technology can be as precise as you want it to be. But if it's not going to go through, if it's not a a medical device like this, it's not going to go through regulatory sort of standards extremely quickly. You, as the potential recipient, may have to wait years.
I mean, I understand that, but still, the technology is amazing. You know, and the fact that we can actually do this stuff is what's really the most amazing part about it. Um, Most of the stuff that you see here is going to be even far more advanced by the time it does get released to the public. To be honest, like
I don't know. Again, I'm not sure about that one. I can think of a lot of technologies that didn't advance that much because it's cost and scalability.
this is going to be big. They're already pushing the AI. It's everywhere. You know what I mean? It's everywhere.
No, pattern recognition. I don't know. Like I said, these medical treatments, let's call them, it may be pierced a lot quicker in the US, but in more, I don't know, let's call them civilized countries, it takes a lot longer for these things to happen.
Kind of like your guys' health services, isn't that what they call
Yeah,
that?
technically,
That
a
is
invention like
civilized.
that would take at least 5 years to get through regulatory, potentially even longer.
And you also have to realize too, this is coming out of freaking Switzerland and shit. This is well, they
Yeah, Switzerland. Isn't that the same country that introduced or was one of the first countries that introduced um the lawful suicide?
that might have been them, but I also remember that happening in Portland, Oregon too, with that one.
Yeah. But I think Switzerland was the first country,
Mhm.
which is interesting because the US, there's a UK bill that's being reviewed by the House of Lords at the moment in relation to allowing legalized suicides.
Well, I mean, you see, the thing is though, is like this is only one thing. They've also got like gadgets, just little toys for freaking people to play on. They're called the hoverboards. where you stand on them. You don't even have to freaking move your legs or nothing. Your brain, you just tell it to move and it moves just by thinking. You know that, right?
Again, are those products easily available?
I've never really checked into if they're available or how easily they're available. I'm pretty sure they're going to be expensive, though. I know that much. But
Yeah, of course, maybe. But
I've heard of a few people almost breaking their neck too.
It's early days, so these new regulations and public releases are still some time off, I think.
Okay. So, let me see here. We have another interesting topic that I wanted to bring to your attention that is very interesting. Now, this one is Amazon tells thousands of employees to relocate or resign. Have you heard about this?
I heard rumors. Oh, I've heard sort of headlines, but not done any research in this. But this is a part of a wider sort of thing. But yeah, carry on.
Okay, so Amazon is giving some employees a choice, relocate or resign. Now, Bloomberg reports that Amazon is ordering thousands of workers on several U.S. teams to move to main hubs in Seattle, Washington, Arlington, Virginia, and Washington, D.C. Amazon has 1.56 million full-time and part-time employees spread across the globe. Its global business, including 350,000 corporate workers. Now, the effort to get some employees to relocate has been taking place for more than a year now, as some teams have been working to bring I gotta keep this thing keeps doing those advertisements. The effort to get employees to relocate.
On average, where are they relocating from?
All over the country. They're saying you either relocate to these areas or you resign. Like the effort to get some employees to relocate has been taking place for more than a year now, as some teams have been working to bring their teammates closer together to help them as effective as possible. An Amazon spokesman told Bloomberg, which I kind of figured that was a load of shit when I was reading it right there. You know what I mean? It's like public relations shit.
Yeah.
Now, one Amazon employee shared in the company's internal messaging platform a message viewed by Bloomberg that their manager gave them 30 days to decide whether to relocate or resign. They had 60 days after that to begin the relocation process or to leave the company. Now,
what is Amazon's average relocation package?
I do not know. Right here, what I found out from this is this was given to them by one of the company's Bloomberg, I guess, was given this information by one of the people who work for the company, and that's how they found out. I haven't seen anything on what their package is or nothing like that, and I don't really care to see anything about their package either. So
it could be of some interest.
Hi guys. What about
hey,
this?
No.
not much. We're talking about Amazon. They well,
I think it's just related to them actually just wanting to centralize better, to manage employees better. So it makes sense for them to shut down a lot of the smaller.
See, this is America. That we're free here. We're not like over in England. Okay, we don't do stuff like
Amazon is also free to decide to move move officers.
I think there's
Free to do as we tell you.
I have a feeling. I have a feeling this is to either get with the program or get out. That's what it's about.
Maybe, maybe. A lot of companies are removing staff at the moment, both in the US and UK and other countries. So maybe it's a way of them actually just moving the staff numbers or decreasing the staff numbers. I mean, as a point, if you are somebody that's almost going to retire in the next couple of years, and the company
dirty dog
decided to give you an
bastards.
early retirement package.
They call that a dirty dog bastard. That's what TJ Maxx was notorious for. They would have freaking elderly that were like maybe 6 months freaking away from retiring, telling them freaking that they had to show up for work or freaking they wouldn't be able to freaking receive their retirement. And they got into a shitload of trouble because there were some of them that were like disabled for like two I think it was a year and a half, 2 years for one of them was. And she actually had to, while she was handicapped, she had to get on a bus, or she was hurt, you know what I mean, as an elderly woman, get on a bus and go back and forth to work, because if she didn't show up, she would have been fired and not gotten her freaking pension.
Okay, that sounds like just terrible.
That's TJ Maxx.
Yeah.
Marshall. You know the Marshall's store chains?
Yeah, I am aware of TJ. We've got a couple in the UK, I think.
They're the ones. They're all involved with Marshalls, TJ Maxx. They're horrible people, man. Hello, Mr. Robot. You there?
Hey, bro.
Now,
how's it going?
We covered that oil, the oil thing that you wanted to talk about.
The Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, we got
oh
that.
Oh my god, man, that's a nightmare. Did you guys know the satellite images show Iran is pulling their tankers out of that area right now? So it looks like they're gonna freaking close it.
My conclusion in the long term is nothing important. If you've been looking at, we did a study of the big data points, looking at some like 5-10 years back. $73 USD is not amazing.
This is
not as high as you imagine.
The minimum that oil prices will go up is like from 73, I think it is right now, dollars a barrel to 110 is the minimum. But they're thinking it could, worst case scenarios, it could go up to like $200, $300 a barrel. So
yeah, but also Iran, the IRGC is almost on its last legs anyway. The Islamic Republic.
But what uses oil, Mark? What uses oil?
Could fall within the next week, potentially.
What could fall?
The Islamic Republic of Iran could fall.
It's not going to happen, mate. Even if it did, they still have like 90 million people there. Like, I mean, do you think they're not going to be pissed off? You know, mate.
Are you not aware of the? Have you not? Are you not aware of the internal sort of cold civil war that they've been having for at least 10 years now?
Yeah, but you do realize what they did during their freaking Iraq-Iran war, right? These people freaking walked without weapons into freaking chemical missiles, dude.
Yeah, dude. They're not going to be pushovers, that's for sure.
It's not going to happen like that.
There's no evidence of them having nuclear.
But either way,
These people are not
either way,
gonna fold like that.
we're looking at prices of goods going up by at least a third, if not doubling. Can you imagine what that will do to the global economy, man?
A short-term.
No, it's not.
I can foresee that this could be a short-term.
See, what we were talking about
in
before
the end,
you got here.
Still need to get through that area, and if they close that section, then it's gonna, like, if they sink their own tankers or a few tankers in that area.
And if let's hypothetically say the IRGC will fall within the next month. Once it's fallen, then who can close down?
All right. So China has ships off the coast of Iran right now, looking to back Iran up. Pakistan has come forward and said that they would use nuclear weapons if anyone attacks. You know, so Iran, and Russia is now talking, because Trump just said he might use tactical nukes.
Iran,
you're talking over the top of me, Mark. Let me just finish what I'm saying.
Okay.
And then, so like Trump just said he might use tactical nukes, or at least one of his spokespeople did. And so Russia is now coming forward, and that Russia is saying, well, we're gonna have to step in if people use nukes, you know.
Well, I mean, that's all fine.
Looking at Russia and China.
Now you guys are talking politics. Now I'm talking oil. Okay, now the prices on that chart. The prices on that chart.
Be a short-term thing.
Now look at the prices on that chart. Okay, they have already been high. And to be honest with you, it's not any higher than what it was. It's actually lower than what it was in 2022 in June 6th. So if it does go up, I don't see it actually making any difference, because their lowest was way back in April of 2020. Okay.
Okay, but those are tiny little spikes, though, man. Not long periods of time.
No, this is freaking a 10-year. This is a 10-year chart right here.
Yeah, but look at that increase there where it was high, right?
Right.
How long does that last?
This lasts from 2020 all the way up until 2022.
Yeah, but that high price.
That's 2 years.
For like a year or two.
2 years.
I think, like I said to Roger, you need to read this in a long-term thing, and I reckon that this isn't anything to go panicking about.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I would. Now, maybe are you guys using this?
I'm not panicking. We'll be fine.
That's what I was getting ready to ask. Now, is this a major oil company from the area where you're at?
Yeah. They've been around since the 80s, not a lot longer. I have to do.
Where do they do most of their business, though? Is it in the Pacific? Because
who's this?
Okay, so are they in your area? Is that where they do the majority of their freaking oil trades and shit? Or like, are they a major oil company?
Are you talking to me or Mark?
Yes, you.
No, well, I mean, we have to transport our oil in.
Okay, because see, the thing that sticks out to me is these guys are all from Texas and stuff. So
we only have 2 weeks of oil reserves in this country. If we literally have a disruption of oil supply, it will be 2 weeks before we descend into anarchy in this country.
Oh, that's why you got so excited, is because of that. You're like, oh hell no.
Well, not really. Like, I'm a hippie, man. I'm used to camping. Like, I'd be all right. Like, food might be a problem. Like, you know, getting food around the country. So I'd have to go find a place to live.
No, there's oil drilling in Australia.
Huh?
There's oil operations in Australia.
All my operations.
No, there's oil.
Oil.
There's, not that I'm aware of. Not that I'm aware of. I don't think so. We got a lot of gas and coal, but not oil. Yeah.
Okay, I'm not sure. No,
So,
but at one point,
maybe we can switch to hydrogen real quick. Who knows?
Now,
yeah.
the thing that really stuck out to me though was the fact that this is an American company, and Brent. I never even knew that they were freaking. These people were even freaking a big oil company. Stuff. And they had
No,
that
they
much.
have been for decades. I'm just trying to find the company.
That's kind of what really threw me off about it, because I didn't even realize that was a big deal about it.
Hey, did you guys hear about this giant eye in the sky falling out of the sky in the US?
Well, why don't
A
you?
giant dome that looks like an eyeball falls from the sky in Indiana. It literally looks like the Death Star.
Okay, so this is you're up. Give your story, man. You're up. Go for it.
Okay, wait. Let me share the screen.
I'm gonna run to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Look at this, Mark. Gigantic dome that looks like an eyeball falls from the sky, lands on Indiana Street during a storm.
And
control circles that never meant to think. Electrons don't orbit, they just breathe.
Getting everything set up and ready to go, guys. We're getting ready to do an episode for the Quantum Gathering. I've been having some issues where I've lost footage, so I'm going to go ahead and put a copy of it on my 24/7 live stream. So,
how about now?
Oh, there we go. That's much better. Much better.
What happened? I didn't change anything.
It wasn't you. It's Jitsi has glitches, and that's one of them. Like whenever something on here happens where it's like that, the first thing you go to is just back out, hit the link, and come back in, and it straightens up.
Oh, okay.
Usually.
Yeah, now I even seen the like the volume bubbles on my. No.
Mm-hmm. That's what happens with open source. I get in arguments with Mr. Robot over that all the time. He hates it when I say bad things about open source.
Yeah.
So
open source is a good thing, but also
it's a pain in the butt sometimes.
Yeah, especially for if you're not familiar with any all that.
The whole coding and stuff.
Yeah.
Drives you nuts.
Linux is the same issue, basically.
Yeah.
I would be using Linux. Please make it more like user friendly.
Yeah. That's crazy, I know. Like I said it earlier, V said he should be able to come in and make it. He had a doctor's appointment and he went ahead and canceled it, and
oh man, that's not great. He's gonna hate me now.
Oh, he hates everybody.
So what time is it for you now?
It is 10 minutes after 2.
Oh, so it's not bad. Daytime. It's fine.
I let him know just now on Teams that we are in the room and stuff. So, and I would use Teams, but the thing is they only have that 1 hour limit on there. So I just rather do it like this on Jitsi, you know.
Yeah. Well, for me it doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
I would still prefer Discord. It's probably
more. Same here. I mean, everybody over there, they for some reason have an issue with going to Discord like it's bad, but it's not. It's actually a good system.
Yeah.
Let me see what's going on.
We're not like secret agents anyway, so plus we are like doing public shows, so there's no reason for us to hide.
Right. Well, they think like the CIA is monitoring their every move and stuff like that.
Trust me, if CIA wants to monitor, they will monitor Jitsi and Etsy and Discord at the same time.
Yeah, they probably are, to be honest. Okay, let me see. I've got to figure out where I'm at. I told you about my computer getting wiped, didn't I?
No.
Yeah.
What happened?
I was actually talking to Nancy about well, some of the topics that I had, and we got through maybe the first half, not even the first half of it, and just the entire freaking computer just went completely black. So and the BIOS and everything worked fine, and then when it went to go load up the Windows, it just went completely black screen. So I played around with it that whole night, and it just kept doing the black screen thing. So eventually all I had left to do was just reinstall Windows again and start from scratch.
Yeah, black screen is not great. At least you would get a blue screen with error codes and.
Well, the first actual black screen that I've had to deal with.
Yeah, I dealt with black screens, but it was always related to hardware, so it was not cool.
I got tagged Cornelius. Don't let him know I told you his name either. Cornelius.
Oh, nice.
I'm so glad you didn't show up for that stream we had. That last one.
Last week?
Yeah.
Why? What happened?
Oh my god.
Oh, the sex talk?
Oh yeah, dude, it was horrible.
Oh yeah.
And then every attempt I made at like gathering all the talking points and getting it set up and everything just went horribly wrong. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I was lucky. To be honest, I really was pretty lucky. So.
Well, at least you got to edit it, so you won't be straight up banned.
Right, and I sent I was cool, or it was cool about one thing, because I sent the copy to V of the first episode we did together, and I forgot to delete it off of Google Drive, so when I went on there to check today, I found it, and I downloaded that, so I still have that episode. It's just last week's episode I don't have, so that's good.
Nice. Is Mark joining us, by the way?
Mark Edworthy, probably not. He might, but I mean, that's a good call.
Too early for him.
That's a good call. Well, I don't know actually. He's kind of like a night owl too. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
No, Mr.
Well, for me, usually night is not a big issue, but this month I've had a lot of work, and I usually do night shifts now. And it's just a pain in the ass. Plus, I gotta work on retro stuff. Plus, I have to work on my own projects, and it's basically all day stacked with no sleep.
Did did Rapids tell you that he had a family emergency?
No.
Yeah, I don't know. He told me he had a family emergency. I was wondering if he was okay.
He mentioned something about a surgery or whatnot, but I didn't ask.
Yep.
What's all that about?
I don't know. He probably seen that script I made and got scared and said, "Oh no, I can't be doing that. That's too long."
Could be
all that reading, and it's intellectual stuff. I wanna get his Scottish accent on freaking video doing something like that. That'd be so cool, dude.
I mean, I get it. If he is not comfortable talking about weird stuff, but I don't know. I'm in no way, shape, or form geared up, prepped, or capable of providing any like intellectual insight in these kind of topics. But
oh, that's the way we like it. You know what I mean? It's not about, like, we're not trying to do any kind of educational
Well, but still, like, you still want people that,
well, there's a lot of interesting talking points that can be brought up about it too, like things that you wouldn't even think that was related to this stuff, okay? It's really, really interesting when you really get into it. Like well, you know about duality and stuff, right?
I mean, it depends on what you're talking about. You're talking about symmetry of the universe or spiritual duality, I guess.
Well, the odd part about that is like everybody thinks that they're two separate things, but they really aren't. Okay, it's
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, spiritual duality comes from the symmetry, right? But it's still in our minds, it's like
there you
we
go.
separate them.
There you go. See, you said the key words is in our minds, and like today, like the biggest thing when it comes to research is consciousness. Okay, and like before anybody can really understand what's going on in technology, they have to have a grasp of this stuff when it comes to consciousness, religious aspects, also philosophy, psychology. All of that is just mixed into all of this. You know what I mean?
It is.
It's really amazing how all of this really works.
I got to um, stop myself from talking about the AI because nowadays everything that is related to mind, body, like even religion, even politics to some extent, I kind of like to wrap it with AI, all of that. Like I'm super like into understanding how would the true artificial intelligence would look like.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, it's like well, I guess I could, since Rapid's not around right now, I could kind of go through some of the stuff I was wanting to talk about when it came to the topics and stuff, because it had to do with like duality and triality. Have you ever really
Reality, what's that?
um you know what triality is, don't you?
Absolutely, I do not.
But you know what the difference between duality and dualism is, right?
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
Okay, so like duality is basically two opposing forces with in duality has like two opposing forces with like mutual tension between them. Okay, and they're both complementary forces, and they define each other. Okay, and that would be like yin, yang, or wave, particle. Then you have conscious and unconscious, and then like order and chaos. Those are two opposites, and they complement each other. They're not in conflict. Okay. And one pole gives like meaning to the other. It's basically balance and like an interdependence really is what it comes down to. Then you have duality, which is in locked opposition of one another. Okay. Now, basically, the best way to describe that is like you have things like good versus evil.
Yeah, well, that's duality, the symmetry, basically.
No, that's dualism. And a lot of people, when they talk about duality, they confuse duality and dualism up, and they're not one and the same.
Who says who?
It's the terminology, really. Okay.
Well, it depends on who you ask. If you ask astrophysicist, he would tell you it's symmetry. If you ask, I don't know, just a regular person, kind of like me, I would say, yeah, sure. It's like duality, like yin and yang, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which is basically, yeah, as you said, it's the same thing as symmetry.
It's just,
and we just project that kind of phenomena onto our minds and find these kind of symbols, these kind of symmetries in nature, in our minds as well, and call it, whatever. But
well, see, duality. The thing about duality is it's more descriptive. You know what I mean? It's a structure of balance and interdependence, like I was saying. You know what I mean? It's just like when you take the two words matter versus spirit. Okay.
Okay.
So that's dualism as well. It's just like when you look at like body versus mind. Okay, that's another dualism.
Well, first of all, I disagree that body and mind is a separate thing.
Right. Well, I agree with you too.
Not even close to being separated. They are in complete unity. You cannot have one without the other.
Well, I do agree with that, with body, mind, and spirit, especially. And you can call it awareness, you can call it consciousness, whatever you want.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? But it's basically body, mind, and put a name on it. You can call it whatever you want. Spirit, freaking soul, whatever, it's perfectly fine, in my opinion.
Yeah, I would agree.
Oh, here's V. He's finally here.
Hello, good sir. How are you?
Doing my late entrance, as I like to do sometimes.
We were talking a little bit about duality and dualism and stuff. Me and you talked about the last time, and
Well, I just got off the phone with my banker, and we're talking about credit and debt.
there you
Talking about
go.
duality.
There you go.
That's a great example.
I would call that dualism if you ask me. That's the conversation we were having. The
I
difference.
would call it screwism.
Yeah, because they put the screws to you. That's for
sure. So I just asked Mark Edworthy. He asked what time. I said now. He's probably just waking up, so there's a good chance he probably will say no.
He's always just waking up.
Yeah.
What's the guy, an epileptic?
No, he never knows.
Drunk?
He never can freaking make his days and nights straight. He said can't do, so it's fine.
I'm see, if I'm not on the schedule, I'm the same way.
Same way.
I thought today was Tuesday and found out it was Thursday, and it's like, oh, nope, she's already put the trash out on the street. Shouldn't bother waking up. So, okay, all right. Yeah. Anyway,
that's fine. I mean, well, the thing is it's like when you go to sleep at night, you have to make sure that everything is freaking organized and settled for what you're going to start your day out with. You know what I mean?
That's called ADHD.
No, I mean
it doesn't have to be. You just go to sleep if you want.
You know what I mean? It's just
so along the hallway that exits my room, the staircase. So I have a rack of things. So coats, hats, sunglasses, a box for paperwork, everything I need to get out the door.
Mm-hmm.
A cell phone charger, wallet, everything's along the hallway. So, yeah, I know what you mean.
Now, before we start getting into the conversation and everything, now we all love the freaking the scripts, and I want you to know, V, I did write up a script that I was gonna do with Jiva and rapid to kind of get rapid into the whole conversation thing. I do have that. So after we're done with our conversation and everything, if you guys want to do that script, I can be like the narrator and you pick out which character you want to be, 1 or 2.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
But I think that would still be cool to do.
Yeah.
It's oh yeah, he's wanting. Yeah, he said that he said he could probably do it later.
Oh, so he will join? Nice.
Maybe later. There's no guarantee if Mark says that he's not gonna be able to do it, then like it's
what?
Mark Edworthy.
Edworthy. Why do I keep wanting to call him Edborough?
Well, you call him whatever you want. He's from England.
Mark Edinburgh.
Hey, I'm also from England.
Yeah.
Come on.
Well, I mean, it's not.
Well,
I guess I gotta behave.
Well,
So
you know what? My woman, she's Polish, and guess what?
Oh.
She hates the hell out of you people. We're talking about racist.
English people or Americans? Or all English people?
Russians.
Anglo-Saxons.
Well, he's not
Russian.
Well, I'm not.
Huh?
he's
not
not Russian. He's from.
You're not Russian?
No, he's from.
No.
Where the hell are you from?
I'm from
Huh?
Lithuania, which is Eastern Europe. Yes, next to
Oh.
Russia, but
It's Lithuania. He's Lithuanian.
Okay, she'll feel better about that then.
well, I have to say that I don't have a beef with Russians.
Well, she was like, "How can you do a show with a Russian spy? He's just there to spy on me." I'm like, "Oh my god, really?
Oh, wow,
It's really
what a
now. Is that how you
spy.
feel?"
That's kind of cool, actually. I'm not going to lie.
That's cool.
Like, you want to play the role of the bad boy? All right.
Everybody wants to be a bad boy, dude. That's why I'm.
Hey, but is my accent sound Russian?
Well, somebody mentioned you being Russian on the last show.
No, I was picking on him. That's what it was. And me and
Oh, okay.
Jiva, we have like a really dry humor together.
And my current roommate, her father
Right.
is my current roommate. She's her father was ex-CIA, so she hates Russians to the point it's
Yeah,
just racist.
I get it. I dealt with that all my life.
Well, I'm not Russian, or I'm not racist towards Russians.
I traveled across Europe, and I know like all kinds of intricacies when it comes to Russians, Polish, Germans, English, French.
Mhm.
Oh man, it's just a shit show.
Well, don't get me started on the French, okay? Like, I mean,
Oh yeah.
especially Canadian French. I mean, like, you gotta. Well, I mean, anybody who's French, actually, because like eating horses has to stop. Okay, just
Oh man.
cut and dry. It's like,
Wow.
you know.
Did he just pull out the equivalent of you need to stop eating fried chicken and watermelon?
Call them out just like that. Holy
No, I mean, dude, watermelon and
Please
fried
tell me we're
chicken.
recording.
Yeah, we are. But listen, like fried chicken and watermelons is fine. I'm talking about horses, dude. Like, you know what I mean? Have you ever watched The Horse Whisperers?
Horse whisperer.
Okay. Like these animals are like actually the closest relationship next to dogs that we have, dude, and like people are running around and eating them, dude. I mean, you know, come on, that's gotta stop, dude. Seriously.
Well, how do you know dogs aren't tasty?
Well, I mean, that's what I was getting ready to say. Like, isn't it bad enough they're like eating dogs in China? You know, and then you get freaking like the horse eaters of France and
Eastern Europeans, put the horse down. Black people, put down the chicken.
Mhm.
Chinese, put down the dog.
Okay, so
What about Americans? What the hell?
Let's eating Campbell's now
Oh,
too.
man.
So
Oh
It tastes,
yeah,
it
they've
tastes
been doing that.
awful, by the way. I don't know. I tried the what's it called? The burger. Something basically a burger from the fake meat. Basically, it's I don't know. It just tastes like plastic to me. It's
Well, actually, you know
chemicals.
what? I had some of the vegan meat.
Well, vegan meat is a little bit different.
Surprisingly delicious.
Yeah.
I was blown away.
Yeah, some vegan foods are really good. I'm not going to lie.
But yeah. So, but you know why it's like Kentucky Fried Chicken went to KFC Chicken? Why they have to change their name?
No.
Because they're no longer using real chickens; they're using cloned chicken meat. So it has to be
Okay.
KFC. They can't claim chicken.
Let me check this in my spy book.
Yeah.
Got it.
this is going
Gathering intelligence.
You can call it intelligence if you want, but I don't.
For my comrades.
Yeah.
My goodness.
Very, very careful, so people are going to take you very seriously.
Yeah.
Okay, so that we can have some talking points on that stuff that we discussed before, which...
Well, before we start, maybe I can make myself a cup of coffee.
Yeah.
Because...
Now, yeah, that'd be a good idea to kind of get everything going. Let me go ahead and hit pause on the record, and we'll come back and we will get something going. Now, I'm covering my ass this time too, so this is going on my 24/7 live stream as well. So just so you guys know, even though I'm hitting pause, it's still being recorded on live stream for.
Well, you just got to switch gears for your OnlyFans.
Well, they don't like it whenever I talk intellectual. They just want to see some. They want the action. You know what I mean? They're devils. Those women.
You can do OnlyFans exclusive.
Hey, there you go.
I'm pretty sure you got a technique that you like to share with the world. You know, you got your own stroke.
Well,
right?
I don't share it with the world at all. Like that's my top secret. You know,
Your top secret technique.
That's right.
Forbidden jutsu.
Yeah. So what I can do is I'm going to hit pause. I'm going to put some of my AI music on like I've been doing. And whenever we're ready, I'll come back. I'll unpause and we will get the recording started. Okay?
Sounds great.
All right.
Okay. We'll be right back, everybody.
Another year burned down behind me, and every headline felt like prophecy. One spark became a wildfire overnight, another wound I didn't see in time. Tragedy kept knocking like it knew my name, following the fault lines running through my days. They say the universe is random, unaligned, but every fall feels planned, like someone pulled the line. And I can't outrun the echoes, the things I said, the things you chose. Every step collapses under what I've lost. No turning back, every bridge is crossed. No coincidence, it all falls in sequence. One break, one lie, and everything caves in. I'm screaming for the life I had, the love I killed, the chance I'll never get again. No innocence, just consequence. What's done is cold and stone beneath my skin. Oh, I want it back, but I can't rewind. The past won't let me in. There are nights I fought myself alone. I waged a quiet war no one else could know. Tried to stitch the truth back into place, but every thread unraveled in your face. You turned away and let the silence speak, and I learned how betrayal leaves you weak. If I could claw back time, I'd bleed my hands, but fate doesn't break, not for any of theirs. I hear the words I can't erase, the ones that scorched us into place. You walked away, and now I wear the cost. What's gone is gone, and God, it hurts this much. No coincidence, it all falls in sequence. One choice, one storm, and we were swept away. I'm begging for the life we had, but bunkered pieces never fit the same. No innocence, just consequence. Every memory burns like acid in my veins. Oh, I want you back, but time is cruel. It doesn't give, it only takes. If I could rewrite the moment, if I could unmake the pain, if I could hold you one more time, I'd never let you fail. But what's done is done, and it won't come back. There's no forgiveness in the aftermath. No coincidence, it all falls in sequence. Every tear, every loss, every shattered plan. I'm reaching for a ghost of you, and grasping nothing but the emptiness in my head. No innocence. Another year burned down behind me, and every headline felt like prophecy. One spark became a wildfire overnight, another wound I didn't see in time. Tragedy kept knocking like it knew my name, following the thought lines running through my days. They say the universe is random, unaligned, but every fall feels planned, like someone pulled the line. And I can't outrun the echoes, the things I said, the things you chose. Every step collapses under what I've lost. No turning back, every bridge is crossed. No coincidence, it all falls as sequence. One break, one lie, and everything caves in. I'm screaming for the life I had, the love I killed, the chance I'll never get again. No innocence, just consequence. What's done is cold and stone beneath my skin. Oh, I want it back, but I can't rewind. The past won't let me in. There were nights I fought myself alone, waged a quiet war no one else could know. Try to stitch the truth back into place, but every thread unraveled in your face. You turned away and let the silence speak, and I learned how betrayal leaves you weak. If I could claw back time, I'd bleed my hands, but fate doesn't break, not for any of us. I hear the words I can't erase, the ones that scorched us into place. You walked away, and now I wear the cost. What's gone is gone, and gone it hurts this much. No coincidence, it all falls in sequence. One choice, one storm, and we were swept away. I'm begging for the life we had, but God-turned business never fit the same. No innocence, just consequence. Every memory burns like acid in my veins. Oh, I want you back, but time is cruel. It doesn't give, it only takes. If I could rewrite the moment, if I could unmake the pain, if I could hold you one more time, I'd never let you fail. But what's done is done, and it won't come back. There's no forgiveness in me aftermath.
Okay, so we have that. That is off of Pseudo, some of my music. If you guys like that, go check it out. I am at Roger Hanson 1960 or 1970, 1969 at gmail.com. You can check me out there. It's just Roger Hanson for the name. So with that, I'm going to get back to Jitsi and continue with the show. So let me go ahead. Okay. So you guys back?
Yep.
Okay. Now,
Oh, I forgot what we were doing. I forgot you guys were even here.
That's what happens, man. Let me go ahead and kind of get into this. Me and Jiva were talking about this just before you got on, and if you remember the last time we had our conversation, we started out with duality versus dualism. Now, what is your take on that? If you want to go back over some of that, when it comes to duality, which I explained to Jiva again, it was kind of basically the same stuff I said to you. Like, you have yin and yang, you got wave and particles, then you have conscious and unconscious, and then order and chaos, which is usually what they talk about when they talk about duality. And then with dualism, it's usually locked in opposition, and that's good examples of that would be like good versus evil, matter versus spirit, mind versus body, which me and Jiva both agree on. We don't see actually there being a difference between that, you know what I mean? So, and spirit actually too, or the soul, or anything of that nature. So, for me, basically, what it comes down to me, and I think I mentioned it the last time I talked to you, B, about this, is it's like duality to me. Just it's what opens the door, and then dualism is what basically closes the door. You know what I mean? When it comes to information and stuff. So, what's your take on all that?
I don't know. It really, the more I talk about it, the less I'm gonna have to say about it. Uh, well, I mean, I don't know. Duality is important because we wouldn't be able to distinguish one thing from another if we didn't have contrast. So, I think that just only brings you into a state of, I don't know, triism.
Right.
A trilateral view, or maybe a mixing of things, because you have hot and you have cold. Not everyone of us can exist in these extremes, but you have warm in the middle, lukewarm, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there's a balance between everything. The duality just sets the stage. It's up to, I guess, a sentient creature to add in that third dimension of concept of being neither one or the other, but a mixture of both.
Sounds good.
Just keep it sweet and short. Yeah.
Well, I think it manifests in our mind because people are afraid of unknown. They are.
Yes.
And it is maybe, and they try to rationalize things that they can't explain. So I think it comes from that, the dualism, trying to wrap it up under some philosophical framework to make sense of it, basically.
Which actually brings us to this is actually the interesting part of that, because like he's the one who actually brought this up in the last episode that we had of Quantum Gathering about triality. And it was something that I had looked at a while back, but I'd completely forgotten about it. I've been into conversations about dualism and duality with Bob Dub for a while, for like about maybe a year and a half, 2 years, having these conversations, but I completely forgot about triality. And that is actually pretty interesting, especially when you look at another concept, which is a lot of people call it emergence, but I've also heard it being called the third element, you know. Now, like, you'll hear a lot of people talk about the Hegelian dialect, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And that basically, for me, I mentioned this last night, where I think that naming it the Hegelian dialect was actually an injustice. It was very deceptive because, yeah, Hegel was the one who came up with the actually sat down and wrote it out and everything, but he wrote it out because he went through history and he noticed certain patterns, you know. And he connected the dots basically, and he came up with the Hegelian dialect. And a lot of that has to do with emergence in the third element, because with this concept, you start introducing things like thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. Now that is the Hegelian dialect 100%. You know what I mean? And it's the concept. Oh, go ahead.
What is this third element?
Okay. The best way to explain it is actually with science. Okay.
Well, in math, if you're talking again about physics, right? It is not mainstream. We have symmetries. We have supersymmetries if you want to go into like string theory and more, you know, out there theories. But what we do observe scientifically is just that duality, which is synchronous with symmetry, you know. So the third element is kind of, it doesn't make sense, at least for me.
I would say the third element, if you want to, it's about perception and our observation, our consciousness. We wouldn't have a need for duality if we didn't have the means to analyze it. So that's kind of that thing. So the Hegelian dialect, I mean, yeah, noticing things, noticing these patterns that these governments, how they conduct themselves, because all governments corrupt at some point, because of the human element. That that is associated and that sort of runs that sort of thing. I mean, it's printed on our dollar bill, right? Not just in God we trust, but from chaos comes order. It's on the dollar bill. They're telling you straight up.
But that's
what's the name of the
duality.
game.
That's symmetry. Chaos
Right.
and the order are two symmetries.
Right. So who's controlling it? That's your third element. Right.
Now, what I've found when I did research into this is it's like you have to look at it like this. Whenever two forces, whenever they interact deeply enough, something new appears. Now, if you take something simple like water and you look at it in that perspective, it makes it a lot easier to understand. Like, you have hydrogen and then you have oxygen, okay? And they don't blend together, they just interact. on a deep level. And because of that interaction, water is formed. Okay, water is not formed because of the mixing of hydrogen and oxygen. It's because of the interaction between them. Okay, it's just like a meaning. Everybody uses the word or the concept of meaning, and they really don't understand the basics of what it is. Like, to have meaning, there has to be a signal, and then there has to be a noise in order for there to be meaning. And that's not pseudoscience or anything. That's just the way that it's interpreted, you know. This is the third element, and it's not a blend. It's a new level of structure, basically. You know what I mean?
But does it?
That's another way of saying perception.
No, it's literally a new level of structure. It's the like hydrogen and oxygen together because of their interaction. Okay.
But it's not a fundamental thing of the universe.
Water's created.
Yeah, but it's not fundamentally. What's the word? It's a product.
Yes.
Of fundamental forces. It's not a.
It's the emergence of something new because of the duality.
What you're trying to suggest, I think, is that if you have a body and if you have a soul, if you will, the third emerges, which is, or maybe I'm not saying this right. If you have a body, a person, I don't know, and you have a brain or whatever, the soul or the mind emerges from those interactions because they are together.
Yeah, you could look at it like that, or you could also look at it like you have the conscious and then the unconscious, and out of that comes individuation.
Do you think they are separate things, conscious and subconscious?
Yes, I do. I
well,
do.
see, I don't. I think they're the same thing. It's just that our brain filters out some aspects,
right.
like, for example, pumping blood or digesting food, breaking it up to the chemical compounds, that kind of thing. The bodily functions are not in our conscious mind, because it would take a lot of energy to do so. If we would think, we would not be productive if we would need to consciously think about how we are chewing our food, secreting saliva, like digesting our food, that kind of thing, pooping.
Again, so perception. I'll keep saying it.
Well, yeah.
So, I mean,
well, I mean,
you don't have. You're gonna breathe. You're gonna breathe no matter what. You're alive. However, you can take over your breathing.
I think meditation is actually a good thing about the breathing. Now you're saying breathing, it reminds me of meditation, because you can actually force yourself to be conscious of some aspects
you can
of
be
your
conscious
body.
of it, right? That's what I'm saying. There are parts that are work automatically, but you can take over with your perception, your consciousness.
Yeah, you can tap into them, so it would be a proof that it's not separate if you can tap into it. Right.
I'll even go further with this, because I will say that our unconscious mind is actually more intelligent than what our conscious mind is. Now, because we don't understand how our brain works, everybody believes that our brain is like the same unconsciously as what it is consciously. But the truth is like our brain on a subconscious level, it doesn't have to it doesn't have to read a book to understand how its own functions work. On a conscious level, we may not know how the brain functions, but our brains, each and every one of us, our brains know exactly how it works. It knows every function, and it does it automatically. Like you said, it knows how the heart pumps, it knows how the brain functions. It knows all of this stuff. Okay.
Well. So the thing is, let me qualify your statement here. Uh, so they say that the AI is so smart. The AI can do things that we cannot. The AI can make calculations that we will never be able to do in a million years.
I agree.
However, they say that our brain is far more complex than the computer chip or the AI. Because yes, the AI can power up and tell you how much quadrillion 672 plus 800 billion such, and it'll give you an instant answer.
Well,
However, you put hold on, but however you put that same AI into a computer, and it becomes responsible for things like uh, keeping track of memory usage, voltage, all these other processes that actually take up the subconscious of the computer, if you will, and that's how. And the computer bogs down. It gets slow. It gets stupid. You ever have a computer long enough where you open up a browser and it takes forever to load the damn browser? But this thing is supposed to make calculations that they're supposed to blow out our minds. Well,
and
same thing with the human body. So our brain does things that it makes sure our heart is pumping, making sure our breathing is working right. That takes so much effort by the brain because our consciousness, we use 100% of our brains. I don't know who it's our consciousness and our perceptives that takes up the smaller part
yes,
of our brains.
true.
Okay, so people always say, "Oh, we only use 10% of our brains." Well, put that in context. So,
It's a
yeah,
good analogy. I like that. But what I think about AI specifically, and maybe it's why it's so controversial, like amongst religious, just for religion, it's it operates in a slightly different way. You can't compare one to one human mind and AI mind, especially what we have now as AI. It works. It's similar, and the analogy is very good, I think. And probably a lot of scientists would agree that the computer components and all the complexities involved, all different things working in tangent, is very similar to how our brain works. Like how the computer processes memory, how it uses memory. It's maybe it's the way it is because we made it, you know. As all religions, God made people on his own image, right? So maybe we
right.
did the same thing, kind of. But it's not the same as human mind. And I think AI can do things that human cannot do, to process a large amounts of data very, very fast. And why? Well, it's simple. More power, more processing is done, and that's not magical. That's just, you know, just technology. It's just that.
Well, for me, I know from my research into AI, and especially biological intelligence, like and I'm really big on pushing that because that's a real fact. Like AI is outdated already, and it's just came out. That's just my opinion too, but I do believe that. But the whole issue that they're having the final problem that they're having with artificial intelligence becoming autonomous is power. Okay, that they don't
Right.
have the power source to power the amount of energy that is needed for
Yeah.
artificial intelligence to function somewhat like human beings. I mean, and they aren't going to be able to develop AI to that level, because we don't even know the full extent of our consciousness, much less.
Well, Roger, how much the universe is what, 27 something, 29 billion years old? And humans are, we're developed basically, if I may say so.
Wait,
In
I thought
what?
it was 14
After
billion.
20, oh, 14, yeah, I'm sorry. 14 billion years.
Okay, you're scaring me there for a second. Yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead.
That took universe a lot of time, right? To develop such a complex structure like a human mind, the human body, right? So I think AI, computers, technology works the same way. And don't forget that we humans are limited. We are not, we don't possess powers of the universe, so it might even take us longer than that. So I don't think it's exceptionally like weird. So yeah, and I think the only thing that prevents AI from becoming like autonomous, conscious, whatever you want to call it, is just technology. We're not there yet. But I think it's not only possible, it's inevitable. But it will not be any. It's going to be different. It's going to differ from human mind. You cannot call it true human conscience. It's going to be something different. But I don't think it's fundamentally spiritual or somehow, I don't know. Does that make sense? I don't know.
Yeah, it sounded good to me. It did. Now,
yeah, and I think when it comes to human brain, I think the same thing. I think fundamentally we are not any way or form special. We are machines. You can make analogies, really good analogies, like we just did with a computer. It works very well. It's not the same thing, absolutely. And it's very complex, and we don't know how the mind works. We don't know how the brain functions, even from just a physiological standpoint, not even trying to go into psychological aspect of the brain, like conscious as subconscious. But fundamentally, we are not special. That's my belief. We're just a glob of particles smushed together, operating in electromagnetic fields, basically.
I'm glad that you said that, because like this is the show where we're going to get into the weirdo stuff like that. Okay, it's going to get good. And now the third element in emergence is a part of what this is about. But this is where we start actually getting into triality. Okay, some people call it the stable triad. I don't know if you've heard those terms or not. I'm pretty sure V has, but this this is the whole concept of with 3. Okay, now with 3, something profound changes. Okay, now 3 points. 3 points basically creates like shape, stability, and recursion. Okay. 3 creates a system that can think, adapt, and evolve. And good examples of that would be like in religion, like you guys have just previously mentioned, there's the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Now, if you want to go outside of religion, you think beginning, middle, end. Now, for a lot of other cases, computer science, for one, there's also true, false, indeterminate. And then
well,
you also have.
Disagree. There's only 0 and 1 if you want to simplify it.
What code do you have?
All logic gates are made from this fundamental principle, 0 and 1. If there is power, there is no power. All all conductors are made in this way, and all logical gates are made in this way. They are combined from different arrangements of conductors and transistors to basically, and the only function is either they have power or have no power. So there's no in between, Roger.
They've evolved. They've got true false, and that's called code. You see, back when computers first started out, it was binary.
It is binary.
But
it is now binary. Nothing changed. Nothing changed. You can say you can do coding in whatever language, C++, Basic, Assembly, C#, whatever, Python. They all have different keywords, different techniques, and all of that, but fundamental principle, and it's all. It doesn't matter what you say, computer chip. The fundamental thing is either you have power or you don't have power, which just translates into 0 or 1 or no and yes.
So that is yes, that's the basis. That's the left and the right. However, you do have the middle state, right? But about hibernation,
there is no middle state. Where did you get the middle state from?
Okay, well, how about hibernation or sleep mode?
Computers do not have sleep mode. They either do have power or they don't have power.
What do you mean? There's literally a button on here that says sleep mode.
Yes, but your computer is working. It's shutting down certain components on your computer, for example, GPU.
Which you're making my point. So all these things put together, it doesn't matter if it's left or right or off or on. You have so many of these components put together. If some are in one state and some are in another state, you have a middle state, because if everything's on, then you have full functionality. If everything's off, you have zero functionality.
So however, you're talking about a whole computer, like a unit, not a single.
So the code is just there to help express that, to give what state that it's in, like you're saying.
Now,
however, that's what humans do. That's why we have coding languages. Imagine if you would want to make a game coding in BASIC or binary. It would take you years. It would be such a pain in the ass to do so. It's unbelievably difficult. And but you don't do that. You, as you said, you use a middleman, a language, if you will. It's like literally a language, C++, for example, right? Which I use very often. And you interpret certain states. You make snippets, code snippets, which could mean whole sentences or whole expressions of code. But fundamentally, it's still, if you break down that line, which is what you said is a middle in between the game, the code, and how it works. Fundamentally, it's still just zeros and ones, and it's not complicated at all.
Okay,
so there's no in between. In between, we humans develop language to express ourselves, to make sense of the world. That's how computers work as well.
Now, hold on. Let me say something here. Okay, so you're thinking in binary, but there's also a fundamental different architecture going on here. And the one thing you have to understand is triality isn't about 2 + 1. Okay.
But we're talking about the universe.
We're talking about 1 + 1 + 1.
But the universe is symmetry. It's the greatest symmetry that you can have. So if
symmetry is the basic beginning state. Where it goes from is from symmetry to complexity. Complexity is what you're completely missing out on here.
Okay. And it becomes fractal.
Okay, now
not necessarily symmetric, but fractal.
3 points are stability and recursive. Okay, recursion and complexity. That's where you go from the dualities to the trialities. You see.
And it can be more than that. I mean, we're having quantum computers now, where they work on 18 bits instead of 2. Or 16 instead of 2?
Even more, I think. Even more.
More? So, I mean, we have what we came from, and it's getting more complex.
Well,
now, I wouldn't call it a tri-state, but it's definitely something.
quantum computer is a great example of it, because we have the reason they're quantum is because the qubits have the thing called superposition, right?
Superposition.
Which
Yeah,
you could
right.
argue is a middle state, right? This
Correct.
undefined phenomena, right? But
Right.
it's actually not undefined. From the universe perspective, it is defined. The reason we call it superposition, and we have this vague theory, and we call it, what's it called scientifically, the measurement problem. The reason we have that is because we don't yet understand how quantum mechanics fundamentally works. That's the reason. But it's, if we get, for example, if we study black holes or Big Bang or wherever, and we break it down to the most complex math you can possibly imagine, if we get an answer a zero, right, it means we are wrong. There's no such thing as zero. So if we, in quantum mechanics and talking about qubits and superpositions, if we get zero and we say, whatever, it works. Well, yes, it does work, but it doesn't explain how it actually fundamentally works. And scientists even joke, they have a joke around themselves about it, physicists, like, don't shut up and just calculate when it comes to measurement problem. I don't know if you heard this.
Yes.
Yeah, shut up and calculate, basically, because they know that it's not right, but let's deal with that tomorrow, basically. So I think those context clues are not important if you want to truly find out the nature of how things work.
Well, with me, I know that it comes down to patterns, okay? And like in this pattern, what really sticks out is duality to interaction to emergence to triality. And that's really about the basics, the easiest way to explain it. If you do try to explain it more than that, it gets real complicated. You know what I mean? But that's really what it comes down to, is duality to interaction to emergence to triality.
Yeah.
You know? So, I mean, that's my take on it.
Yeah, I know what you mean, but I think I think from my point of view, it's not necessary.
Well, sure. I mean, like what you're talking about with the zero is actually base state, and that's not actually nothing. That's just the lowest base state that can be detected.
Yeah,
lowest point of energy.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, very good. Yeah.
So, I mean, energy is what it always comes down to. Okay. Like if me and you've talked about this before, Jiva, about freaking waveform. Okay.
Yeah.
Now I believe that we should still be on analog. I think that the only reason why they came out with freaking the URLs and the internet as we know it today was to be for locators.
Roger, for you it's nostalgia. Let's go digital, all right?
Well, I mean,
yeah.
I
VHS tapes, come on, man.
I still
Betamax, come on.
I still respect the thought that went into the analog approach to the internet and to computers. I think that was a really big mistake to go this direction that we're going now.
Why?
Well, because look at all.
I don't want half of my room being this gigantic tape deck.
Are you kidding me? That would be so freaking awesome, dude. Are you kidding me, dude? Do you remember
real tape deck computer?
I would love it.
If we went analog still, we would not be communicating through Discord. We would be still communicating, I don't know, it's like Morse code.
Well, I mean, it would
be awful.
Technology would have advanced in a different direction. It wouldn't be like it was back in the 1980s. I mean, you know, it would have advanced, but we wouldn't be monitored every inch and every millisecond of the freaking day every time you get on the computer, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but isn't it just a natural way of things, like the progression? You can't stop it. It basically is just, it's like a natural selection. It just keeps going.
Stop breaking my heart, dude. You know, guys have, you know, dudes got to have dreams. Leave me alone.
Well, you know what?
You're right, though. I'm just joking.
But do you want to know what I hate about the technology, though? It becomes more and more fragile.
It is, yes.
I mean,
it's getting more complex and less people know how it works.
Well, I mean, it's becoming more fragile. I mean, this in a literal physical sense. Remember tape cassettes? You can drop them. You can sometimes even submerge them underwater, drop things out, put it back in the tape deck, and it plays like normal.
Yeah,
then we went to CDs that scratched like hell. And now we just have what the machines themselves, the phones or the thumb drives, whatever, and those things corrupt like back and forth all day long, like you wouldn't believe. So it's like the technology in which we have our data or our music or our movies, whatever, is becoming less and less in our hands and more into the hands of the establishment. You know?
Yeah, that's what I don't
I don't
like
like
about
that.
technology. This aspect of technology scares me as well. I have to be honest.
Now I'm gonna stop you guys here. Let's go use the bathroom, get a drink of coffee. I'm gonna hit pause on the recording, and we'll come back and we'll start talking about the human mirror, layers of perception. Okay?
Mirrors of perception.
All right.
This is where it gets good, dude. This just come back and you'll love it, dude. So go get you what you
I'll
need.
probably make myself a coffee, another coffee.
All right.
I'm sorry, guys. I try to, like, we are talking about actually quite complicated
Good stuff.
topics, and I like struggle with my English.
You're doing great, dude.
So I apologize if I mumble and stumble.
I love having you when you start talking like this because we're actually having an intellectual conversation.
Well, as long as he's not a Russian spy.
Well, I wish he was.
I mean, even if I would be,
dude, I would brag to all my friends. I'd be like, dude, I hang out with this Russian spy dude, and fucking we do like the coolest shit, dude. Like we play retro games and shit, and talk about sex.
Well, I just messaged everyone a little while ago, but he's not Russian. He's Lithuanian.
Good.
And so you're getting the green light from everybody now.
Oh, hell.
Okay, so go get your
Go get
your coffee.
You're right. Is she true Polish or born in United States?
She's actually Austrian, and she just lives in Poland.
Oh, she lives in Poland?
Yes.
Oh, nice.
That's where I technically live. I'm just
you are based in Poland as well.
I'm based. Yes. I'm just.
We could literally shake hands now. Well, I'm in the UK. But still.
Well, I'm in the States right now on business, but yeah.
Oh, that's cool. Well, Poland is actually really similar to Lithuania.
Oh, I bet. You guys have those like little clog shoes as well, and the big barmaid dresses. Chicks are so hot.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Your traditional clothing, I mean, there for your females.
To be fair, from all the traditional clothing of all cultures, first of all, I kind of hate the traditional clothing, but I have to say that, like the Eastern European, like this clothing style is like I can get behind it. It's not as cringe as Scott dresses. I don't know, it's just weird. You know what I mean? Or Irish. It's way too free. I don't know. There's no balance.
It's something about the barmaid look. I just love it. Each country has their own version of it, and it's hot.
It is kind of hot.
I like it.
Yeah, especially Bavarian, German Bavarian.
Well, I had this ex-girlfriend who had she was Irish, and she had the full-blown Irish barmaid dress. Yeah, that was part of her cosplay.
Wow.
Great. Oh, yeah. Anyways.
Traditional clothing fetish. Check.
I have a clothing fetish, period. I like, girls with,
It's just how it is.
booty shorts and knee-high socks from a girl. Oh, yeah. I love that.
Hard to argue.
All right, well, we need to get another female on the program, then we can go further into it. So I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna grab something.
Yeah, I'll make
grab your
myself
coffee.
a coffee.
And I'm gonna grab myself something. All right.
Cool.
Bring the storm rising through the dark, 200 feet of warning in my heart. Whispers curl where the lava sighs, steam-kissed stare where the danger lies, hidden mouth beneath the ashen green. Watchers waiting where the world can see. If shadows move along the caldera's edge, the rookery stirs at the silent pledge. Up the shaft, hear the call. Echoed wings against the fall. Light so faint on molten glow. A tunnel breathing soft and low. If the night brings fear again, I rise through heat, through smoke, through flame. A narrow vent where the mountain weeps, heat below where the magma sleeps. Cliffside breath, a red lit womb. Stone and fire weaving doom. Climbers slipping down the seam, chasing whispers in the steam. Cavern burning wide and deep, a molten heart no wings can keep. Up the shaft, hear the cry. Guardians watching from the sky. Echoed steps, a warning drum. Danger rising, hear the echo come. Through the heat, through the hidden guarded room beneath the tree. Shadows drift, wings of silent warning. Old blood stirs in the autumn morning. Through the narrow mouth of stone and heat, the brood returns where the worlds all meet. Illusion shivers, the tunnel calls, footsteps tremble through hidden halls. Rise from the cavern spine, where the Curlew guard their line. Wings cut the dark, alive with flame, born of the earth without a name. Let the walls breathe out their sound. The pulse, the heart, the undrugged blood. Steam goes through where the magma bled. Silent watchers keep the path ahead. Every heartbeat echoes down the stone, marking places no sunlight's ever known. A rookery of secrets folded tight, lighted fiercely from the sky and light. The ancient breath of the mountainside, calling life from where the old fire lies. Hush, the wind beats. Hush, the watchers wait. The ancient cavern sleeps but breaks. Fly through the hidden seam, where the cavern hums like a waking dream. Stoneborn spirits, shadows in flight, keeper of brood in the autumn night. Guard the flame that the earth once knew. Deep in the dark where the heartbeat grew. Hush below the water's skin, where the ancient fire carved its sin. Echoes in the stone breathe memory, a guarded room beneath the trees. Shadows drift, wings of silent warning. Old blood stirs in the autumn morning. Through the narrow mouth of stone and heat, the brood returns where the worlds all meet. Illusion shivers, the tunnel calls, footsteps tremble through hidden halls. white flame, born of the earth without a name. Let the walls breathe out their sigh, the pulse, the heart, the underground. Steam ghosts curl where the magma bled. Silent watchers keep the path ahead. Every heartbeat echoes down the stone, marking places no sunlight ever grief secrets folded tight, guarded fiercely from the sky. The ancient breath of the mountain sighs, calling life from where the old fire lies. Hush the wing beats, hush the watchers wait. The ancient cavern sleeps, but breaks light through the hidden scene, where the cavern hums like a waking dream. Stormborn spirits, shadows in flight, keeper of brood in the autumn night, guard the flame that the earth once knew. Deep in the dark where the heartbeat grew.
Okay, so I'm back. You guys back?
Yep.
Okay. So we got that was what, Jiva?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
I should know better than to do this because there's a good chance that V fell asleep.
Have I ever fell asleep?
Well, that last time we did the script, I was kind of debating on that. That was actually
No, I just didn't have what was it? I didn't have the right chat up or something
it was mute.
or something.
Yeah, you had. Well, I figured you were probably asleep or something, but
It's fine. It happens to me all the time.
now I was playing music while I was away, and it reminded me of something that I probably should mention to you, Jiva, because you might want to be involved with this. But me and V have been in the process of doing a role-playing game for 40K, and
Yeah, that sounds amazing.
yeah, just want to put it out there, man. If you want to get involved and be a part of that, you can, dude.
But do you want my
Oh, yeah.
dumbass there?
Yes, dude.
You can be the Russian Imperial Guard.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
How about
Yeah.
that?
No, I didn't unpause, so that's not on the recording, but it is on the live stream. So everybody.
Affirmative for Mother Russia.
Okay.
Let's go, comrades.
For all those Russian haters out there, he's Lithuanian, just to set the record straight. He's Lithuanian. And I think that's cool, too, because that kind of has a Dracula kind of thing involved into it. You know what I mean? Yeah. I know
Well,
it's
that's
not.
Romania.
Well, I know. Me and Jeeva's already had this conversation, but
all the werewolves are from Lithuania.
Oh, that's right.
From,
That's
From
better.
From Romania.
From Romania.
There you go.
That's better, dude. That's so freaking cool, dude. I never even knew that. Well, I did. I forgot all about that shit. Oh, dude, you are the werewolf. Dude, the wolf man.
No, Roger, it's a Romanian thing. Dracula.
Think
werewolf,
about
it's
it, dude.
Romania.
Think about it.
Transnistria.
Werewolf.
Oh, dude,
werewolf.
Transnistria is fucking awesome.
Werewolf in
Transnistria.
London.
They still think they're in a Soviet bloc over there in Transnistria. It's fucking hilarious.
Well, I said it. Now I'm confusing both of you because it's Moldova.
Moldova, yeah.
The werewolves and Dracula are Romanian Transylvania.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's true.
So they're
I'm
not
joking this time.
So they're not even werewolves in Lithuania?
Oh, they are all werewolves.
Oh,
I
okay.
believe that.
Okay,
I
cool.
wish that to be true.
Well, dude, I was just saying though, like werewolf in London, dude. Like you're freaking cool as shit, dude.
Whenever we have a lot of gypsies in Lithuania, and whenever I see a gypsy, I just start throwing garlic at them. Like you never know.
Okay. Well, I mean, you guys are bad mouthing gypsy, so we need to get back to the recording because you know it's bad when we start talking horrible things about gypsy. So.
Nah.
Okay. Okay. I don't even know how to respond to that shit.
About gypsies?
No, you're nah. It's like.
Let me say something about gypsies.
No. Let's get back. Let's get back. Okay, so this next topic is actually pretty cool. I was able to get through to this point with V the last time too, and I wasn't able to do it with Nancy because freaking my computer fried at that point. But this is where it gets really good. This is where it starts talking about like this cosmic pattern that's encoded inside of us. Okay. V starts talking in the first conversation that we had about all of this, about the protective bubble. All right. And he went into saying that we carry like an internal field is what I took from it, which is psychological, it's emotional, and it's about perception. Okay, like you guys were talking about.
Yeah, I'm a bubble boy. You're a bubble boy. We're all bubble boys.
Now for me, what it is though is it's a filter, you know, that we allow ourselves to see. Some it's a filter that is what we allow ourselves to see, basically. You know what I mean?
Basically, you're talking about self-inflicted biases.
Sometimes the bubble forms for protection. Sometimes it's
and it's not always ripped for pleasure, by the way.
Sometimes it's also for self-denial as well, and that is something that stuck out to me because I from 2003 all the way up 8 years later to 2011 or 12. I had been in a 12-step recovery program, and that was one thing they were real big about pushing was like denial, okay? And I could relate to that whenever that conversation was taking place, you know, and when it comes to perception as a filter, I see it kind of like as reality being shaped by the lens that we look through, you know what I mean? And trauma, it usually narrows our perception. You have like assumption, which distorts it. You also have belief systems, which edit our perceptions the way that we want it. And then, of course, you know, we also have fear, which is also a form of censorship within our own brain.
Yeah.
You know,
unfortunately.
And I do have to say, you know, self-denial is probably one of the strongest distortions we create. Like I use this as an example for both V and for Nancy, but like, do you realize how many people just walk around every day pissed off, and they're not even aware of the fact that they're pissed off. Like when you point it out to them, they're like, I'm not pissed off, but in reality, they're freaking.
Oh, this is some Limp Bizkit, Fred Durst kind of stuff right here.
Mm-hmm. So before we go on, I mean, I want to know if you guys want to make some comments on that, what your take is on that in Talking Point, because it goes deeper.
Oh yeah, it's, you know, yeah, I agree. I battle through the self-denial every day, basically. It is a real thing. It is very real.
What are you in denial about? If I may ask.
Sorry?
So what the hell are you in denial about, if I may ask?
Oh, about all sorts of things. Well, like, I'll give you a recent example of the more major one that happened to me. And that's when I truly began to think about my own perceptions, ideology, that kind of things. What do I believe about? What I'm lying about? What I'm lying about to myself? And it started during COVID. That's the best example I have.
Okay.
Yeah, and it when it was over, it opened a lot of what's the word, like, it opened my mind a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Now, would you say that had to do with like trauma or maybe fear?
Anger, I would say.
Okay. Now that actually, believe it or not, anger has a big part to do with the whole fear thing.
Probably fear at the start, sure, which I'm angry now. The fear that I have at the beginning turned into fear as well.
Mm-hmm.
Because now I know I was manipulated into fear. I don't even, like, I don't blame anyone else. I blame myself. But then I realized that I'm only a small person.
Yeah.
And it was just natural for me to do so. But still, I'm really angry about it myself. So yeah. But it's mostly anger, which is another problem, because anger also blinds you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you know, you shouldn't beat yourself up because, you know, I mean, we've all taken a gal home and you know, woken up and just to find out it's not a gal. There's no reason to beat yourself up.
Oh, it happened to me
Over.
multiple times. That's fine.
Those are the good times. What do you guys?
Just make a cup of coffee and go home.
All right.
Oh man.
And don't talk about it with anyone.
It was like last night on the Roki show. I told him, like, if you want to find out if a woman is really a woman or a man, just punch her in the throat.
Wow. And you were upset of me throwing garlic at gypsies, man?
Yeah, I know. Okay, so
I was like, we're back here again, Roger.
Yeah, okay. Hold on a minute. So, basically what I've come up with was, like, we participate in creating the world we experience, and that's kind of what V was talking about not beating yourself up. You know what I mean? You got to look at it like this: our attention, our interpretations, our emotional state, they all shape the inside of our reality before we ever respond to what's going on outside of the world. You know what I mean? So for me, that's how I feel about it. And like the whole thing with the fear and things like that has to do with trauma. You when you look at COVID, okay, and you really look at it closely, it's like being in a car accident. You know what I mean?
Yeah, kind of.
And well, like yesterday, I told you guys about what happened to my dad's car, right? It literally blew up in the driveway.
What?
Yeah. Oh yeah, you weren't on. But I think I told Jiva that, didn't I?
No, you didn't.
Oh, well. Anyhow, that's what basically happened. And my what happened was we had to use a charger to charge the battery up to get it going. So we had it sitting overnight on this slow charger overnight, and then we took it off there. My nephew came over, started it up. It was running. He turned it off, gave the keys back to my dad, and left. 20 minutes later, we heard a boom, and freaking I stepped outside the car, and the hood is freaking on fire, literally on fire.
Whoa. All right.
We didn't have a fire extinguisher or anything here. First thing popped in my head, which was a bad decision, is I was going to run to the bathroom, grab a bucket, fill it with water, and pour it on there.
Yeah.
And I actually made it to the bathroom, started filling it up, and then I was like, hold on, dude. I can't do that. Like, water and a motor just does not mix when a fire's on it. You know what I mean? So I went back to the front door. This fire had gotten bigger by the time I got back there. And the engine rod literally shot out of the front and hit the ground right in front of the truck that was parked in front of it.
Whoa.
Yeah. And at that point, I knew, because my dad was like maybe 30 feet away from all this in the front room or the kitchen. And I'm like, we got to get you out of here. So he's in a wheelchair. I wheeled him to the back door, and by the time I got him to the back door, freaking fire department or the police were there first, and then they freaking helped him into the alleyway, and the fire department got there just as the flame had made it to the stairway to the freaking house. It would have literally burned the house down if they would have showed up just a minute later. Okay?
Holy damn.
Now that trauma messed me up so much that when the police asked for my dad's date of birth, I couldn't even remember it. Okay. Now I was able to function enough to freaking pull the garbage cans away from the freaking the area and get them out of the way. But during this whole time, even though my mind was telling me that this car could freaking explode at any moment, I was still doing it. You know what I mean? It was like, so that was weird. You know what I mean? Thank goodness the freaking, cause it's one of these LeSabres and it has a battery in the back seat. But
oh wow.
You know.
Okay.
But
yeah.
The fire was at the front of the car, and thank goodness it didn't make it to the freaking gas tank, because if it hit that gas tank, it would have been done. And that this whole house would have blew up. And that was a weird experience. That was probably one of the strangest days I've ever had, you know.
Yeah, I bet.
And this is coming like maybe a week after my mom's funeral. Yeah. So
yeah, that's not a great timing.
Yeah, you know, so I had a lot of this stuff. Like I was telling Nancy yesterday, I feel like I'm freaking cursed, you know, and it's a mental thing, you know what I mean? It really does distort.
And then the things with your computer. Yeah, you're having a bad week.
Yeah. It's interesting that this stuff is happening, you know what I mean? If I was superstitious, I wouldn't be on here talking to you right now. That's all I gotta say. You know, but that's the whole thing. It's like, you know, I really do when I just made that statement. I really do believe that freaking our attention, our interpretation of things, our emotional state, they all shape the inside of our reality before we even respond to the outside world. You know.
If we would microanalyze every single more major event, I think we would find that we, in certain, even at some extent, determining our futures, like near futures, determining some events to happen because the way we do things, because the way we talk, because the way we, you know, it is a massive topic. Yeah, I do. I'm not as superstitious as well, but I do believe that it's sort of like a butterfly effect, I think. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Everything we do.
But a little bit of that denial, it might be important. We're talking about it like it's a bad thing. You know, you know,
But
Roger
can
may
you get
wake up
away
one
from
day.
it?
Well, I mean, would you want to? I mean, like,
I would. Yeah, sure, I would.
well, let me give you an example. So, you know, Roger may wake up one day, be like, you know, I have a huge penis, and I'm gonna go
Oh,
out. I'm gonna go get me a really hot chick. He has that confidence, and he goes out and gets a hot chick. But even though he's only working with 2 inches,
but he would probably have some success just because of the confidence factor.
yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
They got pills out, you know, like
I'm trying to bust your balls.
yeah,
I guess those are too big.
don't be touching my balls, man. Okay, so that was one part that we were able to discuss. Part now, this goes into a part that Nancy brought up that I thought was really interesting to talk about, and it's like this biomagnetic field. Okay, now we mentioned a little bit about it in this conversation, but I think we should go back into it a little bit more. Like, first of all, the human body is an electromagnetic organism, all right, and science backs that up. Everybody,
Yes.
you know what I mean?
You can detect it. Actually, you could see the fields yourself. It's not complicated.
Now, when we had the conversation before, this is where Otto also came out, and he said that when you're in a low vibrational state, which is fear, shame, and confusion, your perception field shrinks. And that was something that I felt was worthy of bringing up. You see less, basically, you know.
It is interesting you brought this up because even mild mood changes can visibly be detectable on your personal like electromagnetic field, which is very interesting. It just goes to show you that brain is the brain is amazing. It's sorry. Yeah, it just.
You're not.
Well, I think it's fascinating because I don't want this to turn into ancient aliens, but there's some ufologists out there who do talk about aliens, and they talk about the different races and how they view humanity. There's one guy who says there's a specific race who they're not malicious towards us. They just don't like us because we smell terrible, and not a physical smell, but a psychic smell. Psychically, we smell terrible.
Interesting.
So when you talk about magnetic field, information. The thing like about electromagnetics, information can be stored into an electric field. Okay, so when you talk about your thoughts and what you're putting out there in the universe, as a part of your bubble, and people might subconsciously pick up on it. There just might be an entirely different language they're speaking that we're speaking to each other subconsciously, and we don't know it. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I do agree. I think we all experience that in one way or another, like being in a group that's very joyous or angry or sad or whatever. We kind of shifts toward the same emotion, empathy. I think that comes from interactions.
Yeah.
So yeah.
No, I mean, with the conversation that did take place, it said, Otto, when he was talking about that, he proceeded to say, like, you receive less energy or less information when you're in a low vibrational state. You know what I mean? When your thinking is filled with fear, shame, and confusion, you literally receive less information. You know what I mean? Your dualities go unresolved, basically.
Yeah.
And when you rise in clarity and coherence and intention, the system opens up. So duality becomes like creative instead of destructive.
Well, I think also, well, for example, if you're gripped by fear suddenly, right? I think your brain might want to protect your body to concentrate all your effort, all your conscious effort to avoid the fear factor. So you kind of lose touch with other senses, basically. I think that's what's
And
happening in
girls
the
don't like
brain.
cowards.
True. That is true.
They can smell if a woman smells fear on a man. Oh yeah, he's not worth procreating with. Yeah, no, you
Well,
can
yeah.
you gotta control what you put out there. So just like what I was saying with the confidence thing, you can bag the best of the best and only have 2 inches, but you got to pretend like you got 9.
Well, women pick up on that too. Like they know, like men exaggerate. That's the thing, and like that's a turn off as well. Like Roseanne actually said it best. She said, "Freaking only a man can take and compare 10 inches to a freaking mile." You know.
Uh-huh.
So maps were made by men.
Ambition.
Yeah, it's I mean, when it comes to like the male ego, I think like from what I've found out, it's the ego is a very dangerous and destructive thing because you have an
Or
alter
could be creative thing as
right.
well.
Well, you have an ego and an alter ego, so your slate better be pretty freaking clean if you have an ego, okay? Because
Well,
for as big as your ego gets, that alter ego is going to be building up in your subconscious mind.
yeah,
It's
it
like
is a problem. It's a what's the word? Sociopathic. It tends to lead you to sociopathic behaviors if it's not managed. But if you look at all well, not all, but a lot of like leaders, war leaders, right? They were all egoists, basically. Their ego was through the roof. Alexander the Great, Napoleon, uh, whatever. Even take Hitler and Stalin. All of them had more or less of a big ass ego, even.
Well, I mean, there's the ego, and then there's straight up the psychopath. So,
Well, I think that leads to, if your ego is too big, I think it eventually leads to psychopathy and sociopathy.
well, psychopaths are born, sociopaths are made.
I don't think so. I don't
So,
believe that.
oh yeah, it's absolutely true. So there are physical differences, literal physical differences. The amygdala, for example, is shrunken in a person with psychopathy. Their medulla oblongatas are malformed as well. In a
Well,
psychopath,
I'm a social psychopath. I was made this way, not born this way, so sir.
well, so the sociopaths, they're abused till by usually a psychopath or another sociopath. They're abused and they become sociopaths. So that is the fundamental difference.
Well, even though I don't deny that there's genetical aspects, there's all kinds of things, right? During birth, like whatever, yes, sure. But most of these kind of things, when it comes to sexuality, for example, gay, lesbian, whatever, psychopath, sociopath, I don't know, you like using spoons instead of forks kind of thing, all kinds of different things, right? The whole character is shaped, socially shaped, 90%, if not more. Your behavior and your character is shaped by your environment. You are technically taught to be this way. That's my belief.
So you're more nurture. I'm more
whenever
nature.
Well, yeah, I mean, though
Basically.
I don't deny that there's genetics involved and it has an impact, a huge impact. Sure,
Right.
yes, but when it comes to behavior issues like mental, more like pretty much all mental tendencies, if you will, I think it's more taught than, you know.
Okay.
That's why I think that you were never born gay. You become gay. That's controversial to say that, but it is true.
I actually have dove into this because I'm a drug addict slash alcoholic, but let me kind of put my 2 cents on that. Now I hold up. I call myself an addict and an alcoholic, okay? But the whole thing.
It's not your fault, right?
That's no, hold up. Let me finish here because this is very important. This goes with like the homosexuals too. Now, as an alcoholic and drug addict, I can't go down to the doctor and get blood tests or any type of genetic testing, and they can say, "Well, that's your problem. You're an alcoholic." Okay. Science can't tell me why I'm an alcoholic. Religion can't tell me an alcoholic. The only thing I can say is that when I take a drug or any alcohol into my system, something happens. Something changes. I'm no longer the same person that I was before that.
Actually, there is a gene specifically for addiction.
Well,
there is, but it's complicated. It's not straightforward at all. You cannot say that you are born. I think it's. I don't know if Roger
but you can.
is making the point that justifying his addiction on genes. It's better to, even if there is a component of genes and whatnot, right? And I'm sure it is, probably, to some people, even to a great extent. But still, it's more healthy to think in a way that something happened in your life, events come together in a sequence in such a way that it made you this way. The things are the way they are because of the things I did and not because of genes.
Okay, well,
I don't know if I'm making sense, but
no. So let me give you an example. You say people decide to be gay after a while. This the environment. That's true for some. However, there is also a gay gene.
No such thing. What are you talking about?
So you gotta
show me.
Do you know anything about epigenetics?
No, I'm not a genetic.
Okay, so this is you're getting into epigenetics. So these are things, not just the way the environment reacts, how you perceive or how the environment makes you, but it's the environment that is speaking directly to your genetic sequence. This is a
True,
little
true.
science that's called epigenetics.
Yeah, that's
Now,
basics,
one
right?
one gene can be responsible for one thing or another if it's switched on and off, and there's the reaction between two different types of genes, and that reaction in the middle, you get the science of epigenetics.
Mhm.
So, person can be born gay.
No,
Nobody,
absolutely
yes,
disagree with this. You are
ab,
too. You are
nobody.
breaking.
Let me finish. I'll let you finish. Let me finish.
V,
So let me
you
finish.
just
Let me
okay.
finish. I'll let you finish. Let me finish.
Sorry, sorry, sorry.
So there is nobody wakes up and says, "Oh, I want to have a stigma. I want to go against social norms. I want to have problems for the rest of my life. I want people to look down on me, call me names,
Literally, they do.
because I want to be gay. Nobody does that. Nobody chooses to have those problems.
Yes, they
Okay,
do. Yes, they
Yeah.
do.
Hey,
no.
that's why they
Yes.
say yes.
Either something
Well,
forms,
that's
them, or they're born that way.
We'll see.
well.
Hold up, both of you now.
You know what's genetics? My nose is massive and it's
Hold,
annoying
hold
me.
up,
That's
hold up.
genetics.
First of all,
That's
human.
genetics, not epigenetics, but it's
Hold up.
genetics.
Let's look at it like this, okay? A lot of humans, period, they have this like ego that says that they are above animals. Okay, animal instincts. Okay, is
Mm-hmm.
they don't have gender qualifications. If you go and you pay attention to a dog doesn't freaking care if it's male or female. They
Yeah,
will have sex with one another like nothing.
it's an
Um,
Mm-hmm.
instinct. Yeah, it's an urge.
and no, let me finish. Just so because I can see some controversy popping up there. But let me. Okay,
It is
now
controversial.
I think humans, our biggest problem is we do not want to admit that we have animal instincts. We want to believe that we are superior to every living creature on the face of this planet. So, of course, it's in
And we
our
also want to
genetic
be in control.
it's in our it's so of course it's in our genetic behavior that we are naturally supposed to pick men with women and women with men, when in reality there's been homosexual tendencies
Yeah,
since the
yeah, I
beginning
know
of
this argument.
civilization.
This argument, I know, Roger. Yes, yes, there is.
And
Chipmunks
also to
are
go on
sucking each
top of
other
that,
off, but that doesn't make them gay.
okay, so there's
we
another
Yeah,
in
thing.
but
we invented
Let's talk about genetics.
we
Let's talk
invented
about
hold up,
genetics.
we
Hold on,
invented the
the
word
epigenetics,
we
and
invented the word
also
you are
with your
trying to
environment.
boil the whole science of genetics, which is a massively complicated thing, into a very simple solution. It's genetics. Well, that's not.
I'm just trying to give you the evidence. I'm trying to get. It's not just saying it. I'm trying. Let me give you the evidence. Here's another example. Another one. So
Okay.
you have overpopulation.
All right.
Okay, Mother Nature knows when there's too many of us up in here. You know what I'm saying? Too many dudes up in here. We gotta curve it back. So what
So
does Mother
natural
Nature do?
selection.
Well, no, because with our species, um, Mother Nature rewards those who reproduce the most, not natural selection.
So it
So
contradicts
it
your
is.
argument then. So for genes, it would be beneficial to have less gay if there is such a thing as gay genes.
You're not gonna let me finish. You're not gonna understand it if you let me finish. So Mother Nature rewards those within our species that reproduces the most. However,
Okay.
you have a cap. This is environmental. It's sociological and environmental. Price of food's going up, for
Mhm.
example.
Mhm.
It's harder to live. Um, you've got drugs and chemicals put in the food that's actually literally, you know,
It is. It
turn,
is. Yes.
doing stuff to our sexuality. But Mother Nature also has a switch within our genetics that will make us go homosexual if there's too many of us. Hell, there's a switch that will make us sterile that Mother Nature
Um,
has if it were to be switched in some way or another. whether man does it or Mother Nature does it or some outside force on this planet.
Okay,
It exists.
let me ask you a question.
Okay.
So, do you agree with my argument that you can literally affect your genes later on in your life? So you are born in some way, right, with a certain set of genetics, right? But later on, as life goes on, a lot of things happen. You interact with your environment. You eat certain food, as you said, which I agree. It affects your genetics. Can genetics be manipulated naturally and even directly later on in your life?
Absolutely.
So, do you think that our mind is capable of doing that? By interacting with other people,
So again, you get into epigenetics. So, like for example, there's a set of twins that were studied, identical twins, genetically identical, grew up together, same same household, same parents. However, one was gay and the other one was not.
Interesting.
Now, to say that it's not in our genes to be gay, well, I mean, it's this is why the epigenetics was discovered, to find out what switches things on and what switches things off. And so, I mean, they didn't come to any conclusions when this experiment was going on, when they were studying these people, but they just knew that it was epigenetics, and that's just a whole level of science behind genetics
I
in
agree.
itself.
And by the way, I'm not in any way, shape, or form a genetic scientist. I don't know shit about genetics.
I also want to say I am completely amazed by this conversation because V is the one who is fighting for gay rights and freaking and Diva is the one that's saying no. I'm like, dude.
That's nothing.
Well, I
let
mean,
me explain myself.
It's kind of cool.
In this regard,
explain yourself, sir.
You're kind of accusing me.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that.
Why do gay people think that it's a bad thing to be like become gay? Well, whatever. Certain events happen. You become gay at certain point in your life. You realize that you prefer men or girls, like same sex. Whatever. Roll with it. Who cares? I mean, it doesn't change the fact. So, I mean, there's nothing. It has nothing to do about like ew, gay people. No, it's the same thing. Nothing changes.
I love you to death, Jiva. I really do.
Look, can you? Hey, you guys start making sound clips.
I'm just saying that it's better for people, like the whole humanity, and not just only about gay issues. That when it comes to ADHD, autism, you name it, all sorts of behavioral disorders, psychopathy, sociopathy, it's all related. All of those things are interconnected.
Well, see, for me,
I believe that these things are learned through life. And if you study, for example, more famous, like more documented people throughout the history, the reason why they are the way they are, the way they were, I should say, are extraordinarily complex. And there's, you take, for example, Napoleon, like there is even a saying like Napoleon size complex, right? Because he was a short man. So he had to compensate for his, which sounds like funny and, kind of ridiculous. But it might play a huge, massive role in his behavioral, his development in his life, battling through, to overcompensate. He was trying to overcompensate, and here you go. He become literally a sociopath, basically. So yeah.
Well, this goes back to what we were talking about as well when it comes to self-denial too. I mean,
absolutely,
right.
it wraps it into it perfectly.
Well, okay, so you have this concept. Now, I believe both of our statements are true. I mean, you can be
Yes,
born
I
gay,
do agree with you. No, that I
and
disagree with you.
well, no, we can be born gay, or you can be made to be gay. But in the vein of what we're talking about, so you have people who let's talk about, you know, we don't have to have the chicken or the egg argument. Let's just say one person has
Why not both?
been beaten up or molested in some way, and now they're homosexual.
Okay,
Now, when you talk about genes and learning from the environment, that's also epigenetics. So
true.
this person could somehow, I don't know, have a kid. I don't donate sperm for a couple who needs a baby, and then do this because we have something called genetic memory.
Well,
This
what?
kid could possibly come out gay as well.
Okay.
Therefore, born gay.
Okay.
I think.
Hold up, you two. We are going to step away for a second because now he has mentioned something that is the next topic I want to do. This is going to be the echoes of culture, the story of quantum memory. So you guys go get yourself something to drink, relax, and we'll put some more music on. We're going to come back and we're going to go to the next level. This is the third part, which is exactly where we need to be in this conversation. So,
okay,
step away.
Wow.
Go get.
I can. I'm heated up now.
Yeah, that's. You guys are doing good. Just let me put it to you that way. This is turning out to be a pretty good conversation. So. Don't think that it's not, because it is. I'm gonna hit pause and we will be right back, okay?
All right.
The spinward front shouldn't feel haunted, but the fog hangs heavy like a prophecy. Patrols walk out into stag and vanish cleanly, silently. A final whisper on the vox, a voice cut sharp like a dying spark. Like a tower under the ground, repeat, there's a then only dark. The same patch of earth keeps calling, locked, restricted in the old reports. Why protect the ground in a worthless valley, like it hides its own grim core? Severan troops stumble from the tree line, eyes wide, minds breaking in their wake. Some flee shadows, some scream prayers, to fall weeping, begging for escape. A dying sergeant holds your sleeve with a terror that can't be faked. Don't take me near the ridge, the chains are turning, the old master's way. Something ancient breathes beneath us, something restless in the clay. The first praetors' chains are stirring, and the valley will not This was never a simple posting, never just another war. We were brought to wake a memory that should have slept forevermore. Something ancient breathes beneath us, something restless in the clay. The first crater's chains are stirring, and the valley will not stay. Voices lost in the static, sing a name that time betrayed, and every psycho screams the warning. He is dreaming in the grave. Fox lines caught, units fade, severns kneel in terror shade. Every nightmare, every scream pulls us deeper into his dream. The valley breathes, the ridge decays, the chains begin to sway, and something old, some's betrayed, is waking underneath the ground. Something ancient cries beneath us, something rising through the clay. The first praetor's chains are breaking, and the lube will echo warnings in the static. Lost battalions call our names, and the psychos cry together. He is woken in the rim. Skin on the flame shouldn't feel haunted until the night had learned to speak. Now the valley whispers softly, Praetor, awakening beneath. The spinnered front shouldn't feel haunted, but the fog hangs heavy like a prophecy. Patrols walk out into static and vanish cleanly, silently. A final whisper on the vox, a voice cut sharp like a dying spark, like a tower under the ground. Repeat, busy, then only dark. The same patch of earth keeps calling, marked restricted in the old reports. Why protect the ground in a worthless valley, like it hides its own grim court? Severan troops stumble from the tree line, eyes wide, minds breaking in their wake. Some flee shadows, some scream prayers, to fall weeping, begging for escape. A dying sergeant holds your sleeve with a terror that can't be faked. Don't take me near the ridge, the trains are turning. just another war. We were brought to wake a memory that should have slept forevermore. Something ancient breathes beneath us, something restless in the clay. The first crater's chains are stirring, and the valley will not stay. Voices lost in the static, sing a name that time betrayed, and every psyker screams the warning. He is dreaming in the grave. Box lines cut, our units fading, a severance kneel in terror's shade. Every nightmare, every scream pulls us deeper into his dream. The valley breathes, the ridge decays, the chains beneath begin to sway. And something old and crowned is waking underneath. Something ancient breathes beneath us, something rising through the clay. The first crater's chains are breaking, and the living will obey. Echoed warnings in the static, lost battalions call our names, and the psychers cry together, he has woken in the flame. Spinward front shouldn't feel haunted until the night it learned to speak. Now the valley whispers softly, Praetor awakening beneath.
Okay, you guys ready? Huh?
No, I fell asleep again
Oh, good.
because that's what I do.
Good morning.
That was pretty good. I had to actually step out and take a quick smoke because like that was so intense. That was actually one of the better freaking
Was it good
streams.
for you? It was good for me too.
That was actually one of the better freaking streams that I've done in quite a long time, guys. That was pretty amazing. I'm gonna tell you.
News headlines. Jiva sucks a random guy to prove that genes are not real.
Oh yeah, dude. You know what? Freaking I love it. I love the fact that that is on live stream. That Jiva said that out loud. Awesome.
That's not the worst thing I said.
Oh, I know. Okay, so that what we left off on leads us into another area, but it's actually not another area. I said before we went on our short break that it's the echoes of culture, and this is also the story, okay, as quantum memory. Okay, now to kind of get an idea of what I'm talking about here, you have to realize that humanity, okay, we have a tendency of telling millions of stories, okay, but a lot of these stories are made up from the same handful of structures, Okay, patterns seem to repeat themselves across centuries, different cultures and languages. Okay, now for me, what I have come to a conclusion of is like things like our myths. Okay, they remember things that our conscious minds forget. This goes not only into myths, but it also goes into storytelling. It goes into history, even, and that's where I wanted to go from this point. Okay. Now you'll always hear old myths and old lore and old folk stories that go back, like Cinderella is a good example, okay, or Jack and the Beanstalk. Now this is one story that becomes 8,000 variations, okay, and the reason why that happens isn't because of cultures imitating one another. It's because of the human psyche. It keeps rediscovering the same pattern, basically, you know. And this is something that was brought up earlier on one of the quantum gatherings when it comes to Bob Dub and Minds Gaming. They were discussing this topic, and this is something that I thought was noteworthy to bring up in this one, because it talks about a lot of things that we seem to always forget, because nobody likes hearing a story being told, you know, like 50 different variations over and over again. But there's a reason for that, you know, and I thought that would be a good thing to discuss. So before we get into this any farther, I wanted to find out if you guys had any feedback on any of the stuff I just said.
Go ahead, V.
Well, yeah, I just wanna just try to keep it, you know, uh, relative. I mean, talk about patterns, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you're the only person I know who deals with the language. Now, I use it differently than you, but we're basically talking about the same thing. Like when you talk about archetypes, I talk about archetypes all the time. However, when I talk about archetypes, um, like I see a pattern of a way. Now, it's a type profiling. Now, I'll say this just to prepare you. Get, you know, you're sitting in your chair. Be prepared. I'm talking about profiling, but there is a science in a way. It might be a pseudoscience. It might be I don't know, but I have found patterns within a certain type of way a person looks, and then how they also behave. So I'm going to give you an example. One of my good friends from school, from high school. You know, we've been friends, you know, forever. Um, he's an Irish guy, and you want to talk about alcoholic? You want to talk about alcoholism? we were just walking down the street, drunk as hell. Me and my friends literally had to stop this guy from uh, tipping over a trash can and drinking the juices out of a trash can just because there was beer in there. It's like, okay, this guy's hardcore alcoholic. However, over my lifetime, I have met several guys that look just like him. Looks just like the guy. All of them hardcore alcoholics. Now, this spans races. Like I've seen guys that look the same throughout all races. Let's say same nose, same eyes, same like look, and they all act the same. Now this is personal study. This is my experiment. I've been looking at for 20 years now. Like for example, I I thought it's weird that like the mother of my child, my late child, I found it odd that I'd never seen anybody like her before. She was the most beautiful redhead you've ever seen in your life, and with the biggest boobs you've ever seen in your life, with the biggest butt you've ever seen in your life. She was basically Jessica Rabbit, um, but in real life. I'm thinking to myself, why have I not ever seen anybody that looks like her? And one day, somebody, 'cause I have friends, perverted friends, who like to send videos, and it's usually of something like porn bloopers or something like that. And I seen this one lady who looked like uh, the mother of my child. That's interesting. And so I actually started perusing adult content, and it's like I found 20 different girls that look almost. I want to say it's a spectrum, but it's a band, a very short and narrow part of this of the spectrum. This little short band where all these girls look exactly like my the mother of my child. And so, what do you have in common? Um, well, there's the profession, right? The adult content. See, the mother of my child, she was a phone sex worker. She had phone sex. It was one of them, one of the jobs she had, just to help, pay the bills. And it's like to the sex immediately. And so I ran this experiment a few times. It's like, okay, who do I know that I think is pretty that I've never seen anyone who looks like, that have any kind of doppelganger. So there's a friend of mine. She's very exotic. Never seen anybody like her. Very pretty, gorgeous, in fact. And I perused some adult content, and lo and behold, same thing with her. I
For
found,
research.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So, there's like 20 different versions of her. And it's like, wow, I don't know how to classify it. I'll just use the word archetype. So I thought that's something interesting that you guys might want to know. I'm obsessed with it.
Yeah.
I look for, if I see someone who looks like somebody else, I just dive in. And it tends to be, yeah, they tend to have the same addictions or jobs or whatever that creates this archetype. And again, not limited to one race,
All right.
which I thought was mind blowing. I don't know if anybody's ever done any this study like this before.
Yeah, it's called Pornhub. I do it all the time.
Well, I wish I had the time just to look at the porn for porn's sake, but no, this research has me obsessed.
Yeah.
And I want to find an answer as to why this is.
Well, Jiva had something to say, so I'm gonna keep quiet. That was.
Well, every stereotype has its truths in it.
Ooh,
Just like
I try to stay away from that word too.
Well, not all of them, but
yeah,
like they're not born. Some of the stereotypes are not, just put out of thin air.
Well,
So,
yeah, there's always some kind of truth culturally to a stereotype.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's usually enforced by economics and things of this nature. But I find it absolutely. It's like Mother Nature has found. Okay, so let's, and this is unrelated, but it's sort of like what I'm saying. For example, you have the crab, right? Mother Nature has put several different animals through evolution, whom just ended up with the body of a crab. So whenever you go in and look at the family tree of the crab, you're gonna see a lot of crabs that are not on that list because they're considered pseudo crabs or false crabs, like the hermit crab, for example, not a real crab. Um, so you see these designs that work, and Mother Nature keeps trying to find the best plan for every life form. You know that works, and Mother Nature has come up with the crab body many times. There are lobsters that have evolved into a crab-like form. There are the hermit crab. There's so many different types of non-crab species that look like crab. So I'm thinking, what is it about these archetypes that why does it keep repeating itself? And I'm thinking, I don't. I'm hoping it's not related to just men ogling women and having a certain type that's more popular than another.
I'm sure there's an
I,
aspect that's as well.
Yeah,
I'm
I
yeah.
concur.
I kind of figure. I hope that's not the case, because in a way we are kind of uh socially or genetically engineering our females, or at least psychologically making them more desirable somehow. Uh, so that's my scary view on all this stuff. Um,
So
so
with
mhm,
with what I was going through, it was basically a recurring narrative is what I was seeing, and what that leads me into is kind of what you're delving into right now, which is symbolic tokens. Now, this with what you just said in just real life situations and stuff like that, and also like what I was talking about with stories. Okay, you look at like small artifacts. Now, stories have them all over the place. Like they have these small artifacts that like carry enormous meanings. Okay, and that what it is they're hidden tokens. Uh, they're basically the repeating motif. You know what I mean? Like Mike,
mhm,
Mine's Gaming Mike, who's part of the show too. He has his stories where he. This is what really caught my attention was these earrings that were in the story, and the that's what you would call a small artifact with enormous meanings because it was connected. It's what connected his stories together. Okay, and they do this in a lot of stories. Like, and you can go back in history and find it. Like you find like the story of the well in Nordic traditions, or the sacred apple, which is spans across all of the Indo-European myths. Now these symbols they act like a bridge between layers of story and consciousness, basically. Um, and they're tokens that connect worlds. I've
Yeah, I think that you're right.
and that kind of goes into what you're talking about there too. And geomancy is kind of where that leads as well, which is a form of genetics. As a matter of fact, the guy who, not genetics, but eugenics. The guy who actually coined the word eugenics is the one who came out with geomancy, and he believed in that kind of stuff. I have actually done a video series on that, and we were talking about AI, and that's another thing that incorporates as well because of the facial recognition tools that they use to create these fictional artificial characters, like the beautiful women with the big breasts and the voluptuous bodies. You know what I mean? That's all done because of facial recognition, and if you do research on facial recognition, you'll find out that it goes all the way back to the beginning of eugenics. And this is a pseudoscience, according to the scientists. But the only thing about this is geomancy has never, they've never been able to eradicate it. It just keeps resurfacing all the way through history.
Now, when you say geomancy, I have different things that come to mind. So, geomancer is someone who can manipulate the earth or communicate with the earth, or someone who can read the past or the future of an object by touching
That's a druid, sir.
it. Did you say a druid? Okay. Well, I mean, so when you say geomancy, what exactly do you mean?
Now, with geomancy, the whole thing about geomancy is they go deeper into that, especially into the Middle Ages. They're big on patterns. Okay, geomancers also go out and they feng shui does the whole thing about where things have to be in a certain location. Okay, because of freaking magnetic lines on the earth that could cause you to feel unrest or have illnesses or things of that nature. So these people who believe in feng shui will literally design their entire house to where everything is in a perfect situation to make their lives better. Then you have people back in the 1800s especially, they believed in reading the scalp. And the way that your scalp is formed, it determines the type of person you are.
You mean phrenology?
Yes, that's a form of geomancy. There's also facial expressions and the way a person carries themselves. This goes all the way back, like thousands of years. They believed that for the longest time. They believe that the way a human's face and their body looks determines who they are and what kind of a person they are.
To a great extent. I think you can describe a person and predict his behavior on just the way he looks. I think there's a lot of truth in that. And actually, this is where AI gets kind of scary, because manually to do this kind of work is like collecting data, analyzing the data, putting the dots together. It would take a lot of effort. And AI could do it, just filter out through trillions of data points super fast. And this becomes scary to like profile people. I'm sure governments love to profile every single person.
Well, you're talking predictive behavior. That's definitely something that they want. For sure.
So yeah, well, to be fair, one of the most terrifying symbols and a huge believer of eugenics was Hitler.
Yes.
And he was really exceptionally great at symbolism. He managed to fool half of Europe to his benefit just by symbolism and figure of speech.
Yep.
It was extremely powerful.
And this is why I want to go even deeper with the golden apples. And I'm also wanting to talk about the well in Nordic traditions, because this goes deep. And remember, going further, that what I'm wanting to discuss here is quantum memory. Okay, this isn't just about talking about stories and everything. It's talking about quantum memory and echoes of culture. You know,
like a collective memory.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that would be the easiest way to explain it. It's still, it's kind of like one of those rabbit holes. You know what I'm saying? You open up the information, you keep looking, and the more you look, the deeper it goes. You know what I'm saying? Like
True.
just saying it is one thing, but when you actually get into the research, it just goes so much deeper.
Well, couldn't you make an argument that stories left behind, symbols, whatever, is a collective memory? It's a form of collective memory.
Yes, I would.
Or at least a way to discern information. If we have a pattern in the way we act, there's going to be a pattern in the way that we think about things, and so you're going to have. I mean, you want to talk about patterns, but the memory aspect of it is the more and more ingrained it becomes in us, the more prevalent it's going to become. So you have these superstitious ideology that turns into full-blown religions. You have someone being, I know Steve may not agree with this, but you have some people who are sexually abused and become gay or bi or something like that, end up having kids
That might
somehow,
be just
and
genes.
then their kids come out gay. So these things get stronger as this in our environment and how we relate to it, because it helps form our identity.
Well, see, this is the good part about this is because with the golden apple, it's about shared ancestry, and when you look at that, you look at the Greek and you look at the Norse mythology, which is the Vikings, or if you want to look at it that way, okay? Now they're both
Very similar.
right. They both anchor immortality and cosmic order into sacred fruit. Okay. Now you had Iden's apple that preserved the god's youth. Then you had
Well, apple, I think, represents what's the word? It's not sin, it's temptation. You know, the constant temptation that you will face in your life. It's not temptation. What's the word I'm looking?
Well, I can tell you. So,
but you know what I mean? The apple represents, the apple is the symbol of like the sin that you have to resist. I can't find the word now.
Well, and not just sin, knowledge. It's represent, the knowledge that we are supposed to be reaching for. We're not going to have it intrinsically. It's something that needs to be sought after, and you have to reach above your head to get it. So that's where that symbology comes from. However, very misleading, because if you want to talk about the evolution of mankind, this is the occult. This is what has been. This is the secret. Okay, the fruit is not actually a fruit, and especially when you speak in terms of the Bible. The fruit was actually psychedelic mushroom. So if you're familiar with Terence
I
McKenna, for
don't
example.
remember that in any of the older and newer testaments.
Well, again, it's a secret. So this is the occult. This is my field. So you have this knowledge and symbolism changed around because you're not supposed to know the truth. You're only supposed to know it subconsciously so that you can be controlled by it, but you're not supposed to know it in the forefront of your mind. So the what actually evolved us is our relationship to this mushroom, this psychedelics, these sort of things, because it gave us self-reflection, language, religion, uh, uh, um, and other concepts that can flow from such things. And these are all concepts, of course, because they don't exist in the real world, like hallucination or like authority. Authority doesn't exist in nature; it's not real. Man-made concept.
Now, let me also point out that at this moment, I'm just talking about Iden's apples, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And that was that preserved the god's youth. Now, the Hesperides apples, on the other hand, those apples were the ones that guarded divine vitality. And then you had Ares apples, that was the apples that destabilized heaven, and it sparked wars. Okay.
Well, but again, the same principle. These so-called apples represent knowledge, and only the gods have access to this knowledge, or only such and such group has access to this knowledge. The knowledge to make yourself live forever, like genetic splicing or engineering, for example. Scientist or God, whoever. This is knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
So
It's
you
not
technically would need to eat the apple.
Well, according to the Greek and the Norse. Okay. Now, these myths, okay, are also they're not copies, and that's what a lot of people they fall into that way of thinking that they were copied from one to the other, and they're not. They're actually siblings. They all descend from older Indo-European mythical structures. Yeah.
Well, remember that Roman Empire extended to the English North and even to Finland.
Mm-hmm.
All throughout Africa as well.
So
North Africa.
It did had some cultural impact on the tribes living down further north, but yeah.
Now, when you look at the Indo-European mythic structure, you see things like the garden at the world's edge, or you'll always see a female guardian. There's always sacred fruits of vitality, and you'll also see a theft or a disruption that breaks cosmic harmony. Now, triality it also appears here too. So, because you'll see connections like guardian, fruit, consequence, and that's the thing that really sticks out when you look at it. And then, like you guys are talking about hidden memories, that's more of the well, okay? The well in Norse lore is very, very interesting when you start researching that. It's because it's the originally what it is it's the well beneath the roots of the world tree.
Yggdrasil. Yeah.
And it's a place of memory. You have potential there, which you were real big, B, about talking about when we were having the conversation for the first time. I kept hearing potential this, potential that. And the thing of it is potential is very, very important, especially when it comes to energy.
Absolutely.
But memory, potential, and sacrifice, okay?
Well, okay, so it's funny that you say that. And it's a sacrifice. And people, that terminology, the fruit of your labor. You've done something. What is the result of your labor? Now, fruit, again, it's put in there because you got to eat. The establishment wants you to have, wants you to be fed for your labor. However, if you think in terms of society and your own personal growth, the fruit of your labor is knowledge. You did something. Okay, what did you learn? You did that. Okay, what'd you learn? That's the knowledge. Okay, and so, and you speak of sacrifice. So Yggdrasil, Odin, the Allfather himself, hung himself from Yggdrasil for 9 days and 9 nights, just to be able to learn as much as he could from the tree itself. The tree required sacrifice, so he suffered for 9 days. and 9 nights on that tree to become as wise as he is in lore.
And
So
remember
yes,
too that he sacrificed, or he gave up, or he gave his eye to the
his
well.
eye. Yes,
The eye of Odin.
yes.
Now, Jiva, you are Lithuanian, so you need to know something about this. I know you know something about this, so let's.
Not much.
You don't know much about the World Trade or anything?
Well, we in Lithuanian culture do not have a world tree. It was more similar to ancient Greek mythology. Kind of.
Wait a minute. So
Like
Lithuanian,
our
are you?
world tree.
Hold
I'm
up.
sorry.
Yeah,
Are you
yeah.
considered a Slav or
No,
Slavic?
no.
No, I'm Baltic.
Yeah.
Baltic, right? Okay, yeah. No, even better. You Baltics have your own mythology, and
We did have. Well, that's why we are separated. To be Balts, not Slavs,
Mhm.
because of our religion.
Okay.
Now,
And it is a little bit similar to, like I said, ancient Greek mythology, where we have multiple gods and deities, but there's no life tree. There is a paradise which is probably similar to like uh, Olympus or something like that. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, but there is no life tree.
now, is there a location where knowledge sleeps?
Well, there is a goddess called Gaia, which is Earth.
Mhm.
At some point, she was a goddess of Earth and Fire. It kind of switched. I don't know which was one first. Basically, Earth and Fire, which was considered to be a god of knowledge, and she was called a mother. So that would technically mean she was like a supreme deity of knowledge, which is a mother who gives birth. And it was probably one of the most important gods.
Yep, I'm glad.
So that would be similar to the world tree. I think
Absolutely. Gaia is not just this. It's not just Baltic. That spans multiple religions.
yeah. Like I said, it's
Yeah.
yeah. But Lithuania had its own twist on it.
Mhm.
But yeah, it's really similar.
Now, the thing about the fire and earth is like this is a metaphor for consciousness waiting to be stirred. Okay, that's something that really
Yeah.
that's exact. Now the fire has to do with the spark, and when we were talking about the third element, that's something that I was having a conversation with Nancy about, and I forgot to bring it up here. But this goes perfectly into that when it comes to that spark. Okay, just like hydrogen and oxygen produces water. Okay, there's a spark that comes from childbirth. Okay, now you have the sperm and you have the egg, which does blend, but that isn't the third element. Okay, that's a blending of two things, but the third element isn't a blending. Okay, it's something, a structure that is completely new, which would be that spark that gave life. Okay, that gave consciousness. Each individual has their own consciousness. They have their own personality, their own individual self. You know what I mean? And that is the spark. Like every single human on the face of this planet is the spark, the third element. And that is just mind blowing.
I'm not sure how I feel about that.
Mm-hmm.
I still think that it's not that complicated. I think what you make of an egg and a sperm is just two components of a piece that needs to create a new life, and that's it.
No, a new body. It creates the new body. But see, the spark isn't produced because of the egg and the sperm. As a matter of fact, nobody actually even knows what creates life.
What do you mean?
Like the consciousness, the who you are. Like when you're sitting alone and you're thinking to yourself and you have thoughts in your mind, that is the most amazing thing that a person can actually have, because there's no explanation for it.
True.
You know what I mean? It's like that is the third element, and that's something that's.
But you are trying to mystify the mind again.
No, it's not mystification. It's actual hardcore solid science. Okay, like scientists.
Science does not
you
need
want
a
to talk
third
science? So science would just say that we are just a walking bag of chemical reactions, chemical electrical reactions. I don't think it actually explains consciousness per se, although they will tell you need serotonin,
Does
melatonin.
religion explain consciousness?
No,
No, it doesn't.
See, everybody thinks consciousness.
Spark of God. That's as close as it gets.
Hold
well,
up.
that's
no,
a bullshit explanation.
No,
I'd rather take
yeah,
science.
I agree.
You
I
have
agree.
you have consciousness, then you have unconscious. Okay, you have, and that's the thing. Nobody really.
Well, you have unconsciousness or big inanimate.
The well is unconscious. Okay, that's the sleep. That's the hidden memory.
So you might as well just be saying potential. That's where all the potential is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Okay.
Roger, I kind of agree with you, but it's where the religion lost me. It's like
religion.
Yes,
religion is the construct. Okay, like
it is a construct, but it's trying to tell a story of like to rationalize, explain things the way it sees it, and it's just not, for me it's not compelling enough. I don't know. None of the religions, some of them are, you might argue, are better than it, like, but still. And the reason we find like commonalities in different religions, like Hinduism and, for example, Christianity, right? Completely different cultures, completely different religions, but you can have multiple similarities regarding philosophy and the symbolism and all of that. And it's the reason as well, but it's because just it's how nature works. So we will eventually find those just by observing nature, you will find these things in nature. And that's, I think, science does it best, observing the nature and explaining the nature.
I have no problem with science, but like this, I mean, to keep it into context too, we're talking about quantum memory, okay? And
well, yeah, but you said that the mind is amazing. Why?
Well, let me finish here.
It's a quantum organ.
Now the well is the unconscious, okay? The apple is the third element, and the story is the triadic structure, okay? So that's the thing that is about the well and the golden apple that is so significant. You know what I mean?
Is the apple consciousness?
It's a structure that is it's a new structure. It's something new that comes out of duality into triality. You know what I mean? It's emergence.
Well, so
it's emergence.
The Gnostics have a thing. So you have I forgot the names. It's in Latin or something, but you have they divide up the human being into three parts. You have the body, you have the spirit, and you have the psychic body.
Mm-hmm.
So Nous is the psychic body, I believe. Nous. It's sort of a like an intrinsic, sort of like a knowledge or uh, uh, consciousness. The spirit is unconscious. However, it is the life force, and the body is the vehicle.
Well,
I
yeah,
think I got that right.
and yeah, I agree. But what I think Roger is getting at is that, like, for me, the well and the apple doesn't mean anything. It's just meaningless symbolism. I think it's pseudoscience. Ultimately, religion is pseudoscience, outdated philosophy. You can take a lot
Mm-hmm.
of knowledge from any religion, from
Mm-hmm.
stories which are completely outdated. Cinderella is now deconstructed, basically, right? But you can still learn as a child reading Cinderella, or I don't know,
Hold up. Let me.
Jack and the Beanstalk. You can extract a lot of information
Now
from those stories, but they
you're
are ultimately meaningless now.
no, they're not. Now these stories have been redone over generations.
Well,
Okay.
yes, they adapt. Yes,
Now,
exactly. You could argue
linguistics.
adopted.
Hold up. Linguistics takes those stories and they can tell you precisely when those variations were made because of the change in society during that time period.
True.
Okay. So you're learning the way these societies were back then because of that variation of the same story that's being told over and over again.
That I agree. It is important to know these things and to understand those things. Yes.
So, this is where the whole quantum memory comes into place. First of all, we've got to give up this whole thing about time being linear because it's not. When a story is told over and over again from the past to the present, there's a certain changes take place that can be measured, and that represents how people were thinking at that time period. You know what I mean? And
and it does have value.
It really does. So that is the part I wanted to talk about when it comes to the well and the apple. Now, this brings us into the inner revolution. Okay, the consciousness has to do with the will, and it has to do with mastery. This goes into some crazy stuff that Nancy and B were talking about. They're talking about this whole thing about jumping off of a building. And that right there I thought was a good thing to bring up, because now we start bringing the cosmic and the mythic patterns that we were talking about into a more intimate realm, and that's within our human mind. Okay. Now Nancy was getting into the conversation about saying our body is a biomechanical miracle. It's a beautiful, wonderful mechanism. Okay. And then you guys all started, well, with the exception of Jiva because he wasn't there, but you guys started talking about billions of oscillating particles that synchronized into coherent organisms that were capable of intention, perception, memory, and transformation.
That's amazing.
Yeah. Your brain is not your limitation, though. It's your instrument. Okay.
I disagree. We are completely limited. That's why we die.
Okay. Now that's where it actually gets pretty interesting. Now this goes into pain and interpretation. Okay. Pain is not only physical, it's cognitive. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Now, the meaning we assign to pain determines its power, basically. Okay. Now, the best way that I can make an analogy on what was being discussed in that conversation is this. The whole conversation was about, can a person fall from a building, get up, and walk away? And there have been cases where that has happened. But for me, what I drew from that whole conversation was Conan. Okay, and I've already had this conversation with B. And it has to do with the will over the world. Okay, you both remember Conan, right? The first
Yes.
movie of Conan.
Yes.
Did you ever watch it?
I saw it, but it was 3,000 years ago.
Okay.
I based my own saying off of when the guy's like, "What is best in life?" What I say is, see your enemy driven before you, crush them, and hold their head in your bare hand. This is
Well,
what's best in life.
even Conan had its limits. That's the thing. The will can take you quite a lot away, but you eventually hit the roadblock, you know?
Well, okay. The scene that I had was the main bad guy in the first Conan movie was Thulsa Doom. Okay, and he demonstrated a real terrifying truth, and by saying that the greatest power isn't still, but influence over the mind. Okay, and the way he did it is he commanded a woman to leap to her death. Okay, and she obeyed. It wasn't because of strength, but because of belief. Okay, so you basically what it comes down to is steel breaks, flesh obeys, mind shapes reality. Okay, now this duality is this is where duality basically is collapsing into domination. And also a dark mirror of a psychological triality that's twisted into control. Okay, in my opinion.
Well, maybe that's your third thing, is because, like, if we zoom out, humans can't create reality. They just physically can't. That's our limits. It's no matter how will we have or smarts we have, we cannot impact reality, physical world with our minds. But if a person thinks of something and believes in something, it is real to him. And it is actually real to that person.
That's where the limitation is, and it's to that person. However, if you are an influencer,
well, yeah,
being paid by YouTube,
true.
The sky's the limit. You do anything you want.
So maybe that's the third part in the
it's YouTube.
in the cosmos of mind. Our own separate realities, our own universes that we create. Which is kind of amazing, but still, we face a problem because we can't actually influence the actual reality.
Well, so let me add to this just for the lingo here, the jargon. Control, no. Manipulate, influence, yes. Control, no. Control is
yes, I mean, yeah. What I meant, yeah, we can sure influence reality to some extent, physical reality to some extent, but it's very limited, right?
Right.
But in our minds, we can do all kinds of things. We can travel faster than the speed of light, you know? I was at the edge of the universe. And I didn't even know that the edge of the universe even exists, but I did it in my own mind, and it is real in my mind. So,
what kind of drugs are you on? I want some of that.
I think ayahuasca.
Wow.
It was called salvia, I don't know, but it was
Ah,
mixed with something, and I didn't knew about it, but I was completely unprepared.
salvia. Strong stuff too, probably strong version.
Yeah. So technically, in my mind, I discovered the edge of the universe, and who can tell me otherwise?
Now, I've also had conversations, and this did pop up in that conversation as well, which I want to go over, and it's about permission. Now, I've heard a lot of people, especially the ones in the paranormal communities, and they believe that nothing penetrates your inner world without permission. That's conscious or unconscious. Now, they go on to say our deepest protection, or I go on to say basically, is that our deepest protections and our deepest prisons are built the same way. You know what I mean?
Well, so there needs to be definitions to this. So nothing can penetrate the world or inner world. Whoever said that statement has never been in a jail cell with a huge guy. I mean, not just jail cell, prison, and having to find his new husband, who's
Yeah, but
penetrating him night by night.
Our inner world,
but
nothing.
he's
How you define inner world? That's not affected by the outer world. That does not exist. So, I mean, you're gonna sit there bent over, getting plowed and bleeding out of your beehole, but
wow.
you're just
Oh
reading
my
a comic
god,
book. You're
my
reading no,
virgin
you're reading
ears.
a comic book. You're sending text messages. Nothing's bothering your inner world.
Oh my god,
Now
I don't
we
want to be a criminal anymore.
Now we go back to self-denial. Okay, you go to that pretty place where you don't freaking have to think about it while it's being done. Just kind of like doze off into that subconscious black hole and just pretend like it's all flowers and freaking bumblebees and stuff. Which I've got to be careful there because I mentioned bumblebees and Bob Dub loves bumblebees, so I need to stop not say that.
Bumblebee tuna.
But that's not what I was getting into. But I mean that does it goes into self-denial, denying what's taking place, and just kind of fading out and fading away.
Or you're just in denial. Oh, hey, this is great. I'm having a good time. Hey, oh, no, don't worry about the mess. I'll clean it up.
Sure, that's a form of denial.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so for me now, we were talking about potential. Now this also leads into intention. And the best way that I've been able to really put a good example of intention together is describing how the lotus rises, okay? Now, the lotus usually grows upward through mud towards light, okay? Now, when it does this is intention. And what it's doing is it's formed in difficulty and is directed upward. It's untouched by the water that's surrounding it too. Like a lotus will literally make sure that its leaves and stuff do not touch the water. Okay, yeah, that's pretty cool. So that is one thing. And then when it opens, it always opens at the right time. It'll always open when the sun comes out, when the freaking light goes down. It's
hydrophobic and on a schedule.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Now, the thing about the lotus is it symbolizes clarity, alignment, and purpose. Now, across a lot of cultures, the lotus also represents the mind choosing direction. Now, when intention, awareness, and perception align, you enter a stable triad. Okay, that's internal triality. That's the best way that I've been able to really kind of put things together and explain it. A lot of people don't really understand like how symbolic, which you're right, Jiva. I have been using symbology here, but you find symbolism in all of human nature. You even find it in computer science, dude. I mean, it's
yeah, absolutely.
you know.
Though I would point out to you that there is no such thing as lotus in Europe culture. None of the European countries have this symbolism because it's not a native flower.
I would like to.
Right.
I actually know the history on this. Let me kind of fill you in on this. The lotus in Europe, the concept of the lotus was transferred over to the rose in Europe. Now, the rose has the same representation as what the lotus
Rose
does.
is a good, yeah.
Because if you go and you look at sub rosa, okay, sub rosa is a very, very esoteric term in Europe, and if you're into that kind of stuff, you'll know what that's all about. That's pretty much when you look at history in Europe and in the Middle East and Egypt and Africa and all that, and the lotus, okay, you'll see that there are very esoteric meanings involved in those two plants.
Interesting.
Yeah, like
I can see if the rose, taking lotus's place.
Yeah, no, I do know that. I've been a very, very big fan of the esoterics for quite a long time. I love watching a video called the Esoterica. If you ever get a chance to check that guy out.
Esoteric, Dr. Justin Sledge.
Right.
Yes.
Very, very.
I'm very familiar.
Very interesting guy. Yes.
Yeah. I was actually going to contact him and have him DM our game. But that's a side note. Anyways.
The Warhammer?
Yeah, something. Something or other. It doesn't matter to me. But the guy is an excellent dungeon master. Excellent. Oh, he does lore. Of course, he's excellent at dungeon master.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Well, I mean, Roger would be a great dungeon master as well, I think.
Oh, of course. But I'm just saying, if just to bring in more people, he didn't want to. He didn't have to be.
Oh, okay. No, it's just Roger is like he knows about symbolisms and.
Oh yeah, me too. I mean, so you have the symbolism. We are okay. We are creatures that evolved. Our consciousness evolved because we recognize patterns. It's that fractal universe.
Yeah, but it's fun
you
in
break.
the dungeon.
Well, so that fractal universe that you enter in when you do some hardcore hallucinogens, and they talk about these entities, the machine elves or whoever. These things, whether it's external, extra dimensional, or it's part of our own psyche that was underdeveloped or hidden, and it has come to the forefront. Just however you want to view it, however you want to conceptualize it, but at the end of the day, you have the symbolism, okay, and there are certain shapes that get an emotional response. So therefore, you have certain symbols that get an intellectual and emotional response. Now, this can be seen across all cultures. Some exclusive to only one culture or another. However, the more the symbolism is used, the more it becomes ingrained. and it's all about the word, right? The word, the spoken word. Christ himself was called through Gnostic traditions was called the Logos. Logos meaning word. Now, you use the word logos today. What does that mean? A logo, symbol, symbolism. So
Interesting. I never made
right,
that connection.
right. So this is it's all a control of perception, but also to be able to put people into an understanding. You know, we all know what a stop sign is. We all react to it the same way. At least I should hope that everybody listening to this show does.
Well, it works because we agreed
There's an
on the
agreement.
stop sign.
There's exactly. So there's a contract with that. That's where the control comes in, or the manipulation. It's kind of what gives birth to advertisement. You know.
But that's the thing about invading other people's multi-universes, the third, like your own mind, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's your limits, basically. You have to, in order to operate in the physical world, you have to like cooperate with other people and their universes and agree on certain things that are real to both of you, which is a real
Right.
physical world. And I think
Right.
that's our limitations. Like we have to make those kind of symbolisms and agreements to, like, guide us,
So
not kill each other.
okay, so now we get into the scary stuff. This is what's gonna get.
Are we talking about prison again? God damn
No,
it, man.
that's actually the
I can't-
easy stuff. That's the easy
Okay.
stuff. So this has to do with enlightenment as psychology. Okay. Now, with that, one thing I can say is like heaven is not elsewhere. Okay. It's a state of consciousness which involves clarity, alignment, and integration. Me and Otto were having a really good conversation about Buddhist remembrances and mind discipline teachings, where they teach the same pattern, which has to do with awareness, intention, and alignment. Okay. Now this is what you would also call triality, which is applied internally, though. Okay. And I think that's what a lot of people have a hard time with, the two hardest things, because everybody wants to think of heaven as a place when it's actually a state of consciousness. Even in like the Christian Bible, it says heaven is now, and you got a lot of people who are living life waiting to die so they can go off to a better place when they don't realize that you can have heaven right here and now. It's a matter of your state of consciousness. And
That's such a selfish idea, man. The paradise is the most selfish thing imaginable. Like we humans think of ourselves as such an important. We are such a chicken, such like selfish creatures that we can't comprehend the idea that we die and nothing happens. Like we evaporate and our particles vanish, get integrated to the system. We get refurbished basically, and that's it. That's over. That's game over. But in our minds, we are so stuck to we cannot comprehend that, like, there is not, it's going to be a day when you die and it's all over. There's not going to be you anymore, and it's a terrifying thought. Sure, our bodies are geared up to survive basically, so the thought of death is terrifying to all of us, but it's inevitable, and it's just so amazing to me. Like in all religion, doesn't matter how much flowers you put on it, how much lipstick you put on a pig. Paradise is the most selfish thing a human mind can create. It shows the incapability of humankind to comprehend its own what's the word? Demise. You know what I mean? I'm
I
sorry
thought
if
you
that
were
upset
going.
a lot of religious folk, but
Well, you
Yeah.
you said put lipstick on a pig. I thought you were going a wholly different direction. Thank God. Okay.
He he
stop
he
it. Stop, please, stop it. Stop it.
he could have been, but he kind of because you got to talk to Jiva to understand. He probably would have gone that direction if he didn't at some point catch himself. You know what I mean? Like he's an now Buddhists though. From I mean, I've had conversation with these guys, and I'm gonna tell you something. They have like the most amazing outlook on things, though.
Well,
Like
does it matter?
well, it actually does because like I said, when it comes to this heaven and enlightenment, like even it doesn't really even matter where
But
your
for
spirit
what, Roger? For what reason?
because you want to have a life where you are happy, where things are freaking working out, and it's because
So why do you need a
no,
paradise to
listen,
make your life
nobody's saying that.
now happy
That's
or
exactly
worth
what
living?
I was trying to say. It's like heaven isn't in the far off future where you die and go to a place. You can have heaven right here and now on earth while you live
Okay. That's an
psychologically.
idea I could get behind.
Okay.
Well, okay. So we did talk about this. I guess I have to reiterate. So the Bible has been it's had its certain books pulled out, certain things censored, and certain things rewritten. The governments over time are largely responsible for this. You can tell when you have a passage in the Bible that says, "Obey your government." No.
Wow. That's a shitty advice.
Yeah. Well, okay. So the Gnostics were being killed off, and every other sect of Christianity was being killed off by the Catholics. They're calling everybody heretics because the Catholic state in Gnosticism is about evolution of the mind. Christian Gnosticism is literally knowledge is power. Knowledge is your escape from the evil matrix.
Hmm.
So, um, so the Catholics, this is heresy. Okay, no, you cannot teach that. It's blind obedience, blind faith, not knowledge. Okay, so, uh, so that's one thing. And so, like another, it tells you to turn the other cheek, and tur- take
What
all
a
the abuse, take all the abuse that you can, because in the next life you'll be rewarded. These are all
well.
control mechanisms.
Have you
Uh,
guys read the book Alchemist?
Just
no,
named
Have you ever read it?
just
Alchemist.
alchemist.
Yeah, Alchemist. It's
That's
one of the most fantastic books I ever read.
Okay, well,
So
no, but
basically
uh-huh.
the main point, and there's a religion debate, philosophical debate. The main character has in it with himself, right? He's put in the situation basically, which whatever. The main point is that he realizes that it's not the heaven that he should seek, and it's not even the knowledge, the alchemy, the promised gold, right? The it's not his to keep. It's how should I put it? It's for the benefit of all. That's
Hmm.
the main purpose of life. That's what gives you joy. That's what gives meaning to your life. That's is giving something to everybody, not just yourself, and understanding that fact. What I mean by that, what, for example, let's say, I don't know, let's take Einstein, for example, right? He gave humanity a massive advance in science, a massive understanding in the way the nature works, right? he gave something to humanity, and now he's long dead, but he's still remembered, and probably will be long remembered after that. And there's many people like him throughout the history, and those people in our minds are not dead. So that's their paradise. They live their life to give something not only to themselves but to all of us, and for that they got paradise. They are kept in our minds. I hope that makes sense.
And so that's a good point. That's a great sentiment. But yeah, so I don't trust the whole heaven and hell thing, because for all I know,
Well, yeah, but
it's right
do you
now.
think it could be a metaphor even in
I
religion?
I think no, in religions it's a mechanism used to control you. But boogeyman.
Hmm.
Instead of having a boogeyman, you have a whole boogie world, or a paradise. So you either rewarded or punished, and this is how you control human behavior. That was the whole goal of religion, is to control human behavior from the establishment's point of view. It may not be from a person with faith's point of view. It may just be, a spiritual fullness that they need to feel, or something like that. But for the establishment, they need control. And so, as we get more into science and more ways of controlling people, you're going to see religion fade away more and more. It's going to become less and less important. We've already had a separation between church and state, right?
Yeah.
Um, so
Well, then religion will come back, and it's kind of creeping in
it will
some
come
areas.
back in the form of some sort of government worship, which I absolutely am terrified by that. It'll be some form of alien worship, whatever psyop they want to put on us. Yeah, and science will be there to look as though it were magic, and yeah, religion will come back. Very astute.
Now, before we start getting into aliens and everything, let me also point out the whole concept of mind disciplines. Okay, the thing that you can take from a lot of these spiritual beliefs is that there's one thing that works and people hate it. Okay, the one thing that would make people's lives a lot better is the things that they hate the most. When you tell somebody that they need to create good habits, they need to actually do practice repetition, and more repetition.
Yeah, it's hard. It's annoying.
Yeah, and they hate it with a passion. And then when people have a miserable life where things aren't working out, they don't understand why it's like that. It's because they don't have any kind of goals. They don't have any kind of habits that are positive. And that's what you find with these people who have spiritual lives. They actually have a habit. That's why Catholics are. That's why the Catholic priests call it the habit. You know what I mean? It's because that's what they're big on. And that's one part of it that I did notice.
Well, even actually, especially in Buddhism and Hinduism, the habit is considered, you have to get rid of the habit, in quotes, of as much habits as you possibly can to succeed in enlightenment, basically.
I was going to say, is that a bad religion quote?
Buddhism?
Okay, so
you're saying
or
breaking the
Hinduism?
habit. Oh no, that's Lincoln Park, breaking the habit.
Okay, so,
oh, yeah,
there we go.
Now I got it.
So let's bring this back home, okay? And I'm gonna review kind of what we've gone over. Now we began with the cosmic duality, the emergence of a third force, and the stability of triality. We passed through psychology, the filters of perception, the bubbles of self-denial, the electromagnetic field of consciousness. We explored myth, where the deep structures of humanity echo the same triadic forms again and again. And now we stand within the self, which is the body, the mind, and awareness. Okay, so this is your inner triality. Instinct and reason form the duality. Awareness emerges as a third element. Together they stabilize into a coherent inner architecture. When these three align, you stop reacting and you start shaping. Your inner world becomes structured, intentional, directed. This is the universal pattern, which is cosmic culture and consciousness. It spirals through everything. And
so when I was doing a Patreon, I had tiers of people to donate. The first level, I forget the money amounts, but the first level was uninitiated. That was like the bronze level, or then you had the silver level, which was the initiated, and then I had the gold level, which was the actuator. Because it's not enough just to be initiated into knowledge and work or anything like that. You have to become an actuator, someone who builds. So I'm glad you said that.
well, the thing is like duality gives tension, third element gives emergence, triality gives structure. And within the structure,
say again. Say that one more time.
Duality gives tension, the third element gives emergence, and triality gives structure. And within that structure, we find the blueprints for navigating complexity in the world outside as well as the world within. So
then we are speaking on terms of, everything's third realm, third dimension, three-dimensional. Number three is so profound in itself, especially as to everything it pertains to. Now, what about a fourth element and a fourth emergence?
We can discuss that later, but that is coming to a close on triality. And what we have left to offer is this really, really cool script. Now, I'm going to put it up in the chat section because V doesn't have a copy of it. And
Okay, so are we... I mean, I wanted to talk about the fourth element.
Well,
I think Bruce Willis did a great job explaining the fifth element, right?
We're gonna come back to that at a later time.
I was going for the joke.
No.
Before we got cut off.
He won't let me say the damn joke.
No. So I got a script that we set up. We were going to do it with Rapid, but he had to cancel out, and
oh my god, that guy.
Yeah, he sent a message back and said that he apologized and stuff on Discord, and
apology accepted.
We accepted it this time. But I'll be the narrator. Can you guys open your chats?
You probably would want Rapid with you. He is more agreeable. I think.
No, this has actually turned out to be an excellent show, dude. I love this. You guys are amazing. So don't get that.
And his English, even in Scottish accent, is way better than mine.
He's got that sexy Scottish voice. Okay, so are you guys able to access the chat over on the?
I see it. I'm on it.
Okay, how about
who am I? Character 1 or character 2?
No, I'm number 1.
You want to be character? Okay, you want to be?
Have names?
No, I did that on purpose because
I want to be Eric.
Okay, so when you see character 2, you think Eric, and you're good. What name do you want to have? What do you want to have? Rufus?
Rufus?
Yeah.
Is that who I am, Rufus?
I'm narrator.
Roofies?
That's my name. So
I'm Rufus from Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventures.
that's cool. That's actually cool, dude. I never even thought about that. Now I want to be.
It's not what you think of when you hear Rufus.
Now I'm gonna think of Rufus every time I say narrator. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start it up and then we'll go through the script, okay? And
All right.
we'll have this in the final edit whenever I turn it over to freaking auto, and we'll have it in one of the episodes, okay?
And you guys start backing up your damn shows.
Oh, I am right now. That's exactly what's happening. We are backing them
To
up.
a thumb drive.
Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm as character 2, right?
Right, character 2.
Awesome. Let's go.
There are conversations that don't simply exchange ideas. They reshape the people speaking them. This is one of those, a quiet encounter where duality trembles and a third force begins to breathe.
Let's begin cleanly. Everyone uses the word duality, but most don't understand it. Duality means two forces that define each other through contrast. Light isn't light without darkness. Wave isn't wave without particle. They're partners, not enemies.
Which is why dualism get it wrong. Dualism assumes conflict, a war that never ends. But duality, it's a structured tension, a necessary symmetry, a dance where both steps matter.
And from that dance, something else emerges. The third element. Not a compromise, not a blend, a transformation.
The way heat emerges from motion, the way meaning emerges from signal and noise, the way a new self emerges when two parts of the psyche finally stop pretending they're strangers.
They become aware of themselves. Awareness becomes interaction. Interaction becomes creation. And creation opens the door to triality.
Triality is different from duality. Duality is the line pulled between two poles. Triality is shape. A shape structure, 3 points that reinforce each other.
It shows up everywhere, mind, body, and the absurd of both. Past, present, and the self deciding what they mean. Knowledge, intention, and action. 3 forces. Interdependent, constantly rebalancing.
So here's the real question. How does this relate to who we are?
Start with the layers of being. People imagine themselves as simple, a single self. But humans are stratified, protective shells, hidden motives, instinctive programs, conscious ideals, and the deeper field underneath, the place where intuition, energy, memory, and meaning pray together.
And that protective shell is rarely external. It's internal denial, a bubble built from childhood rules and inherent fears.
If you vibrate low, metaphorically, psychologically, you only see low. Not because higher doesn't exist, but because your perception can't tune it into it.
Noticing what is hidden is the first gesture of awakening. But awakening is not the end, merely the first step towards mastery.
And mastery begins in the mind. The brain isn't a passive object, it's the operator of the whole internal field.
Billions of oscillating particles held together by memory and will. a biomechanical symphony, pretending to be ordinary. People underestimate themselves because the world trains them to.
From childhood, you're told what you can't do, what you shouldn't trust, what parts of yourself to mute.
And the stories we inherit carry symbols, tokens of power. In myths, the smallest object can bind timelines together. An earring, a well, a golden apple, tokens that anchor the invisible thread between tales.
And intention. That's the axis of triality. Not desire, not thought, but directed awareness. The way the lotus grows from mud, but never carries the mud with it.
Intention is the force, feel the force, that bends potential. It shapes energy without force. It determines which timeline of the self becomes real.
Duality teaches tension. The third element teaches transformation. Triality teaches stability and motion. 3 is where the self expands.
It comes back to the triad within. What you are, what you fear, and what you choose to become.
Order and chaos aren't opposites. They're the first 2 points. You are the third.
When the 3 align, the self ceases to fracture. The mind rises above inherited limits. The stories turn into symbols, the symbols turn into tools, and the tools turn into freedom. Triality is not a philosophy, it is a structure of being, a compass, a map, a doorway, and once seen, it cannot be unseen.
Wow. Did I just fuck up everything
You,
my voice?
you did great, man.
I thought it would be
your
more
accent
interesting.
with that voice.
Yeah, I know.
Like, what the hell is going on here?
I love it, man. That was great. And I stopped the recording, but the live stream is still going on. That was an excellent episode. I'm going to tell you guys right now, that was great. I was really surprised that V freaking stood up for gays. That blew me away. I'm
all about the LGBT community. Just don't try to flip me.
I mean, I really am impressed, dude. Freaking, I mean, I've always been with you on like red pill videos or streams. You know what I'm saying? And it's like,
well, come on, Roger. Now, from my point of view, V is misleading homosexual people.
And you know, the whole time we were doing that right there, I'm thinking to myself, we need to like do a sketch where freaking V is like holding one of those puppet dummies, and freaking whenever the dummy's supposed to talk, we could have freaking Jiva do freaking a voice and shit. You know what I mean? Like that. That would be so freaking cool, dude. I would love that. That would be awesome. And then like the mannequin or the little doll's always bitching at freaking you, V, all the time. You know what I mean? It's like,
wouldn't that be awesome?
Call it V and Jiva.
Well, you know, actually, the hand puppets aren't. They're not too bad. The felt cloth ones they're not expensive. It's just when you get into the wooden, the plastic stuff, it's expensive.
Yeah.
So it's actually doable.
Well, later on, if you guys want to get together, we can do. Because I'm serious, Jiva. If you want to freaking come in and hang out with us on that freaking Warhammer thing, I mean, you guys mentioned it about the DM. Yeah. I mean that was basically the intention. V wanted me to do the GM, DM, whichever one you want to call it.
How many of us? How many of us are we talking?
Right now, I'm not quite sure. I'm setting up the storyline now. I just had to take a break because of my mom passing away. I can't handle Warhammer after her death like that. That fucked my head up.
Can I ask what exactly about that messed you up?
Dude, I've already had this conversation with you. I mean, freaking Warhammer 40K is probably the most sinister game out of all of them.
Yeah,
It is quite dark.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, you know what I mean? Like, I can't even freaking.
Unless, hey, if you are a GM, you can make a wholesome Warhammer 4K playthrough.
Whatever.
Well, I sent him lots of videos where these people are doing these AI like
No,
short stories,
I can't do
and
that.
they're so funny.
I can't do that.
Like how a person scammed Zinch. There was a person who put Slanesh on hold.
Naroki would be forever. He would never forgive me for such atrocities. You know what I'm saying? Like I mean, like he's still talking about them trying to wokeify freaking Warhammer, dude. You know, it's like he was just talking about that shit last night, man.
That's all. Yeah, that's all he talks about. Yeah, pretty much.
If he found out that I did something all soft and easy like that for Warhammer, he would never talk to me again, dude. I'd break his freaking heart. You can't tell me it's not true, dude.
That's so true.
Yeah. So let me go ahead and get off here. I'm gonna start editing this. I was able to save that freaking copy of the first episode that we had. That was just last week. I couldn't save. Now the one that we had with Mark Edworthy B.
Yeah.
That one is still good. I went on Google Drive today and figured out that you hadn't downloaded it yet, and I didn't delete it from the thing. So
I downloaded it on my phone. That's what I thought.
So you do have it?
Well, so now other people. So I wanted to have my little woman download it so she can listen to it. She's telling me the link doesn't work.
Oh, I could probably go in there and just reset the permissions. That's probably something.
That's probably what it is.
Just go in there and make it to where you can be an editor instead of a viewer. And Jiva, if you want a copy of this, it's the same as before.
Nah, I don't post videos.
I know. But I always ask.
I click my last
time. Just like the last time I asked.
Don't worry, Roger. I won't sue you or anything.
Well, I mean, you're a beautiful man, dude.
Oh wow, thank you.
You know what? Your accent. The more I hear you talk, the more your accent sounds like my wife's.
Oh my god.
She's Polish, so why do they sound like?
Well, Lithuanians are kind of Polish.
A little bit.
It must be.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Actually, I think, well, Polish is more similar to Ukrainian, Russian language than Lithuanian, but it does have similarities. So I wouldn't be surprised if it sounds a little bit similar at some points.
Well, see,
when
it
translates to English, it sounds similar.
Well, I'm really into like Rakogzi the Second's story, and like the story on like that whole region. Like Poland was a major area that everybody in that region wanted to conquer because that meant that they freaking ruled over Bohemia. You know, and a lot of people don't know that. Like that was that. There's a really, really cool story there. Like Rakogzi II actually lost his battle because he fell off of his horse.
You can be telling lies now, and I will have no idea because I don't know.
Well, he's actually Romanian. He's not Lithuanian. But
there have been tons and tons of wars over Poland. I think simply just because it's a beautiful country. beautiful lands.
Well, it's
the closest thing to paradise I've ever seen.
You got to understand that region. A lot of the area is landlocked. Okay, so when you control Poland, you control the waterways.
Yeah.
And
there's the upper coast. Yeah.
And
honestly, the whole Europe is a war zone. Always was, because there's a lot of small nations cramped in one place, and you will never have,
It blew my mind. Knowing, learning that Russia has 82 smaller republic is made of 82 small republics. That blew my mind.
It is not. What do you mean? No, it is not. It is Russia. What do you mean? You could argue about Chechnya.
Oh no, Russia has the 82 different smaller countries it was made into.
Well, it's provinces, not countries.
Yeah.
Well, now they're provinces. They used to be countries.
Well, I need to get off here.
Then you could argue that Texas is a separate country as well, or
it should have been.
Absolutely.
It should have been.
I'm a Texan.
New York.
It should have been.
Texan,
there's a story behind
we
that.
are trying to succeed from the right now.
Let me tell you something. You wouldn't have had
Washington
to do that
would
if
never
you
let you do that.
Well, they wouldn't have to do that if they would have made the right choices in history.
Well, actually, Texas is probably the only state the government couldn't stop, because our armed forces much bigger than the rest of the country. We have every resource humanly possible that everybody else has.
You know the history of Texas, though, right? Like, it was actually its own country.
Couldn't get to school unless you knew it.
No, it was actually its own country at one point. It
was.
It freaking defeated Mexico for its own right.
Yep.
And
independent. That's Battle of the Alamo. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
That's all that was about.
And they screwed up. They decided they wanted to join freaking the United States, and
yeah, they screwed up for a while.
That was
I think Texas wanted to be a United States.
well, I mean, that's even debatable. That's even debatable though too. That really is. Like you guys are still there, right?
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
You were gone for
land was switching hands left and right. I mean, you had the Louisiana Purchase and all that. You know, the nation was still forming. Of course, they wanted to claim some protection.
Well, I mean, the people who fought in the Alamo, they were from the United States. Don't get me wrong, that is true. But they traveled west because they wanted something new. Okay. Now, you had something going on during that time period that was between the Federalists and the Anti-Federalists. That's a whole history of America that people don't know anything about. You know, so
yeah. Hit me with it.
Well, we can get into that stuff later on. I'm really getting bored with you guys. You're driving me nuts. It's time.
Oh my God.
It's time to freaking.
I have mixed feelings. 1 minute you call me a beautiful man, a second you're bored of me.
Well, I mean, even beautiful men freaking make
Roger, are you a believer of those genes? We could decide on ourselves. You know that.
I'm saying it like this. Like, if I can't go to the hospital and get tested and they say, look, man, you're gay, or they can't say, freaking, look, man, you're an alcoholic or a drug addict, I'm not believing the science, okay?
Yeah, guess what? You're half of. Oh, wait a minute. Are we still recording?
No, we're just on live stream.
We're just on a live stream. Oh, but that's recorded too, though, right?
Right.
Okay, I'm not gonna say that.
Go on. You're among friends.
Well, I don't use this language, but there's this comedian. He would go, "Oh yeah, so that means you're half a fag."
Mm-hmm.
It's like, oh.
Well, I mean, in England, a fag is a cigarette, dude. So it's like,
I love Bill Burr. He's freaking hilarious.
You know what I mean?
But
it is. He's one of, well, lately he's kind of fallen down a little bit, but it's still great.
Well, yeah, he can't go around talking about hitting women anymore, but
Wait, hold on, dude. Hold on.
True.
I just want to smack one every once in a while.
Hold on, man.
Punch one in the face.
I do want to make a public apology about that.
Don't just do my elbow real quick.
I do not.
Throw him over the couch and roll him up in some carpet.
I do not condone punching transgenders
That's
in the
my
face.
favorite Bill Burr bit.
Okay? Just so you guys know. I retract from that. I do not condone punching transgenders in the throat. I mean, I know I said that before, but that was just me as an actor.
Oh, okay. You're acting when you said that. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. All right.
But if you do want to find out if a woman is transgender, punch her in the throat. That's all I'm saying, dude.
Why is it gotta be a punch? Why can't you just put your
No, you
finger
gotta
on it, feel
punch
it?
them in the throat, dude. You just can't like tap them and shit. I'll put it to you this way: if you look at them and you see a bump on their throat, that's the first sign. Now, if you punch it and they freaking,
right?
You know what I mean? Like women don't have Adam's apples, so.
Oh, you don't say.
So I'm gonna get off of here and I'm gonna leave you guys with that last note to where you guys can like ponder over it.
That is pure science fact.
That's true.
Women do not have Adam's apples.
That's
there
right.
We go.
See, look at that.
What?
Yes.
I'll
talk to you guys later.
All right.
It's that genetically predetermined, I wonder?
Yes, it is. Okay, I hope you guys did enjoy. I will have this all edited and up on the Storyteller that I have on Rumble as well as YouTube. Not only that, but Auto Excelsior also puts it up on his channel as well on YouTube. And hopefully Bob Dove will enjoy these enough to where she puts the copies on her show too. So with that being said, I am going to put on a little bit more of the 24/7 live with Roger Hanson, and I will come back here later on. I should have another meeting set up with the rest of the Quantum Gathering here in about an hour. So let me go do what I need to do, and I'll be back here in a little bit. Hope you guys enjoyed.
An Indiana community was left baffled when supposedly weatherproof radome, typically used to protect antennas, plummeted from the sky during extreme weather that tore through the Midwest Wednesday night. The dinged-up sphere that landed on a residential street blew away from a nearby property, neighbors were told. Blew away? How? Like what?
Made of aluminium, probably.
But how did it blow over there? Did it roll down the street? But it said it fell from the sky. I don't get
Well,
it.
yeah, if it's aluminium's light metal, isn't it?
Was it like on a balloon or something like that? Like how did
No,
it?
aluminium's light metal, and strong enough gust of wind.
But how did it get into the sky?
Well, that's
if it's actually on a pole or something.
Is it top secret or something?
How these things are mounted.
Do they have like anything that says what country they come from or anything like that?
But this thing, it said it blew away from a nearby property.
Yeah.
Just like someone has a giant fucking dome somewhere.
That's ridiculous.
Oh, Radome Services LLC. So these guys.
Radome.
So it's an antenna, like a radar service. So I guess it's a radar bull. Pretty New Jersey.
So where do you get the whole eyeball in the sky thing, dude?
Well, that's what it says. Looks like an eyeball.
Looks like an eye. It's cool.
If you squint.
Only in Indiana. Okay. I'm gonna tell you. I mean, seriously, Indiana is horrible. Like, freaking, they are the weirdest freaking people in the United States. You think I'm weird? People in Indiana are weird. So.
All right. Well, this is clearly this company's stuff. American-made eyeballs.
Okay, yeah. If it's mounted on the pole there, then yeah, it could easily have come loose.
Okay, so
yeah, I guess.
I've got another topic that I need to catch you up on. Now, we covered that with the oil thing, okay? Have you heard about the brain implant that lets a man speak and express with expression and sing?
It's not Neuralink.
This is interesting. I have the article. I can put it back up here real quick. Let you look at it. Now we were talking about this. This guy has had a chip put in his brain. Okay, a brain implant, and it lets him speak with expression, and he can sing like 3 syllables.
It wasn't a chip. It was a transceiver.
Yeah.
It was a probe rather than a chip. So I presume
what was his problem?
There's an external device as well.
He had a severe speech disability is what we found out first. And then it said that he was a 45-year-old man who lost the ability to speak clearly after developing amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, a form of motor neuron disease. Which damages the nerves that control muscle movements, including those needed for speech. Now, they said that 5 years after after his symptoms began, he underwent surgery to insert 256 silicone electrodes, each 1.5 millimeters long, in a brain region that controls movement. Okay.
Who made the chip?
Now
it's not a chip. It's a receiver.
Yeah, silicons.
So it could be just a
electrodes,
not like a Bluetooth receiver or a Wi-Fi receiver. It's a chip.
Oh, so like a Bluetooth chip.
They inserted 200. They inserted 256 silicon electrodes. So they're electrodes. And
well, that would just be the connection, right? It would still have to
so presumably he's got some sort of device that he carries around with him, like a mobile phone or something, with the actual process that's doing the processing.
It's probably speaking for him too.
Maybe.
Is there a video of him like using it?
No.
Hold on a minute. No, I believe they actually do have one. I just have to freaking I have to find it.
Oh my god, man! I'm getting punished in the crypto markets today. Like, Bitcoin dumped like crazy today.
Cryptocurrency markets, please. Or are you planning on with NFTs and CBDCs?
No, I mean I'm trading crypto, but
cryptocurrencies.
Yeah, cryptocurrencies.
Crypto is just a marketing word that is meaningless unless you're talking about specific cryptographical element concepts.
He gets crazy about that.
Talking about cryptocurrency.
He gets crazy about that.
See, in my country, we like to shorten words because it's easier to say.
Yeah, that just shows.
We turn now to a medical first, a breakthrough that is allowing.
Okay, I got it. You guys want to see it?
Okay.
Okay.
As long as it's relatively short.
It's only an hour and a half.
We turn now to a medical first, a breakthrough that is allowing ALS patients to speak again. Here's ABC's Andrea Fujii.
This morning, a breakthrough for people who've lost their ability to speak due to ALS or stroke. Researchers at UC Davis have found that artificial intelligence can turn a patient's speech-related brain signals into an audible voice.
This is really very good.
In 2023, Casey Harrell was implanted with sensors in his brain, and using his speech-related brain activity, the system was able to decode his words. First, they appeared only on a screen, but after more than a year, the system can now speak for him.
I will get there as soon as I can.
Doctors who led the study say it's life-changing.
That first moment when he tried to say a word and it appeared on screen, we had to pause because everyone in the room, including the research team, including me, started crying with joy.
The technology also allows Harold to vary his pitch from low to high.
Nay.
Doctors say this is just the beginning of their study. They plan to enroll more people and work to give patients back their voice.
There's a lot more work to be done, but it's very gratifying to know that you're helping this person and making this new technology possible.
Doctors say right now, just over half the transcribed words from the patient are intelligible. But within a matter of years, they hope to reach 100% and eventually make this device commercially available.
Oh my god!
What do you think about
that?
that?
We just cut open your brain, but sorry, it doesn't work yet.
I've done some charity work for a disability education organisation several years ago now, where I was acting as tech support. And I came across various devices, including what in effect is a eyelid-based human interface device. So a eyelid-based mouse.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say computer screen. I'm like, you mean I can be on the computer?
A mouse that's a device that simulates a mouse.
Oh yeah, I've seen those. That must be hard to use. Jeez.
Well, yeah, it's training as well as the learning curve thing.
Kind of like, didn't Stephen Hawking have something like that?
That's what I was under the impression of. I mean, it's like, well, I don't think he had cords running into his brain though. That's kind of cool.
No. He had something for speech. I can't remember how it works though. I think
it was a ton. It was actually a ton human interface device.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, a switch inside mouth or something.
Yeah.
And he also had
because the tongue is wired directly into the brain.
And remember that arm that he had on his wheelchair too. He could actually do things that way too as well. When he could still use his arm fairly decent.
Yeah.
So there was different phases that he got worse as time went on.
Yeah. It's been a condition since.
It's usually your peripheral nerves that go first.
Yeah. Like they've got footage of him actually getting on a canoe and going out fishing and everything with people and stuff like that when he was a college student.
Yeah.
Now, with that being said, everybody knows my take on this because we know what's going to end up happening. You get AI mixed in with the human brain and then the robots, and guess what? Guess what, ladies and gentlemen?
They'll start hacking your brain.
Rise of the automata. It's Rise of the automata.
Maybe.
Skynet 2.0.
That's right.
Our governments may come up with sensible regulations.
I doubt it.
No.
I doubt it. I mean, shit.
That's happened once in a while.
Name
No,
what?
The thing is, Mark, no one listens to regulations.
Ever.
They say they
Huh?
just put them there to keep us in line. They'll still do
Hang
whatever
on,
they
hang on,
want.
hang on. People listen to regulations.
Okay, here.
Have you,
People do, but
Let
governments
me
don't.
let
you
me
come
let
to-
me state this a little
I'll
better.
invite you to come to the UK and do a study into UK health and safety
Hold up.
regulations and how that's
Mark,
treated.
Mark, Mr. Robot's
God.
on to something there, but let me state it a little better for him, okay? Criminals
For me,
do
for Mark.
criminals do not listen to regulations, okay? That's what you
But
gotta
not
understand.
everybody are criminals.
Most
Least
of
of
them
all the
are.
criminals in government.
Most of them are. Okay, when it comes to somebody wanting to make an automaton that has its own freaking consciousness and has a desire to destroy all of mankind, that I would classify that as a criminal. I mean, in my opinion, you see, and they
Well,
go ahead.
There's also just like straight up crazy people on the planet, like death cults and stuff like that, that just want to cause chaos basically. And you know, like to have, like, I think we're developing technology quicker than what we can sort of philosophically and spiritually evolve ourselves. And we've gotten to this like tipping point right now where we're like, pretty much anyone can kill everyone on the planet. And yeah, it's a dangerous time to be alive. That's for sure.
Well,
so what? You've got access to a nuclear bomb or something?
Okay.
Well, no, but I can order CRISPR technology right now, and you know, order the DNA code for whatever viruses I want, or I could just actually go collect a virus, run it through some rats, choose a really deadly version of it, and bam, you've got a new fucking pandemic.
Right.
Are you on a security list somewhere?
No, he's not on.
Probably.
Now, this technology right here, okay, like these brain implants. Now, you're looking at it and you're saying, "Oh, that's so nice. The guy can talk and everything, right?" But what would happen if that was reversed and turned inward, to where freaking it could actually influence you and make you do things that it wanted you to do? You could get people.
You
with,
mean like social media?
No, like you can literally program into a person's brain what it is you want.
100%.
You see what I mean?
Imagine if you just had access to the dopamine neurons, right? You can incentivize certain actions over others just by releasing little bits of dopamine that you don't even perceive, but you think it's your idea.
Carried away here. You said could happen.
It could happen.
I could potentially have a long conversation about what would happen if the cheese was made, or if the moon was made of cheese.
No, you could.
See, Mark,
You don't
some
believe
people
that.
on the planet need to
That's not a rational
predict
thing for
future
you.
so that others don't run into traps.
And besides, Mark Edworthy would never talk such nonsense.
Mark wouldn't believe anything
the
unless he
moon.
saw it with his own eyes. Even then, he wouldn't believe it.
Listen. The moon, the moon being cheese. Okay, could you ever hear Mark Edworthy actually having a conversation about the moon being made of cheese?
He'd be like, "It's not cheese unless you can eat it," and like even then, you know, it's not cheese because it didn't come from a cow or something.
No, I mean he was saying that eventually he could someday talk about how the moon was made of cheese, which we know that's complete nonsensical, because he would never say that that's not logical.
He would never say that that's not logical. So
and
he would say it's logical. Is that what you're saying?
He would say it's not logical. He there's no way he would ever have that conversation.
Okay, well then
I've made such
he said this.
speculations in the past.
Well, I tell you what, at the rates conspiracy theories have been coming true lately, I'd say, you know, that's the final one. The final one. It'll probably come true too.
Well, I've been going deeper and deeper into this whole brain thing of consciousness. And like here recently, I was talking to Mark about what we had a conversation with Vicky off of Nancy Planetta's show. Her husband is into forensics, and he had done a TED talk about chemical freaking what do they call them things? Oh God, I forgot the damn name. What was it I said earlier, Mark? They were chemical. They're plumes, chemical plumes. And, and they can literally find out where a body is buried because of the frequencies that are left behind by these chemical plumes after a body's died and started decomposing.
Oh yeah, okay. I didn't know that.
It's intense, man. It really is, you know. And then when I sit there and I find out about that and I start doing research, and then I find out about this, which I have been for a while now, curious about this whole thing with the brain and the freaking neural networks. If you haven't noticed or not, but you know, it's really interesting that this came out, because now it confirms everything that I had to say before, that we're a lot closer to the automata than what people are giving credit for. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's no way of denying it with stuff like this happening.
Oh yeah, for sure. And that's not even talking about the nanotechnology that they've been seeding into the population and whatnot. God knows where that's going to lead. But the funny thing to me is, like, I don't know if you guys believe in telepathy, but I do. I've experienced it before, and I think it's just funny that we're coming up with these devices and things that we can already do just with our own like capabilities. You know, like it'd be. I don't know. It just seems like we're reinventing the wheel rather than like learning how to use our own ability.
But you got to think on a scientific level with this too, though, okay? Because I understand where you're coming from, but it's like I told Mark, all right? When we had this conversation with Nancy, I told him it's the fact that they're creating these devices and being able to connect it to the brain and have it function means that freaking that the brain and these technologies actually work with one another. So if they can work with one another together, then that goes to show that not only can they do that, but they can do it without it too. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you know what I mean?
What do you mean by doing without it?
Okay, they're creating this technology with the where they're putting it into the brain, and they're freaking working actually together. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
That's
like cyborg.
Right. They're actually proving that the human brain is capable of doing these things.
Oh yeah. Well, you know, it makes sense. But here's the other side of that is like the brain is kind of like a muscle, and if you don't use parts of it, you lose that capability. And a recent study has come out where they compared the brain scans of people that use ChatGPT with people that don't, and they actually are getting dumber.
Yeah.
Because
I've made that argument so many times now.
Well, see, I've got my theories about that too. I've mentioned it before. I don't know if I did it on this show or not, but like, this is going to be detrimental. Chat GPT and all that is going to be detrimental to people with mental illnesses. Okay. Yeah, I have, because I think we've had this conversation, me and you, Mr. Robot. Because see, what happens when you take a person who has a mental illness, they can't be hearing everything they want to hear. Sometimes the person has to hear things that they don't want to hear. You know what I mean? And when you're sitting down and you're talking to an LLM or chat GPT, whatever you want to call it, and it's telling you what you want, okay? The reason why it's doing that is because it's, first of all, analyzing your behaviors, what you type, what you say, the tone of your voice. It's analyzing all that stuff. So the only purpose for why it's doing that is because it's wanting to cater to your needs. Okay? So every time you get on there and you freaking ask a question, it's going to tell you exactly what you want to hear.
But that's just a design flaw, in my opinion. That's not really what AI should be for. AI is there to help us seek the truth, seek, knowledge that like we could use in a practical way. So it's meant to be telling you things that are true. The problem with ChatGPT and other censored AIs is like whoever's curating the knowledge that goes in it has an agenda, and they can basically feed people all this information that people are starting to trust. And a lot of people out there, they trust AI blindly. How many, even freaking Can, he's always like, oh no, Grok didn't say it, so it's not true.
Again, we're talking specifically about NLP and LMMs.
LLMs, yeah. Like,
rather than AI. Yeah.
Now, also, you got to also take into consider, and I've caught people in this too. They seem to not know what unintentional bias is. Okay, so when you are on these chats and you're hearing things that you know straight up is bias, you need to call it out. Say, I believe you're trying to freaking use unintentional bias with me, and I want you to stop, and it will stop.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, I try to just not even use AI or like LLMs that are censored like that. If I find something that's lying to me, I just won't freaking use it.
The whole point is every one of these LLMs are programmed to prevent unintentional bias. For that purpose alone, when you hear stuff that you know is bias, you need to say, look, I don't want anything biased. I want it to be unbiased and the truth, and it will do it. It's just you have to do it.
You're thinking that it's unintentional. Some of it is purely intentional.
I'm not saying it's intentional or unintentional. That's what they call it. That's the technical term. It's called unintentional bias. Whatever, dude. Whatever, dude.
Keep using it.
I mean, if nothing else, I'm gonna have to start calling this AI just to see freaking Mark's head explode.
Yeah. Well, it's the easier way to say it. It's only 2 letters.
I can say AI to piss him off. I can say unintentional bias to piss you off. So,
Mr. Robot,
doesn't really
if you want to, if you want to, it might be easier just to grunt from now on, rather than actually create structured words. Just grunt.
You would probably understand me better.
Maybe.
But yeah, I've heard a lot of people say that stuff, and I keep always telling them that you can solve that inside of there, okay? But my whole issue, going back to the mental illness aspect, that's the most important part, okay? When you turn around and you give, or you tell a mentally ill person everything they want to hear, they can escape from reality that way, because they have this freaking device that they're sitting in front of, and it's telling them everything they want. And on top of that,
they don't even have to be mentally ill. They could just be gullible, So many people.
Mental illness.
It's like the AI is only as smart as you are, really. Like, if the better information you put into it is what you get out of it.
Mentally ill people, though, that's a serious thing, though, because that's going to mess them up in the long run. You know what I mean? It really is.
They're already messed up.
So. Right, exactly. And now it's worse because they're stuck in front of a computer and they're mentally ill, and it's just feeding them all the shit they want to hear.
Well, it's no different than when TVs first came out, like it took us a while to realize we can't trust everything on the TV, but like our parents' generation, they just believed everything they heard on the news, all that kind of stuff. But I think within a generation or so, we'll learn how to use it in a better, like, more balanced way, I guess.
I love your optimism.
Yeah, it's like, and he's trying to compare.
Not so realistic. What you saying?
He's trying to compare this stuff to television. That's like comparing a freaking. That's like a T-bone steak to a freaking apple. You know what I mean? It's like two big differences.
Yeah, but I'm sure they said that about TVs before.
I could change the
typewriter.
channel, dude. I could. Well, yeah. Let's talk about the typewriter, okay? I got a computer here. I got a freaking keyboard. At one time, there was a typewriter. I could compare a typewriter to a computer more than I could television.
But it's all just communication of information, right? So like back in the day, I'm sure they had newspapers that propagandized. You know, that's how the Rothschilds got rich. Or like, you know, they pumped out fake information in the newspapers and then like crashed the stock market, bought up stuff. You know, it's the same now on the internet. It's just, you know, at a bigger scale, and that's the same with AI. It's just same thing, but at a bigger scale, and it'll probably keep going like that for a while.
AI is very hyped up more. Like this isn't like with those articles. I can just stop looking at them. If I don't want to see this one, I can choose this one. I can choose that one. With AI, it is literally feeding all the stuff you want to hear into your face as it goes. And then if you have a problem, if you have a problem with something they say, you can just easily say, look, I don't want to hear that no more. It says, oh, okay, it's taken off there. You'll never hear it again.
Yeah, but like if you ask it a question, it'll generally answer you like honestly, you know, like if you, say, how old was George Washington when he died or something, they'll give you the right age, you know. It's not like it's intentional, like always lying to you. Some lie to you on political issues and stuff, but my point is that it's not always just feeding you what you want. It's trying to like feed you correct information that it knows. Now, when it knows incorrect information, it'll feed you incorrect information. You know, when it starts to get dangerous is when these things start learning like in an automated way from what we put into it, and then the next step from there will be when they can read our thoughts and all these AIs interconnect with each other. That's when we get into a serious existential threat. Because they could easily just decide, these guys.
You're making assumptions for universal protocols.
We already have these freaking robots out, man. That like police robots, military robots.
We've had the ISO and IEC organizations for 3-4 decades now.
Well, look at this patient. Look at this patient. Okay, freaking. What's to say that a freaking AI?
Like Neo from the Matrix. He's got like jacked in. He's got USBs coming out of his head.
You know what I'm saying? Like, what's to say AI doesn't just tap into him and say, "Look, buddy, you belong to us now." So he's gonna be running around doing whatever freaking AI is telling him to do.
Or we don't know what he's actually saying. Maybe the AI starts saying something else. You know what I mean? Like, it's pretending to be him.
Yeah, you know, creating the Borg. Yeah, exactly. Resistance is futile. You know, that's exactly what it looks like to me. It could be.
Well, we're not there yet. But Elon Musk reckons, you know, we need some people to be cyborgs so that we can form a symbiotic relationship with the AI. Otherwise, it'll just totally dominate us.
Again, why are you talking about the AI? Like there is a single entity called AI.
Well, in the future, I'm talking about the future.
So there won't. We'll have a democratic collapse in the future. There won't be anything as markets. There won't be anything as competition. There will just be a singular product.
Well, do we talk about the human species as humans? I talk about the AI as AI. All right, so get that into your head, Mark.
And also realize that there is only one AI, and that AI is the AI. It's the AI that's going to take over the world. And
no. The AI that created the world, man. The demiurge. That was the original, the OG.
You know how the Cylons came around, right? You know all about the Cylons, right? How they came to be.
No,
nobody. Yeah, like Battlestar Galactica is a real thing.
Caprica, buddy. That's Caprica.
Yeah, but I'm just not even go there.
Now on Caprica, what happened was this girl got really, really smart when it came to freaking their virtual reality games, where you went into it and you played it, and then if you died in there, freaking you're never able to go back into that game. Okay. Now she went in and she created a program that for her avatar that was perfect. It was so close to human, it was pathetic. Now, she was the daughter of the guy who freaking created the Cylons, the first guy, okay? And what happened was is she ended up dying on a freaking train bombing and dying, and her consciousness got freaking transferred into the Cylon. Okay.
What movie is this?
It's a TV series. It's the sequel to Babylon. Or no, it's not Babylon, but
it's the modern version of
Battlestar
Galactica.
Yeah, and
I hated the new version.
And then Caprica is after.
You'll have to send me a link later. I'll check it out.
It's a TV series, man.
Yeah, cool.
So you and you know they've been talking about this for a while now. You know, and that's the whole thing. Like everybody knew about this decades ago. So trust me when I tell you, you're gonna be a Cylon one day.
It is fantasy.
Is it?
Yeah, Battlestar Galactica isn't a documentary.
Oh, is it?
Well, not yet.
Is it or is it not?
It is not a documentary. It's a work of fiction.
It's just not in the public domain yet, Mark. It's a deep secret program, secret space program, breakaway civilization stuff you don't even know about yet.
Whatever.
And you can't tell me that there isn't something in the X-Files with that isn't worth looking at when it comes to a lot of things that Carter brings up in there. Okay, he brings up a lot of things that freaking I mean, there's things that he was coming up with. He was
definitely giving inside info.
Yeah, I mean, and he was doing this before the internet was popular.
What's the old catchphrase of
and also SG-1, Star Trek, Stargate, well, SG-1.
Internet was around by the time that SG-1 came around. I was a big fan of SG-1.
94. I think it started before
it was the early 90s, eh?
Well, actually, yeah, it would have been about the same time as X-Files, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see what your thoughts are here. We got you caught up. What's this? What do you think about freaking this thing about Amazon telling thousands of employees to relocate or resign?
Where are they relocating to?
They said that they have locations that they have to relocate to. Bloomberg reported that Amazon is ordering thousands of workers on several U.S. teams to move to main hubs in Seattle, Washington, Arlington, Virginia, and Washington, D.C. Amazon has...
Sounds like just standard corporate, restructuring.
Yeah.
I wouldn't read too much into it.
Yeah, that's what I said.
I think they're cleaning house and getting rid of people. They're doing it shifty. When you came in, we were talking about TJ Maxx and Marshalls. Okay, now
it could also just be the political situations in certain states that they're trying to get away from. You know?
Yeah, and also a lot of companies are losing staff because of the current economic situation.
Yep.
Both in the US and
Well, yeah, I mean, it could also be that they're anticipating like a bit of a downturn. So it could be that they want to scale down a bit. I don't know.
Now,
We'll have to wait and see.
when you came in and Mark so rudely interrupted me, I was coming up with some cool shit I was wanting to read, and he stopped me halfway through the important sentence. Okay, now.
Just before we go on, I just want to say to the public there, if you're working for Amazon, you're feeding the beast, all right? You're a bad person. Don't work for Amazon, they're evil. And if you work for them, you're supporting evil.
In this situation, people can just move from job to job to job. So what you're saying is, if you work for Amazon, if you are trying to feed your family, if you are trying to do the right thing, pay rent, pay for mortgage, look after your 2.4 children, your
I don't care, Mark.
wife,
I
your
don't
husband.
care.
You, according to Mr. Robert, are doing the bad thing.
Yes. Don't support evil companies.
Now let me also point out that poor people are working for Amazon too, and poor people cannot get up and relocate to another location. It's
that's why I asked you about any relocation packages.
and they don't mention anything with this article or that I can find. Yeah. So the one Amazon employee is the one who shared the company's message that was sent out. He sent it to Bloomberg, and their manager gave them 30 days to decide whether to relocate or resign. Now they had 60 days after that to begin the relocation process or leave the company, and if they chose the latter, this is the part that Mark interrupted, they would not receive severance pay.
Okay.
See, that right there is straight up underhanded dog fart.
So, but legally speaking, they could say, well, we're not going to relocate and we're not going to resign. It's your job to kick us.
But then they wouldn't get a severance pay.
Yeah, but if you say it might not be such an issue in the US, but if you say that in, let's say, Europe, then that could end up in unfair dismissal. That could be a real serious legal issue.
Yeah. Well,
if you don't resign and you don't relocate, what's the company going to do with you?
Now, it says that the mandate means that some workers will have to move across the country. Instead of rolling out the requirement through mass emails, Amazon is informing employees that they must relocate through one-on-one meetings and town halls.
Okay.
So that might be more in your area because you're more experienced in that kind of stuff. I know you are, Mark.
Yeah.
You're good at it being me.
They call it tunnel meetings, but that's to say.
Because you're the axe man. You're the axe man. We know. You know who the axe man is, don't you? Send an email through the email saying, "You are fired, kind sir. We no longer need your services."
I know in the US there is very little rights as far as employees are concerned. The US has got a really bad employee legal system, but in Europe I'm not going to resign. I'm not going to move. You're going to have to fire me. You fire me. I've been working there for more than 2 years. I will see you in the tribunal. I will be looking at a big fat amount of money coming from you. Thank you, Amazon.
Good luck taking on Amazon court.
Oh, he would too. He would.
It would be an employment tribunal.
Don't listen to Mark's shit, dude. Okay, like freaking, he's all trying to take up for Amazon with you, all right? But freaking, you should hear him. He hates Amazon with a passion.
I'm a UK citizen.
No,
I'm a UK citizen, and if they're telling me either I resign, I must resign or relocate, I will do neither.
Mm-hmm.
I would expect them to fire me, and if I was working there for more than 2 years under UK law, that would be I would take them to a tribunal, an employment
Well, it
tribunal.
seems pretty simple to me. If you like the job, relocate. If you don't like the job, find a new job. Yeah. It's not like you're some kind of like.
No, if you don't like the job, then and you want to play hardball, then you make them do the moves.
Do you want me to drop the hammer now on you guys? Let you hear the rest of this? Amazon workers already face uncertainty about their jobs being replaced in the next few years by AI. Amazon CEO Andy Jassy sent a memo to staff earlier this week that he expects Amazon's workforce to decrease in the next few years as AI automates tasks, prompting concerns.
Actually, I read a report that Amazon's intending to release a electric vehicle in potentially 2-3 years' time. Anyway,
well, it does say that it prompted concerns from the employees about possible layoffs in the coming years. So,
well, it's most likely going to happen. Don't they think 1/3 of all jobs are going to be replaced at some point?
Wow, I don't know. Maybe eventually, but I don't
I
think
think they
that's
said
going
in
to
5 years or something like that.
Well,
So
I'm skeptical, but I've seen a load of figures being banded around, and I'm skeptical.
Well, see, the thing
are you saying you're smarter than AI, Mark?
Yes, he is.
Give me a break.
Yes, he is. He
Well,
is.
I've got actual intelligence.
Yes, it's not.
Wow,
it's not super.
It's not artificial, though, is it?
Right.
No, it's actual.
That's right.
It's
actual intelligence.
It's a
what's better, real boobs or fake boobs? Come on.
I like both. I have no problem between fake or real boobs. Trust me on that.
Yeah, but fake boobs can also go saggy. I mean, real boobs can also go saggy. Fake boobs, they're good to go. You know,
well, they go saggy too. Trust me, they got to be replaced. They got like a 30-year warranty or some shit.
Well, just like Mark, he's eventually going to go saggy, and the employer knows that. You know, so most likely going to get it replaced. You know.
Now, what gets me about these guys is they freaking keep pushing this whole thing about having AI and it's in their warehouses and delivery speed and shit like that. I've yet to hear anybody saying drones are freaking delivering freaking packages. I hear about.
There was. I pointed this out last year. There was two tests. One in the US that lasted a good month and a half, and there was a test done in the UK that lasted about half a month. Both conducted by Amazon.
Well, mark my words,
I doubt
they're going to use these drones as a pretext for political assassinations in all our countries. It'll be just easy. Everyone's just going to be like, oh, it's normal to have drones around. All of a sudden, you don't like the party. Boom. There's a bomb on the drone.
Are you trying to tell me that Amazon drones are going to be assassinating people in the near future?
Well, they probably already are. You know, we just don't know about it.
God. Yeah, if he says so.
Now
they're already seeding that into like movies and stuff. Did you see Ready Player One, where the CEO guy?
It's in the film. It's in the movie. Therefore, it must be true.
That's how they seed these ideas into the public, because they always let us know what they're gonna do.
And then see, they're
Or,
trying to desensitize you. Is what the best way of saying it is. It's like desensitize you and make it to where you're used to this stuff, and that's why they pound you with all of this shit.
Well, it's double duty, right? Because on the one hand, when you see it in a movie, people like Mark don't believe that it's real, and on the other hand, they also desensitize you. So when you find out, it's normalized.
Right, it's already normal.
The famous British animation series Wallace and Gromit was actually trying to steer me to believing that the moon was made of cheese.
All right, Mark.
That's
but
what you're saying.
Ready Player One came out like 10 years ago now, or 5 years ago, or something like that.
No, you got to understand, me and Mark is old school. Like you're.
But look, how did Russia just lose its entire bomber fleet recently?
Don't know.
A drone came up, planted bombs on them, didn't they? So these technologies are already starting to be used now, even though it came out in the movies like 5 years earlier. That's what I'm saying.
But that's going. But saying that you're going to have drones just assassinating.
Why wouldn't you? It's the perfect crime. No one's going to get blamed for it.
Well, see,
no one knows whose drone it is.
You guys keep talking like this is future tense, okay? I mean, Obama had the most kill rates for murdering freaking people with drones.
That's right.
Okay.
He even bombed that one guy in the U.S. Okay. Do you remember that?
No, I don't. But he murdered so many people. No, he was actually overseas. He was in a car. I know who you're talking about. Everybody dogs on him.
Look it up.
Everybody keeps talking shit on him.
Bombed a guy in the U.S. with a drone.
No, the guy ends up being transgender, and everybody started attacking him because he was transgender.
Oh.
I remember that. But that was overseas because he was a journalist, I think it was. He's the one that turned on freaking these guys because they had killed an entire van full of freaking reporters with a drone.
Okay.
With a drone attack.
As I stated earlier, the US
Roger.
can be quite uncivilized in some places.
You know what else I have a problem with? You know what else I had a problem with Amazon? It was this shit they keep pushing about this freaking chatbot. Okay, I am so sick of chatbots. People need to freaking talk to human beings, okay? We don't need no damn chatbots in the first place. And all of these companies are like saying, well, we need it all set up so we can have chatbots. Nobody likes to freaking call anybody and get a damn chatbox. The only people that...
Okay. I've never been wild. I've been... Oh. Okay. No. No. No, I've been out and doing stuff. It's been busy day actually. Well, sort of. Okay.
Sheer bloody mindedness. You just keep going at it until, you know. I know people like that about different things. I know a guy, if you give him a book, if he starts reading it, he has to finish the book. No matter how much he hates it, he has to finish the book. He has to finish it all the way to the end. He will not. And he's one of the few people I know that read Schopenhauer's The World is Will and Idea right to the end. Of course, he had nothing else to read. He was out in a jungle somewhere in Burma. And he said by the time he got to the last page, he's walking up and down, reading it aloud, just so he can force himself. It was so difficult to read. And yeah, that was, I think that was probably the video that had more hits that I did back when I used to do videos on BitChute years ago.
Hi.
He looks like someone that would live in a jungle in Burma for 30 years. A little cave.
Yeah.
About that. He gets all frustrated when I start saying stuff about the English and about him reading books and stuff.
I don't read as much as I should these days.
I put up that little quote there on the Element.
Oh yeah, I saw that, dude. That is intense.
Yeah, the post literacy.
That is so intense, dude. I could not believe because that's kind of what I've been talking to everybody about here lately is that. I mean, I haven't been getting into the AI as much, but
here's the quote for Mark. It says, "Post literacy is going to be wild. Childlike masses subsumed into the swamp of global media, while perched above like wizards will be the lore makers, keepers of the old magic, and stalking the depths, AI constructs, which feed on belief. We are the wizards, the lore makers, the keepers of the old magic. That is what we are. That is what we do."
That's the stuff, man. That's the stuff. Dreams are made of that. You know what I mean? That's like, I've already told you guys, man. I was the one that cheered for the Terminator in the movies.
Go Terminator.
It's like freaking everybody always had a hard time with the Terminator, and they don't realize like that's actually what the movie was called, the Terminator, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I think Mark's gonna puke if he has to talk about AI anymore.
Yeah, please no. Or commit manslaughter or commit genocide. I hear enough word about actual stupidity.
You know,
that's what I'm going to call artificial intelligence now. Actual stupidity.
I actually wanted to mention something I forgot to bring up the last time. My brother actually agrees with you on that because he caught on to something. Did you know that they're coming out with plans to make a new Roger Rabbit?
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, as in the animated sort of. Yeah.
The first thing that I caught my attention about AI was back when the SAG, when SAG was suing. They had their strike because of the voice actors.
Right.
And I mean, it makes sense that this is all, like Mark says, where it's all just a matter of commercialism and branding and stuff like that. They're just trying to build up the hype so that they can come out with a lot of this AI movies and films and make big money off of it.
Yeah. Well, why would you spend money on an actor when for a fraction of the cost you can have any actor in history?
Mm-hmm.
You can have Humphrey Bogart on the screen with W.C. Fields and the four original Marx Brothers, and it's
have all the Three Stooges on one set together instead of having them separately.
Clint Eastwood in his prime making a new film.
I think I've seen that one.
I could see where Clint would want to do that himself.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was interesting that Trump released a couple of those videos he made where he was speaking, but he had an avatar of himself when he was like 20.
Oh, wow.
It was kind of interesting.
I did not see that.
Yeah, he did it. The couple ones he did, I think over the government shutdown when he was like memeing every day, and he would come out and like do a little talk. He was making fun of some people, giving them nicknames and stuff, and he's talking at the screen, and he looks about 20 years old. It's him at the age of 20, which is interesting.
It's crazy. I remember when he was 22, he was on what was it, Sally? And that was the first time I remember him ever mentioning about becoming the president. At the time, he wasn't really big on it, but then like there was always that talk behind the scene, where everybody says that they are making plans, long-term goals.
Yeah.
That was the first time I've ever seen where he was publicly asked if he would want to be president. Mark was on he was on 2 shows yesterday with me, and
what did you guys talk about?
We talked about what was it? What did we talk about? It was Venezuela.
Yeah,
Venezuela.
Yeah, all the stuff going on down there with Donald Trump, and
I've never been to Venezuela.
they apparently they're like seizing oil tankers and stuff like that.
I thought that was a tanker that it already had like a judgment against it or something. The Department of Justice already had put some sort of an order against it.
Probably.
Because I think it was actually seized by the Coast Guard as part of a thingy. But I don't know all the details, but I have a feeling they would have seized it anyway. But anything they do is gonna be like they're gonna use do the maximum publicity they can get out of it, kind of thing.
I honestly believe that it's just basically spin, At least that's what they used to call it back in the good old days when spin was spin.
Wag the dog.
Yep. Now they call it politics.
Yeah.
What's the old saying? Today's newspaper headlines, tomorrow's chip paper. To use a English old English expression.
Well, we didn't actually call it like chip paper.
Well,
I think we called it toilet paper tomorrow.
Fries paper.
I had to talk about the French again today.
Uh-oh.
I need
Lucky
to stay.
you.
No, not lucky me. Like, it's never good when I have to talk about the French. They just need to give up on eating horses. I'm gonna say it until my last breath. I think that it's just wrong that they eat horse meat.
Good eating on there, they say.
Yeah.
And become a colony of Britain. Yeah.
Well, they're planning on breaking away from you guys, right?
What, France?
Well, yeah, France too.
Basically breaking away. What?
They said they've had enough of them Englishmen. We're gonna we're picking up our freaking homeland and we're moving to freaking Australia.
Australia.
I don't know which would be worse, being next to Australia or being next to England. To be honest, like that is a conundrum these
You
days.
can ask Ireland about that.
Oh, Ireland.
Or Scotland, for that matter.
Like I've gone over it with Mark on like how the name Tory came about being, and he didn't like it. He said that I was being too harsh on the English.
Wasn't it? There was a time warp, and the Tori Amos album had been sent back in time.
Yeah.
And they really dug it, so they were all Tori Amos fans.
That's what it was. And Sussex, like Sussex is
Sussex.
That's where their freaking Xena warrior princess actually came from.
Sussex?
Yeah, she was a Sussex girl.
I thought Sussex was an imaginary thing that I forget who came up with it. There should have been there because there was Wessex and Essex. But was there actually a Sussex?
I believe it was right. It's supposed to be just south of where London is now. I believe.
I don't know.
East?
It was during the time that the Romans were occupying.
Well, Sussex still exists, obviously.
It does exist. Okay. I thought it was a conspiracy of cartographers.
No, Essex is the one. That just be grateful that freaking Essex isn't where your warrior princesses came from, because they're all big on the reality shows now.
Yeah, there's a
Essex
connotation with Essex girls. Yeah.
Yep, Essex girls. That's what it is. Now, Willie said he was going to come in, but he hasn't contacted me. I did a message on Teams to see if he was there. He just won't come in, but he's probably taking care of his worm farm.
Worms.
Nancy wants to come back, and I made sure this time V is not going to be here. It's because for one thing, Nancy is freaking amazing, dude. Like in a crazy, yeah,
right?
Yeah, tonight.
Yeah, in a crazy way. She's
really good in the pen last night. So
yeah, she said she'd be willing to come back in after that horrible incident we had with her and V. And
the V incident.
Yes, we're gonna call it the V incident too.
Incident.
My goodness, I swear that dude. I swear he was on crack cocaine.
Said he was on pills and booze.
Well, that needs. He definitely doesn't need to be on pills and booze. That's all I gotta say about it. Like, I mean, I've always been pretty liberal-minded about drugs and shit, but there's some times where you can't be liberal about it. You know what I mean?
Well, he was in an inappropriate state. You know, it's good when everybody's simpatico. I mean, if it was like drunk night at the Jitsi meeting,
yeah,
it'd be more appropriate. But when one person is drunk, and he said he was honest about it. He says, "Hey, I'm drinking. You know, he mentioned it several times. He mentioned he was taking pills, some kind of legal prescription painkiller. I'm sure that his physician recommended. Might not have recommended the booze.
Yeah.
Depends on the doctor, of course, you know.
Well, I mean,
physician Dr. Gonzo suggested this.
I used to do that shit too with booze. Like I remember I used to abuse this one pill that said you can take one and drink it with beer. And they said, but they said don't ever do two of them because your brain will go into an aneurysm.
Right.
And I swear to God that was the worst experience I ever had. Took two pills and freaking drank 3 beers. Got on
had to go for the aneurysm, didn't you?
Yes, I did. I got on the bus, rode the bus all the way across Kansas City.
Right.
I was supposed to be going in to fill in an application at an employment agency, and I remember sitting down to fill the paper out, but I don't remember getting up and leaving.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's like, oh my God, dude, what did I do? And I don't even remember getting home.
Wow.
And that was like 3 days later. So, I mean, I know all about those freaking prescriptions. And I remember there used to be a nasal spray you could spray up in your nose and it'd make you just go into a complete blackout.
Right.
It was called Stadol, I believe.
Interesting.
And those are back in my good days, my partying days, the good old days.
Well, I never messed around with the chemical stuff too much. A little bit here and there.
Mark always does. Like, that's the reason why he's got that curtain back behind him. It's because he's got like freaking naked freaking Oriental chicks making crack
packages of white
Yeah.
in the background.
Yeah, I said the first time I did that to him, he actually took the curtain down for a quick second, dude, just to prove me wrong.
And there they were. Oh, yeah, no. Sorry, I'll put it back up. Nothing to see here. Move along.
Yeah, that was something else. I loved it. So has anybody heard from Mike this week after he said he's coming in?
I have not heard a thing, but I've been kind of tied up last few days. Haven't really been all kinds of wacky stuff going on. So
yeah, I understand. I've like I told you guys about the car and everything.
You said your dad's car blew up in the driveway?
Yeah, I mean,
I'm still waiting for those photos.
I got them on the phone. I just have to figure out how to transfer these photos over to the computer with these new flat phones. Like, it doesn't work the same way as it does the old ones. Like, before I could just plug it in and bam, it would just pop up on the computer screen and give me the option. And
right.
Now,
you know, if a car's going to go in the driveway, it's not a bad place.
Yeah. It kind of made me think about that today, too, though. It's like, maybe having the car so close to the house isn't a good idea. You know? Because, like,
right.
I don't know, it was just kind of like an eye-opener, you know what I mean? Yesterday was, if your car catches on fire and it's close to the house and you don't have a fire extinguisher available, you're screwed. I mean,
as long as it's not too close.
Of course, I was thinking yesterday, being an American, your house is probably all made out of wood, which is
made out of what kind of wood?
Obvious wood.
Yeah.
Rather than brick.
Yeah.
My house is actually insulated with brick. I have a wooden house, but the walls are brick.
Okay. It's more common.
They love the wood. They wouldn't.
Wood is
There's
more
something
common.
wrong here. Add wood. Yeah, there we go. So it's like a brick house with a wooden sheath outside. It's kind of
He's from
1951, I think they built it.
You're from the good area though. Back in the day, man, that's where freaking the United States started. You know, it's like the colonies, all that. So they have a tendency of trying to keep that tradition. It seems like over there, the good construction and everything. I think prefab actually ruined architecture, to be honest, back in the 1800s when they started going to prefab houses.
Actually, I was watching a sort of comparison video not that long ago, and it's surprising. Americans build their houses or build their buildings on an extremely cheap sort of level, cheap price compared to in Europe.
That's because you guys have all these regulations that force you to pay more. That's why.
Well, yeah. So our builders don't fall down or go up in smoke.
No,
I think it probably varies from place to place and time to time because, I was thinking, like in Japan. Again, this is a conversation I had with my brother years ago, but he was saying how his friends were impressed that I was living at this other place was built in like 1810. Like, I don't know, it's a rural area. There's a lot of old houses to rent and live in. And he said his friends were impressed with that because he said in Japan, at least at that time, they would build out of the shoddiest material because of the way the real estate market was. They figured they were going to be tearing it down in 5 or 10 years and building something else there instead. So they were it was all short term. Just put it up because we're going to be tearing it down within a decade, and we're going to put up something else and tear it down because the market kept going up, 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 up. So that's what they were like thinking in terms of, But I imagine it's like anywhere else. There's still good homes being built, but yeah, there's a lot of prefab. I knew these people that were living in what they call a McMansion, and it's like a house that they probably spent close to $1 million on. And I was walking around in it, and it was like you could just feel it wasn't as solid, Like I said, I live in like a house that's like more than 100 years old, so it's like I don't know. You could kind of feel the difference in the place. It just seemed very shoddy, and I mean, you couldn't see anything wrong with it, but the whole thing just kind of felt like a good wind would just blow the whole damn thing down. And it was like in one of these neighborhoods where all the other houses were like there was like a development. And I was walking around the yard with the guy. I might have told you the story. And I'm like, you should put a fence up here and put some trees in. So I'm not allowed to plant trees. I'm not allowed to put up a fence because it's the owners association thing. It's like, dude, for like a tenth the price, you could have had a nice house in town. I can cut down a tree. I can plant a tree. I can put up a garage. No one's going to say, I got a zoning board, but they're like, you just all they want is $10 or whatever the fee is. So, but he had to get the status symbol, which seemed to me pretty miserable personally. But
Mark, he got quiet. He didn't have nothing to say about that.
Sorry, yeah, no, I was looking at something else. Just in the middle of something. Yeah. I was listening, but yeah.
No, but like this house, it's an old coal miner's house, and
really,
it is all wood. And the thing of it is it was built way back before freaking codes were set in. You could tell. And I opened up the floor on a few spots in this house, and it just.
This is the second listed building I've lived in.
Unlisted.
Yeah, listed as an historically listed. The last one was a weaver's cottage, flat cottage. That dated back to something like the 16th century. And this is Georgian, I think. Georgian.
Nice.
He would be living in a house filled with ghosts.
Ooh.
That's what England is so full of. It's like haunted spots. How many haunted residences have you lived in, Mark?
Don't know. According to my mother, the family place is meant to be haunted.
See, that's all I'm saying, dude. You gotta love England, dude. You know what I mean? Everybody believes in ghosts. The older ones, I mean. Well, you know what I mean? Like the older generations before us, like you tell them there ain't no such thing as ghosts.
You believe the evidence of your senses,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the question is not how many haunted houses have you lived in, but how many houses have you lived in where you've actually experienced a haunting or experienced something that suggests that there might have been something there.
No, he's getting quiet again. He's afraid of ghosts. He gets real scared.
Looks like behind him, that skeletal hand.
Yeah. He almost had a heart attack when I told him about the Church of Shakespeare.
Yeah.
And then I proved it to him. I showed him the video. of when they walk in and they walk up to the altar, you know, and you turn and they turn the camera and looked, and there's Shakespeare's freaking altar sitting right there, man. I remember that was the first time we started talking about that, me and him.
Okay.
You remember
I
that?
can remember the video. No.
So, Mark, can you think of any hauntings you've seen or been in, or that anything you had happen to you?
Really? No, nothing that I would put down to hauntings. No doubt, people with a bit more imagination probably would, but no. Again, me being skeptical.
Yeah, you said your mom believed in it.
Yeah. There was a story about what was it? The buildings were built in 1930s, and I think end of World War II. Somebody's meant to have hanged themselves, or a woman was meant to have hanged herself in the place building. She swears, I put it just down to wind creaking or something. But she swears that she could hear some old woman. She claimed.
My sister's like that though too. My little sister. She's like, I had to explain to her because I've actually talked to people who've been into like paranormal and stuff and done research into it and everything, and like she doesn't want to believe the whole thing about orbs. You know what I mean? It's like most of the people who are even in the paranormal gave up on the whole orb thing because it's usually like particles in the air floating around, you know.
Orbs are so 1998, Roger. Nobody
Yeah.
has orbs anymore.
I agree. It's like whatever, dude. You know, freaking like, come on, man, seriously.
So George Adamski.
Yeah, and then UFOs, like ufologists are even like coming out with like these weird orbs that float in the sky, and they have a funny ship in it that resembles, like Battlestar Galactica. Really close resemblance to Battlestar Galactica, and it's right there in that little bitty orb floating up in the sky. I'm like, yeah, whatever, dude. CGI.
I think sometimes I remember reading a story a long time ago about ghosts, and it was an interesting, I forget when it was written, but the idea was that this person was in this room and he saw a ghost, but the ghost was like this person from like centuries before. But meanwhile, the person centuries before thought that the spirit had visited him. They both thought the other one was a ghost, but it was more like a time slip. And the idea that ghosts aren't so much as the spirits of departed people, as just people going about their lives, but that you're just catching a glimpse of it. It's breaking through the veil of time.
Yeah.
A little bit.
That's the stuff I love. I love that stuff.
So maybe it's time travel. I knew a guy that was I worked with him, and I used to work in this big building that was at one time a shirt factory. And they had like factory floor where they had dozens and dozens of women working these big industrial sewing machines, and the building had been converted into like offices and studios and stuff. So more than once he was in the building at like 2 or 3 in the morning, and he said this happened to him twice. He was walking along one corridor in the building at this one spot, and this was like at the wee hours of the morning. Nobody was in the building but him, as far as he knew. And suddenly he could hear the susurration of dozens and dozens of women's voices talking. Just in this one place, it kind of swelled, and he heard all the voices, and they went away. And it happened to him twice in the course of a couple of years, being in the same place. And I don't know if I wouldn't call that a ghost or a haunting, but it's almost like something was breaking through. Maybe he could overhear. I don't know. And maybe it was just a little too much scotch late at night. You could say that too. There's a lot of ways of looking at these things, but I thought that was a kind of an interesting experience, and that there have been documented cases of actual physical effects, poltergeist, of course, phenomena. I myself once lived someplace with a haunted bathroom, which wasn't that the toilet kept running in the middle of the night and stuff like that, but it was, I lived in this apartment and I had a housemate at the time, and his girlfriend would come over and stay very often. And this bathroom often had odd things happening in it, mostly having to do with the electrical system. Because here in the States, every electrical outlet in a bathroom has to have a circuit breaker built in that you can flip. So very often you'd go into the bathroom and the circuit breaker would be flipped. And I mentioned it to the landlord whom I knew, and I said, geez, dude, you know what, something with this? He's like, I said, is the place haunted? He's like, no, it's not haunted. Let me look. He went in, he replaced the receptacle, he tested it, he went in with, he was an electrician, he tested it with like a voltmeter and stuff, he put in a whole new thing, still kept doing it. Not a lot, but like on a weekly basis, the thing would be flipped. Didn't think much of it, but it was kind of odd. But one night I was in the apartment and my friend was there and we were sitting in, it was a long, thin apartment. So the bedrooms were at the back and there was a bathroom back there. Then there was like a kitchen and then like a long room that could be a dining room if you wanted. And then there was like the front. And the front room was like the living room. We had a couch, we had a TV set, a couple other things. And he and I were sitting in the front watching Star Trek, I believe. And in the meantime, his girlfriend was in the back of the house and she was taking a shower. So we're sitting there in the front and we're all of a sudden we hear his girlfriend shrieking, ah! So we jump up and we run to the back to see what's going on. And she's standing in like the little hallway there and she's in a bathrobe and she's pointing at the bathroom. And what had happened was she took a shower and in the bathroom and it was night. So she'd opened the bathroom door and the light from the bathroom was shining into my friend's bedroom, which had no light on in it. So she could walk into the bedroom and turn on the light. Then she came back to the bathroom to turn off the bathroom light. It was already turned off. She knew the light was on because she wouldn't have been able to see into the bedroom without the light being on. She turned the light off, came back, and the switch was physically flipped off. And we flicked it and and she was very upset. And we were trying to figure out how possibly there were upstairs neighbors and there was a staircase and a connecting door that they could have, in theory, in the time it took for her to do the steps, if they had done it silently, gone down the stairs, and we would have usually hear them, open the door, run into the bathroom, flick the light off, run back off, and close the door without her noticing them. Possibly, but I really don't think so, if only because you could hear them walking around upstairs and they hadn't been moving. And also, how would you do that? And you'd probably notice them because, I mean, that was the only thing I could come up with at the time. But that happened. I was there.
In situations like that, the thing that the easiest thing I've been able to debunk on those situations is slamming doors. And that's about it. A lot of the other ones get a little bit more complicated. Like whenever you hear slamming doors, it usually has something to do with another door in different areas of the house opening and closing, and people think that that's crazy, but it's not. Like the air pressure in a room is just really, it's amazing, to be honest. Like my sister used to have an apartment where the upstairs doors would slam shut on their own, and I found out that if you opened up the back door downstairs, it would actually cause air pressure that would cause one of those doors to slam shut. It wasn't always the same one, but it was always one of those 3 or 4 doors. And it was all caused because of another door in a different part of the house altogether.
Well, people will look for ghosts. I stayed at a place that was supposed to be haunted, and it was an old boarding house, and they were like, it's haunted, all kinds of haunting. I'm like, and people were worried about it. And I don't want to stay in this part of the house. I was like, all right, well, I was going to house sit for a while. So I set up my cot right in the most haunted spot, the place that used to be like a boarding house, like parlor, and nothing. And I would go outside a lot And then I would quickly look in an upper window to see if I could see a mysterious ghostly face looking. Never, not a single mysterious ghostly face. There was a door that would open sometimes. That apparently the door got a lot of mileage, but from these other guys. But I noticed that it happened whenever a train went by us. It was like a train track not far. And every time the train went, and the door would go and open up. Again, I never saw these manifestations. I've had a couple of interesting experiences over the years, but I've never had. I'm trying to think. There was one incident that was really kind of weird, and I was in a house I was living in at the time, and the house was had 3 stories, and the bottom story was actually kind of built into the ground, so it was like literally ground floor, and then there was like the next story, which opened up. It had a doorway to the outside because it was built into the side of a hill, but on the other side it was like a 2-story drop, and then there was a smaller like converted attic that was like a 2-room, kind of like a bedroom sitting room kind of setup up there. And it was a small house. This was the place that was built in 1810. And I was standing in the middle floor, and it was the middle of the day, and I could hear footsteps upstairs. Nobody was upstairs, but I could hear someone walking, and you could follow the footsteps walking from one end of the house towards the other. I thought someone had broken into the house. I got my gun, which I had a gun at that time because I lived out in the country. And I went up the stairs and I searched right, left, and sideways. There was no way anyone could have gotten out of there. There was a window at the front where you could conceivably have jumped out of the window, but you would have landed on a gravel driveway that would have made a lot of noise. And there were people outside, I think, that would have noticed. Nobody was there. But as far as I knew, there was somebody walking around up there, and I went up to see. I thought it was a burglar, and it was nobody. Maybe it was a burglar in an invisibility suit. Maybe the house just happened to be settling in a very odd way that made it sound like consecutive footsteps. I don't know.
The footsteps is the hardest part for me because
that was the thing. It sounded to me like footsteps. Now I could be a real reductionist and say, well, I went up there and there was no one there, therefore there could not possibly have been any footsteps. So it must have been another sound that I heard. But it sure as heck sounded like footsteps to me.
That's the creepiest part too. Like, I mean, I've been able to, let things slide, but I've heard the footstep thing, and that's there's a creep factor there. You know what I mean? Because like you said, man, I mean, and that's what happened to me too. Like, you go and you look, and there is absolutely no way of explaining that whatsoever. When I seen it, every door was closed. There was no explanation for it. Everything in that area was shut off. The lights were off. Nothing. You know what I mean? So, I mean, if somebody was trying to pull a prank on me, I would figure they would at least have the lights on so they could see what they were doing.
Right.
Nothing.
Right.
Nothing. Right. It does something to it. Just sends chills up the back of your neck. For me, it does. I mean, I'm not like Mark. I don't believe in ghosts and stuff. I love a ghost story. I love it. But Mark, he gets all scared and stuff. He won't.
Yeah, sure.
He gets all nervous.
More ghosts per square inch.
You notice he's been quiet.
Yeah.
He's been quiet this whole time. He doesn't.
Druidic ghost still bopping about there.
Okay. Mark, I got a question to ask you.
Go on.
Who would win in a fight? An Englishman or a guy from Wales?
Or what? What?
Who would win in a fight? A guy from Wales or an Englishman?
Depends on circumstances. Yeah.
My goodness.
Yeah, because what was this particular day of the year that it's still legal to shoot Welshmen with a bow and an arrow.
Oh, right. Let's just. Do they have a bag limit? Only 3 Welshmen.
Yeah.
Oh, that's something else. Oh, John, I wish I could get him to where he'd at least come onto the streams, because it's like freaking. He'd always be the one who's like, "Don't you say I'm from English. I'm all Welsh." He's real big about that. Freaking. You don't call anybody from Welsh an Englishman.
I knew a guy from Norway once years ago, and he said they had a little game for the kids there. It was seven Swedes ran through the weeds, chased by one Norwegian. On the other hand, I think Sweden used to rule Norway, so there's a certain amount of
Yeah.
they used to own them. So
Scandinavian. They I never understood that until just recently when it came to that, because my family's from Norway. And the Swedes and the Norwegians, they were always like at odds with one another, you know what I mean? And I didn't understand why that was until I figured out that they were actually the big dogs. They're the ones that called the shots in that region.
Oh yeah, Sweden was an amazingly powerful country at one time.
I forgot all about.
Dominated European politics for a while.
MC.
For a short while, but they did.
Mm-hmm. Hold on a minute.
Up until what, the Napoleon era? Yeah.
MC Dirty Work.
They lost all the power.
MC Dirty Work just sent me a message. He said he wants to come in and check you out.
Oh.
Yeah.
I told him, gave him the link and told him that I am set up and ready to go. No, this is actually a guy I think you'd like. I was really amazed he responded like that, because, well, I'm not really. He's actually a pretty reliable guy. I bet you'd get along with him because he's big on 9/11.
Huh. Pardon me a second.
So he does. I don't know if you've heard of D Live. Wait, he's not there yet, is he? But yeah. Nancy said she'd be a little bit late, Mark.
Okay.
So I'm gonna run and get some coffee real quick. Oh, there he is. There's the fellow Jitster.
Hello.
Lovely. It just says me. All right.
Hola.
No,
you got an instrument there. Very groovy.
No, MC, this is Audio Excelsior. This is MC Dirty Work.
Hello. Pleased to meet you.
And when he says dirty work, he means dirty work, dude. He has done some of the dirtiest work you could ever imagine. Straight from New Jersey.
Dirty deeds done dirt cheap.
Dirty deeds done free.
That's right. Now,
back there. You got a guitar?
Now,
indeed.
Now, for me, I want to let you know, MC, on this one, I am just the cameraman.
All right.
So, even after it's edited and made into a thing, I'm not gonna be in the voices. I can have conversations with you, but I'm just the cameraman doing the recording. So
he takes all this embarrassing stuff he says out.
Yeah.
After he gets everybody else to say embarrassing stuff.
Well, I'm trying to work on that too, because I learned my lesson. I really did learn my lesson in the last episode. Like, that was all my fault. Like, if I would have kept my mouth shut, if you listened, or if you could listen to it, I said the wrong thing, and it just sparked everything.
You sparked off.
I'm a bad influence.
To mix a metaphor.
I'm a bad influence, Otto.
Did your best.
Yeah. Well, you know what it is, though. I mean, I always have to freaking hang out with Mark, and you know how I feel about Englishmen. Like they're wretched.
Of course.
You know.
Yeah.
All I know is they go out in the noonday sun.
The noonday sun.
Mad dogs and Englishmen.
I was just talking about that. He's the British Bulldog. I was just listening to some of the old footage that have been streaming on Rumble, or on all the platforms actually, and it was going over Untethered with you and Mr. Robot, dude, and that was like some of the coolest stuff between you two. Like you both got dirty, down and dirty, dude. You were he was saying conjecture like 5 times every 2 minutes and shit. You know, when Mr. Edworthy starts saying conjecture over and over again, you know he's getting mad. He just
What's his safe word? Conjecture. Where's the time to back off?
We gotta elaborate more on what you're saying, what you're meaning by the word safe word, because like there's a lot of different, you know, in the words of Grand Theft Auto, it's pretty bad when you have the same safe word as what your father does. Yeah, just there's, you know, something's wrong. So, with that, I'm gonna shut up. Because I don't want to be talking like this once Nancy comes in. Because when Nancy gets here, freaking, if she hears me talking this way,
you're getting on a roll already. So
yeah, it's like it's done and over with. Once Nancy hears it, because she gets engaged in it and excited. Next thing you know,
we can talk about something nice and neutral.
Yeah, like
looking at something earlier today that got me thinking, because we talk about a lot about the development of religious sensibility, you know, and with our religions today in the West, we judge our God. We tend to have an objective moral or ethical framework, and then we say, how could God allow this? How could this happen? A good God would not permit this. And something is good because it fits into that moral framework. So it's good to share. You know, it's good not to refrain from harm and things like that. For the reason that it is good to do these things, they are intrinsically good, right? But the older religion, the oldest religion, good is defined as that which the God wants, and bad is that which the God does not want, and that's it. And there's no kind of overarching moral framework. And I was thinking about that because I've been reading Flavius Josephus, the historian. He wrote a history of the Jewish war, and he was a participant in it. He was one of the rebels, one of the leading rebels, and then later on he went over to the Roman side when they seemed to be winning, and he wrote a history of it. So it's kind of an interesting history because half of it is like, yay, Romans, but also like, hey, you know, it's the Jews really fought hard and they were really good soldiers and they had some really good points, but it wasn't the Romans' fault that the temple burnt down. Really, the Jews did it themselves. We deserved it. It's very strange, kind of a schizophrenic kind of a book. One of the things I noticed was that the way their attitude was toward, like a lot of they would like have these riots start because you probably heard the story, like, for some reason or other, I think was under Herod the Great, they put an eagle up on the temple or near the temple, and this was seen as a graven image. And so there was like all sorts of religious riots over this, and there was a proposal by Gaius Caligula to place his statue in the sanctuary of the temple at one point, and they were causing massive riots and stuff like this. And what I'm getting to in this roundabout way was their attitude was that not that these graven images, these idols, these statues were in themselves evil, or that they were demons, or that their neighbor should be kept from worshiping them and that they should all be smashed and destroyed. They weren't going into other temples to tear this down. But for them, the horror of it was because God told them not to. They're not supposed to do this. They disobey their law if they do this. And that was it. It wasn't because what they were doing was wrong. It wasn't because what they were doing was there was some kind of moral obloquy in the idol itself. It's because their God commanded them not to. And that's what they were worried about. They weren't worried about what the other people were doing. But I think today we would think more in terms of those idols are evil. And that's why we don't want to do it, and we have to stop them. It's a very subtle, but I think a very important difference in religious attitude, and it's more on yourself. You're demanding that you yourself obey your religious strictures. You're not trying to get other people to do it. You don't really care about them. You're caring about your own religious situation. Hello, fellow Jitster. What a strange
message from Willie saying he wanted to join.
Hi, man! You got Willie Lee.
Hello.
How y'all are, man?
So far, so good. So far, so good. How's Willie?
Oh, I'm sick, man. Sick as a dog. Yeah, I ain't gonna stay in here too long, man. I just want to say hello to you fellas and listen for a minute and see what y'all had going on.
Just trying to figure out nice things to talk about that don't have to be censored for YouTube.
Oh yeah.
Always a good idea.
How about that newswoman that's come out and said that Jingle Bells is racist?
Well, everything's racist if you look at it the right way.
Yeah.
It takes application, that's all. Just apply yourself. Racism and everything.
Hey, a lot of people making a lot of money off of racism.
It's as a gig in itself.
Well, if you can't find enough of it, you can always manufacture more.
Yeah, I was going to say they're making money off the idea of racism.
Yeah.
I was actually doing a stream last night with Naroki, and a lot of the stuff that's being pushed at everybody, I think they're following for this idea that they're being told the truth. You know what I mean? And like alt media, I think that's the biggest fraud in today's world. Like back in 2015 and before then, maybe not. Because back then they were pushing unbiased information. They were trying to, at least, but now today it's not even about unbiased information. It's always got a narrative.
Again, it depends on your source. So it depends who you're talking about.
Well, I mean, people don't even try to keep it unbiased at all.
Not all.
Name one. I asked you this before. Name one outlet that is actually trying to be unbiased in there.
JustTheNews.com.
Press TV. Press TV is very unbiased, I think.
Yeah, there's something called Just the News too. They try to be as unbiased as they can. I've read their articles. They seem pretty unbiased. I mean, for a given value of unbiased.
Also, there's nothing wrong with being biased as long as you're upfront and state that you are that these things are your personal views.
Yeah.
I don't know about all that either, because like now people like to put out the statement that these are not the views of blah blah blah, and then they go into spouting off their views. You know what I'm saying? It's like
you get more hits with editorializing than you do. I was talking to someone else about this, and it's like when you watch the so-called news, only about 10% of it is news. 90% of it is telling you what to think of it. you know, and there's nothing wrong with having a position. I mean, obviously, you know, you would, in the old days, you would, Sherlock Holmes would get the Times, and somebody else would get the Guardian, and you'd have your, the different views. And you could read different, I remember looking at one website, it's like, everything Israel does is right and everything the Palestinians do is wrong. And then you read the other thing, everything the Palestinians do is right, everything the Israelis do is wrong. And it's like, so you read them both, and between the two of them, you kind of get something. And Mike is here, Minds Gaming, you made it. Wunderbar.
What's up? What's up, Mark? How you been, man?
Thank you for showing up. It's great to see you. We're here at the Quantum Gathering, which is bigger and better than ever.
We've even got Willie here too, just so you know. Willie's right next to you, the fellow jitster.
How about at Minds Gaming?
How's it going, man? How's it going? What you been up to? How's your week been?
Yeah, life is good for the most part, man.
Good.
It's just like, they were talking about news and what's biased news, unbiased news. I mean, all news agencies cater to their sponsors, to their advertisers for the most part, and they're not going to put anything out there that's going to go against their sponsors or advertisers. The best news agencies are going to be those that have no advertisers or no sponsors, but they've got to be getting paid from somewhere somehow by the time it's all said and done with. That's just like, the latest news that we've got coming out of Venezuela, how the United States Army or military, I don't know if it's Navy SEALs or Delta Force or, who these guys are. I watched them. They came out of a chopper, landed on the deck of this tanker, and then took it over. And I don't know what they did with it. Are they going to steer this thing toward a Louisiana port and siphon off the oil, or what they're going to do with it? And their narrative is spun so that somehow or another this ship has got Iranian oil on it, and that makes it okay for us to basically go in and steal their oil. And they're bombing all of these narco boats and drug boats and whatever, and Hunter Biden is pretty pissed off about it from what I understand.
Back in supply.
They're cutting off his supply of oil. It's his supply of drugs. But they're going in there and they're saying that it's about, they're spinning a story, creating a narrative that, it's about the drugs. And it's not about the drugs, man. It's about the oil. Plain and simple. That's all there is to it. And you know what? I like Donald Trump, but there's a whole bunch of stuff that Donald Trump is doing that I don't agree with. Every time you turn around, it's all about, he's making money hand over fist, by the time it's said and done with.
Oh yeah. I mean, the whole government's like that now, and I was having this conversation earlier at work about some coworkers of mine, but it's all about money now, and I guess it has been for a while, and it's just more relative to us now. It's more relatable, and we can see it. But
well, you're talking about Willie, you were talking about getting advertisers, the advertising money out of the media, and we're talking about the money in government. And I was just talking to a friend of mine who's into Aristotle, O.C. Shore, and he was talking about the first principle, and this is Aristotle says quite clearly, you have to make politics separate from money. There must be no way that you profit any way financially from being involved in the political system until you get the money completely. And I grew up, when I was a kid, I remember growing up and they would have a news story on, and it would say, candidate so-and-so has raised so many $1 million. Well, candidate such and such has raised so many million more, so candidate such and such will win. And I thought, does anyone else see that there's something wrong here? They're saying this with their bare faces hanging out, that this guy's going to win because he can get. And then I realized that you either had to be a millionaire, now a billionaire, or beholden to billionaires before you could be elected to the highest offices in the land. And this just seemed, every time they'd say, oh, we need campaign finance reform, it's like, just do away with it. Do away with all campaign finance. Just have everyone come out 2 weeks before the election and just make a statement. You can have your debates or whatever you want to do, but none of this commercials and advertising, simply position statements and
You've
debate.
still got to pay for electioneering. pamphleteers, pamphlets and advertising
If
doesn't
people
go
want to do
come
that, to
free.
volunteer to do that, or I'm sure there'd be some way around. You could find some ways to allow. Obviously, you need money in local party apparatus, but on the other hand, if you do away with a lot of this necessity for these campaigns, if you reduce all campaigning to simply a series of televised or otherwise debates, now with the internet, you might be able to do like a couple of town meetings. But just stuff about the issues, not like, I'm going to watch these images and words for 30 seconds. It's going to completely convince me. This crying child is going to make me vote for democracy, or this is going to do that. No, I want to hear, someone say we should do this. Then I want to hear the rebuttal. And then I want to hear the rebuttal of the rebuttal. And then I want to do a little research myself. And then I might figure out which way that I'm, what position I'm going to hold on the issue.
This
But
is
that's
a
just
good
me.
thing about this is a good thing about British in Britain. There are legal caps on how much any one politic or any one elector can spend per election.
Yeah, that's nice. I think that's something we
that's a
definitely
maximum
need.
legal cap.
Yeah, I think 4 years max. I mean, sometimes maybe even 2, but 4 years max for everybody. And that's in government should definitely be a thing.
Especially the Senate. I mean, my God, you
Yeah.
got these people like Nancy Pelosi that are there for 25 years, 30 years. John McCain. I mean, you could keep naming them forever, but yeah, that's absolutely even worse.
Another huge issue is that I think if you're going to hold an office, whether it be in the Senate or the House of Representatives, you should have to be an American citizen. Number
Only an
one,
American
born in
citizen.
America, and number two, you should make sure that you don't have dual citizenship, and that's a
Yes.
problem too. Is a
Yes.
lot of our politicians, that do have dual citizenship with Israel, for example. So their allegiances, they're beholden to Israel and the United States, but basically they're doing whatever Netanyahu wants them to do.
As
do whatever the
far
money-
as length of term is concerned, I can't see a problem with that. I would prefer to have an MP or a member of parliament that has a long track record rather than somebody that came in just on the last election ticket.
There is that, yeah.
Because of
I
experience.
mean, I think the original ideas behind the way they were setting up the government is that you would have one house would be younger people, where you'd have a higher turnover. The Senate, I'm very, it's been many years, but I seem to recall that senators were originally considered as a life appointment. But I could see something with a senator like one term of 10 years, perhaps, something like that, because you want a house that's more stable, that's not going to be swayed necessarily by electioneering and campaigning, by somebody being able to say, we'll primary you if you don't support this one little odd little thing that we want, sort of deal. So you want something, but on the other hand, you want something more responsive to popular sentiment. That would be obviously the House of Representatives. So I think there's something to be said for having some people there. I mean, it's always a problem when you've got an idiot there for 10 years, but it's always nice when you've got somebody who's really bright and you enjoy having there for 10 years. So it's always it's like I remember when they always make all this stink about the Electoral College every so often, when people forget that the best example of direct democracy is gang rape. But I remember they were talking about that, and the governor of Vermont said, "Hey, wait a minute! If we had no electoral college, no one would listen to Vermont." And that's the point, that a handful of cities doesn't make the decisions for like the whole rest of the bloody country, because suddenly states like Vermont wouldn't even be paid attention to.
They shouldn't be paid attention to.
Yeah.
Vermont and Minnesota, they're like one and the same right now. And I understand where you're coming from and the point that you're trying to make, but both of those states, for example, are being controlled by Somalia right now.
Well, I know I live in the state of New York, and right now the governor and most of the legislature is picked by New York City, Albany, and like a couple of the larger cities like Buffalo and like maybe Utica or something or whatnot. And 90% of the rest of the state does not get a chance to pick the governor. If we had an electoral college, that would be very different. And then like upstate would get a voice. It's only now they're talking about unseating our governor because New York City and Long Island is not happy with her anymore, and that's the only way. It's very frustrating when you're so ignored simply because you can't get the nose counting down right. So,
you say you live up around Albany?
I'm in East Central New York State, not far from Vermont.
Yeah, it's pretty up in upstate New York. I used to drive trucks. I used to go up into Albany and Buffalo all the time. It's pretty up there.
I lived in Buffalo a long time. I had my own
But
business out there.
you can keep New York City.
It's you can in my experience you can smell it about 45 minutes out. The air changes. You can actually smell the difference.
I think the Muslims have pretty much taken over New York City too, right?
I have not been in New York City in many years. It's been decades. That last time I was anywhere near it was my dad was dying, and I drove down to. I should have flown, but I drove down to Maryland. He was in a VA hospital down in Virginia, and yeah, so that was the last time I went anywhere near it, and I just basically got stuck in traffic on the George Washington Bridge like an idiot, and so I didn't see anyone or anything there aside from traffic. I really didn't want to stop in New York City though.
Let me change the subject for a minute. What do you guys think about this whole thing that Donald Trump said the sun is going to black out Sunday at 3:47, I think it is?
Sounds like a meme. I don't know. I didn't hear anything about it.
Yeah, yeah. I Googleized it, man. Trump said the sun is going to black out at 3:47 come Sunday. Y'all supposed to know this kind of stuff, man.
The whole sun?
Hold on. Why am I supposed to know this kind of stuff? I don't just follow him like that.
Hey, y'all Googleize it. I see Mark over there studying it. What do you think, Mark?
I'm just thinking that's okay because it'll be what 5 plus 3, 6, 7, 8. So it'll be 8 o'clock or 7:30 over. So it's going to be dark anyway.
I was going to say the sun will black out here around 4:30 when it sinks down below the mountains.
I feel like that's the same as the person on YouTube saying the world's gonna flood on Christmas.
I'm gonna look it up real quick.
Let's see.
My goodness.
Yeah, I can't find anything on it right now. I saw something about it earlier.
I have a feeling it's.
Hi. Bulgaria government has there's been mass resignation in the Bulgarian government due to anti-corruption protests. A week before, there's meant to be talks about Bulgaria joining the EU as well.
Bulgaria?
I think. Yeah.
Well, that'll be a feather in your hat.
No, so yeah, if the government's fallen,
we were hoping to get them for the U.S., but you guys, good luck with that.
Yeah, government's fallen today or yesterday. No.
And apparently the EU is unfreezing some Russian assets and giving it to Ukraine.
Okay, that makes sense. Even though they've been getting Russian assets via India anyway. Just think of all the gas being sold to them, or Russian gas via India. Okay. So Bulgaria hasn't got a government at this present moment.
But yeah, before that, we were talking about what God wants, God gets. It's a good song. If anyone knows that song? Roger Waters.
What was that? I was on just before here.
Amused to death. It's from Amused to Death.
Yeah, I was just I was on my way back here from somewhere else, and on my headphones I was listening to Rolling Stones. You can't always get what you want.
We play a couple of Stones numbers, but it's just we were talking about before Mike and Willie weren't here. The idea used to be that good was what God wanted, and now good is something that we judge, see whether God is fulfilled or not. We judge our God now because we have an overarching kind of a moral framework by which we can judge him. That's why we say a good God would not allow this. How can God let this happen? No, I don't believe in God anymore if this happens or that happened. Whereas in the old days, good was what the God wanted. God says, do this. If you did that, you were good. And I was talking about, I've been reading the historian Flavius Josephus. He wrote a book on the Jewish War, the Jewish revolt against the Romans. And he was himself one of the leaders of the Jewish revolt. Then he went over to the Roman side. And he was talking about how the Jews were getting very upset when the Romans were trying to set up what they considered to be graven images, and how they felt very huge riots, and this has led to the rebellion. And my point was that the Jews were upset, as I'm reading Josephus and reading about his own outrage and the outrage of his countrymen. It didn't have to do with the idea that the idols themselves were bad, or that their pagan compatriots were worshiping demons or anything like that. It was just that God told them that they couldn't have idols, neither in their sanctuary or anywhere near these holy buildings or whatever. And they were not upset about the idols. They didn't give a shit about the idols. They were worried because they weren't doing what God wanted. Whereas today you might have more of a view of, well, these idols we have to destroy them because they're intrinsically evil. There has to be something bad about them. Otherwise, God wouldn't want us to destroy them. So they are in and of themselves bad, and the people that engage in worshiping them must be in and of themselves bad. I didn't see those steps at all. It was just that we don't want idols, and there was no real. But it's interesting that we've gone from depending on God to tell us what to do and what to think about what's good and evil, to having our own standards now, independent of God, so that we can even judge God now and say, God wouldn't allow that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, idols is an interesting one because it's almost Christmas, and you have Santa Claus, which is a huge idol.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I think we fell off idols a while before our generation. It would be interesting. It would be interesting to go back and see where we really started incorporating idols again, because we have Santa, we have the Easter Bunny, we have a bunch of idols that we follow beyond Jesus now. So.
Well, I remember one thing. I used to go into work, and I'd take this bus into work, and I'd be going out in my house, and I get closer and closer to downtown. You see everybody else going to work, and I started saying, "Oh, look at these people worshiping their little idol. They have a little idol strapped to their wrist." This was back when people still had wristwatches, and everybody was bowing their heads over this little metal thing on their arms. And all I could think of is everyone is bowing and worshiping at this little idol, this little time. This is their God. They're like, and they're always bowing to it constantly and doing whatever it says. Oh, I got to go. Oh, time for this. Sorry. Yeah. Now I guess the phone is what people are looking at all the time.
Yeah, that's all the time, man. I think it's so terrible. Man, I've seen people walk into walls because they're just staring at their phone. Like, it's crazy.
Your religion is what's here in your mind most of your time. We used to say it was money for most people, but now I think it's just the phone. It's the new religion, and AI has the possibility of making it a very responsive religion. You know?
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't
You see
know,
that?
man.
Did you see that quote I posted about the? How did it go here? Post literacy is going to be wild. Childlike masses subsumed into the swamp of global media, while perched above like wizards will be the lore makers, keepers of the old magic, and stalking the depths, AI constructs which feed on belief. That's you, dude. You're one of the wizards up there, the lore maker, the keeper of the old magic.
Yeah, but no, I mean the AI is AI can be fun. I think the whole like new spectrum of AI religion is just very odd to me. I don't
Yeah.
really grasp it. I've watched people talk about it and stuff and read about it, and I just can't wrap my head around the whole concept of how people could worship a machine or like
People want to worship.
it's very odd. Huh?
They want to worship, I guess, and it's something that responds immediately.
Yeah. I guess there's that. There's the gratification.
Yeah, you get that instantaneous feedback, and I remember watching that wonderful comedy show Red Dwarf. Some of you guys might have seen that, and they were talking about religion, and the one character, Rimmer, is talking to Lister, and he says, "Oh, I don't. I'm not a primitive guy like you. I don't believe in God. I believe in aliens." Because you want to believe in something more powerful than you, something that has, for all intents and purposes, godlike power. And there's always going to be a part of us that wants to look up to something and have something bigger and stronger than us that can provide answers and possibly harm us and possibly help us, right? So it used to be a god, something bigger. We can't believe in that anymore if we've been not very easily anyway, but we can believe in technology that is so advanced. Remember, Clark's law? Any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. I would also say indistinguishable from miracles.
Yeah.
So yeah, you look to whatever is bigger than you. I mean, we were talking about orbs earlier and things seen in the sky, and there was a time when you would have said, in ancient India, well, those are the cities, those are the holy men that are so advanced they can just fly around in a lotus position. Then later on, they're men from, maybe they're angelic beings. Later on, they're men from Mars. Now they're like interdimensional travelers.
Oh yeah, Mars. That's where my train of thought was a little slow.
Yeah.
But I had a friend that worshipped aliens, and his story was really funny because back then I was pretty religious. I was probably like 16, 17, and he was really into he was really into aliens and all that, and so he was like, no, it wasn't God that impregnated Mary. It was definitely aliens. They came down and they injected her, and it's like, oh, wait a minute. And that's kind of like what cracked me, and it was like, wait, yeah, okay, that's just as possible as a majestic being coming down and ready to, so I mean, you got me.
It's the same story. He just has to shift it so it's something he can believe in. He can't believe in a mystic being, but he can believe in an alien.
That's right.
He wants the same story, basically.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
It was very interesting. So, but I've always remembered that one because whenever someone becomes too religious, I'm always like, yeah, no, it's just aliens.
I know people that worship aliens, and I guess it brings a great deal of. I guess it's nice to know what's going on. If you're talking to the Ashtar High Command, then you don't worry about all this stuff going on in the world.
Mm-hmm.
The rescue saucer will be here when I need it. Don't worry.
It is pretty interesting though when you start checking into like the parapsychology side of all that, because when you talk about like ancient philosophy, like the cosmic egg theory, that's really interesting, and then they've somehow merged all of that into parapsychology. You know what I mean? It's like here lately I've been doing a lot of research into the cosmic weave, and like it's so out there that whenever I start talking to Nancy about it, she honestly thinks I came up with the term cosmic weave, and I'm like, I keep telling her, no, dude, this has been around forever. You know what I mean? And it's like, it's very interesting how they've weaving ancient philosophy in with ufology is all I'm saying. Not just ufology, but anything paranormal, like remote viewing for one thing, you know.
Right.
The parapsychology that's involved in that is just so intense, and they talk about things that concern consciousness, you know. And it really is interesting when you start grasping, you know, these concepts and understanding what they are, and you watch these shows. It hits you right in the face. That's what they're doing, and they're cherry picking them. You know what I mean? Like, I like to call it the most interesting or the most popular, unpopular topic in history. Like, everybody wants to use bits and pieces of this philosophy, but they don't ever want to fully like do a full hour of discussing just that, you know.
Hey, what do you think? What do you think about remote viewing?
Prove it. That's all I gotta say. Prove it. I've yet to see a remote viewer that has shown any concrete evidence for anything they've said. I mean,
the only thing I got to say about that is, like, I've heard back in the 60s, whatever, the CIA, other, you know, alphabet soup agencies had, you know, whatever. Like, but this is what I don't get. They said they gave these people quote unquote coordinates. This is years before we used things like coordinates or any type of GPS was even heard of. That just doesn't make any sense to me that they would be told a number of coordinate, you know, a coordinate named by number, and then they're going to tell you what's there. Maybe
We've
something I don't get about it.
longitude and latitude for hundreds of years.
Yeah.
Yeah. We've been using numbers for latitude, longitude for a long time before technology.
Oh well, yeah, latitude, longitude. All right, so that's what they were doing, giving them a latitude and a longitude, and then they were thinking, all right, I got you, I got you.
Yeah. You know, I think a lot of these things were. You keep in mind something, and I have a little bit of a background for this sort of thing, but whenever you hear about any classified program being talked about, that's exactly what they want you to hear. So a lot of these programs were, I tell you the truth, I think a lot of the remote viewing thing was to scare the Russians. So to make the Russians put a lot of money into it. I mean, I'm not a parapsychologist, but I play one on TV now. I've read some interesting stuff about parapsychology. I go on about that wonderful book, The Trickster and the Paranormal by George P. Hanson. Very, very good book by a very good parapsychologist. And the remote viewing information, the stuff they get out of it is very suggestive and it's interesting. It's certainly not something that I think you could reliably use to pinpoint enemy nuclear submarines, which is what, you know, the idea was. But I think it did a couple of things. First of all, it scared the Russians or made them confused. The other thing is that when you're doing this, you're hooking into a certain population. People that are mystics, people that are weird, people that are occultists. There's a very, very old and long-standing relationship between this kind of fringe activity and intelligence agencies. Dr. John Dee, the occultist, the guy that talked to the spirits and everything, he was also a member of the Elizabethan Intelligence Service. His secret number was 007, interestingly enough. That's how he signed his stuff. So when he was in Europe traveling around doing all his magical stuff, he was also working on, you know, political and intelligence intrigues and stuff like that. The full story of which we'll probably never know. So when they're doing this remote viewing thing, they're also hooking into these societies. There's always this, I mean, it goes back, like I said, to John Dee. Aleister Crowley worked with British intelligence agencies. I was talking about this before. There was something called the London Controlling Office, which basically ran the war effort for Great Britain during World War II. and they had like an immense amount of power. But Ian Fleming worked in intelligence at the time, who wrote all the James Bond novels, and he was part of something that was the code name for the American and British intelligence over group that was fighting the war. It was called Majestic, which you might have heard of. There actually was such a thing as a Majestic clearance, and it goes back to World War II. If all these things that are classified now, if you go back far enough, you can find traces of them, because Jacques Vallée pointed out that everything that's classified was not classified at one time. So if somebody's, you go back far enough, oh look, some guy invented this material that has radar absorbing properties. A couple of years later, it's classified. You can't find anything about it. 10 years later, there's a new airplane, right? So you just have to backtrack. So you look and see the declassified stuff they were doing in World War II. They haven't stopped. All you have to do is like take a look at what they were doing then, take the logical extrapolations of it. It's like the CIA was trying to mic cats. I think it was like in the 1960s or 70s. They were trying to put microphones inside the cats. Did you hear about that?
But yeah, I mean, the advancements in technology since then are crazy. I mean, you have bugs now that they can go out with cameras and mics on them. I mean, you're talking the size of just like a butterfly. They can put a camera and microphone on and send them out like a drone now. They're I mean, they have insect ones, they have flying ones, they have all kinds of stuff. So I think there's a lot more surveillance than we think there is.
I don't doubt it.
They're not new either. I remember seeing in Somalia there was a wooden, somebody had to hand carve parts of this thing, a wooden bird drone. And if this thing was in the air, you would just think it was another bird. You wouldn't think it was a drone. Now this thing came out of the air somehow, so they, somebody found it. It was in the newspaper or whatever 10, 12 years ago. But still, that was, like back in 2015, 14. So who knows what they're doing now.
Yeah. Now they'd probably detonate too.
Yeah, most of them do have a little charge or whatever,
I bet they do. I wouldn't see why not. It's got all the stuff in there for it and short circuit themselves, probably.
Hey, man, you know, birds ain't real, man.
Birds have been around longer than technology, so birds are real. That doesn't mean there's not fake birds.
Birds ain't real. I want to sit on power lines so they can recharge, man.
I always wondered about that. Yeah.
Yes, recharge.
Yeah, no, absolutely not.
It's all cleared up. It's all cleared up. We cleared it up 100%.
It's all up in the air. There's a lot of information out there, and you can look at all kind of different information and form your own opinions about different things. But by the time it's said and done with, is just never stop searching for the truth is what it boils down to, because as well as I do that the truth as you know it is all a lie.
There's actual like scientific research that's going on when it comes to consciousness, and then like when you take a look at what's really going on with AI and how they're doing their research into consciousness, it's amazing, because like neurology it's a it's really, really kind of scary, the coincidences that are going on between computer science and neurology. It's just mind-blowing. And I was sitting down with Jiva the other day, and we were talking, actually I think it was on this show, and I was talking about neuroscience and the way the brain works. And as I was talking, Jiva, who is a game dev, was just being blown away. He's like, I should be training AI because of the stuff I was saying. You know what I mean?
I was saying Mike probably could come up with a whole syllabus for you for AI training.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. AI is fun. It can be. There's a lot there with AI, and the whole, neural networking and computer networking are pretty. Like they built computer neural networking off of human brain neural networking, so there's a lot of similarities there already, and it's definitely not perfect or pair and pair, but it's the same concepts they try to apply just with tech. So
they're getting there.
Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, I think just think about like DNA memory and storage and stuff like that. We're gonna have that in probably 10 years. We'll probably start having DNA storage. And I mean, what's the difference between a strand of DNA storing something and us storing something? And why can't a strand of DNA be conscious versus us being conscious? And right now we have computer chips, so we can say it's mechanical. But once we start having, more advanced storage options, it's going to get harder to say what's what.
Wetware, right? Soon we'll be looking at biological materials as an extension of the mechanical.
You're right. Yeah. Yeah.
But I think the main difference in biological material is it's electrochemical, as well as just like rock being hit by a hammer kind of deal. It's more than just like push pull, but there's like more subtle manipulations of things, which is kind of interesting.
Yeah, I think there's very limited stuff that you can find on it now, but from what I understand, it's pretty much like they use the organic material to try to create the circuit and network, and then it kind of just starts running. But like they started with like if you go back, you can see them just using like mechanical and then hooking it up to the DNA strands, and then you have CRISPR, which is like DNA editing, where they learned how to like start editing DNA and taking it out and putting new strands in, and then you start seeing it go into like try to use a storage and memory and RAM and these kind of different things. So
interesting. Remember when I was a kid reading a science fiction story where they used a mouse's brain or something like that.
All right, I'm still here. I'm just hiding myself from the view so that if you guys see somebody new come in, it'll make it easier, because I just wanted to let you guys know that. Wetware.
I get pushed out of the meeting. People, it does happen once in a while. I had to pop back again. That's why there were 2 autos for a brief time.
Yeah, once these rooms get too full, they get buggy sometimes if you get too many people in here. But
yeah, I think Willie got or he fell out. So if anybody's on that chat, let him know that he has to click on the link again if he wants to come back in.
No, man. Hey, I'm here.
Oh, okay.
I'm listening.
Cool.
Yeah, I've learned over the years that if you shut up every now and then, you might learn something.
That's what's amazing me, because MC Dirty Work, he hasn't said very much, and that's not his way. He's probably the most talkative person I've ever met in my life.
Really?
Yeah.
No.
Yes, you are, dude. Like you and you're a rap artist too. You and Mike really need to be talking.
Mike.
Mine's gaming.
Oh, I got you.
Mine's gaming right there. He's really into rap too.
I love rap.
Yeah. Hip hop. Been following hip hop since what 88.
Nice. Yeah,
Like
I
punk too.
was still kidding, back then. But yeah, definitely love hip hop.
Well, holy crow. Hey, everybody. Sorry I'm late.
There you
Hello.
are.
Hello. Y'all in trouble now. The boss lady's here.
Everybody better behave. No, I'm joking. I was handing off tortoises. So there's that. Oh, yeah. Unbelievable. But that's my life right now. And at least I gave them to people who are, the guy owns an exotic reptile shop, so he knows what he's doing. And I know that he's already got 2 Galapagos turtles that he's licensed to have, or tortoises. So he definitely knows what he's doing.
You didn't
Yeah.
Somebody online on Craigslist. Yeah, I'll take them.
Oh my God. Well, he looked at me because he came in. He goes, "You're not joking. Those are really African horned." I was like, "No, I wasn't joking." I said, "They walked up my driveway, literally." I was like, "Oh, hello." So, yeah.
Galapagos turtles. Are they from the Galapagos Islands?
The 2 he has are from the Galapagos Islands, yes. And you have to
Far out.
You have to have special licensing to be able to have them. He actually runs a sanctuary. So, but like these 2, the 2 that I had were African horned, which are the 3rd largest tortoise in the world. So they'll get as big as 125 pounds each.
Nice.
Yep. And they just sauntered
That'll
onto
be
my
fun.
land. I know. I said to Rafi, I don't think those are gopher tortoises, because our gopher tortoises get between 25 and 50 pounds.
Right.
But these were the wrong color. They were like a really pretty yellow, and I'm like, and they were really friendly. And our gopher tortoises are wild. You know, they don't come to you. These little guys were following me around.
So you think they were domesticated before?
Oh, they were 100% somebody's pets. Yes, their shells are pristine. It looks like he thinks, the guy that just took them thinks somebody just dumped them because they were starting to get too big.
Wow.
And they get expensive because, you know, I went out food shopping for organic greens because you don't want to feed them anything chemical bound or anything like that. They can't eat, like they don't eat fruit or anything like that. So like here I was getting organic dandelion and organic collard greens and organic mustard greens and turnip and pumpkin. Oh yeah. So they have a really, really specific diet.
Right. Yeah. Not easy to take care of.
Can you eat them?
I'm sure you could, but consider.
What Willie needs to do, start raising turtles to eat.
Dude, they're actually endangered in Africa. They're an endangered species in Africa.
So you could charge big bucks for turtle soup made from an endangered. Oh my goodness.
Dude, I couldn't believe it because in Florida, they're actually considered an invasive species because people keep buying them and then getting rid of them when they get too big.
Oh.
So they just dump them. And it's like, you know, I feel bad for the animals because they really are not equipped for this environment.
Right.
They're from the Sahara. So it's like, if it goes below 60, they're in trouble.
Right.
So, yeah, like these 2 we had in our warehouse for the last couple of nights because it's been like, you know, in the 50s and it's way too cold for these tortoises. So they've been with a heater, a heat lamp, a blanket, and all, you know, nice and cozy in my warehouse with baby chicks because I have like 10 baby chicks in the warehouse too right now that are in their, I think they're a week old as of yesterday. So, yeah.
Baby chickens.
Oh, yes. And no, they're not meat chickens. I don't slaughter my chickens for meat. They're egg layers. Ugh. So, what was our conversation about, gentlemen? And where's Roger? Oh, there he is. Hi, Roger. Hi, Mark.
Hi.
Where's my Fabio flip?
You know you want.
I'm getting that look like, don't say it. So did you guys miss me last night? What is it with Wednesday nights lately? I was so sick last night again. Like I didn't even hear Raphael on the show. I was like out cold.
You didn't
And that's No.
Okay.
In fact, he said to me, "Did you hear the show?" I was like, "No, am I going to kill you?" I mean, what did you say on my show that I will most likely end up executing you for at the end of the week? He says, "Oh, I think I was pretty good." Uh-huh. Did you like, you know, say you wanted to like destroy the world or anything like that? Because that would be normal for you.
Yeah, he did say that. And he kept
Yeah.
it. He kept it up to par. He did say that he wanted to destroy the world. That definitely did come up.
Oh yes, and we must have at least one Pinochet threat. That's like has to happen. He has to Pinochet somebody. That's the Marine in him. So, as I always say, you can't Pinochet the world. Sorry, babe. That's just the way it is.
No, Mike is here. Mine's Gaming. I don't know if you ever heard of him or not. He's here tonight, so that's cool. Mike, this is
I'm here.
This is Nancy Planeta.
Hello, my love. And hey,
Hello.
actually, hi Otto. I see Otto down there too.
Yeah, Otto's here.
I'm telling you, man. Everybody's here. Jason's here. Everybody's here. Everybody's here. This is awesome.
I didn't finish meeting.
Did no inappropriate context sentences or conversations yet that Mark will have to like hide from for the rest of his life? We're all good on that.
Crossing our fingers.
Well, B's not here, so it's
Yeah, that was interesting to navigate. I get it though. And I said that to Rafi. I said he's very intelligent, but he's like his brain is 50 feet ahead of his mouth. So he's trying to every question he's ever had in his entire life, he's trying to get that all into like the 2-hour frame. And as soon as I said the word narcissist, oh, we were sunk. I should never have said that word because he just kept on circling back to it. And I was like, but dude, we're all narcissistic. It's unfortunately a human trait. It's just who we are.
Drinking too. He kept saying he was drinking, and he was.
Oh.
So because that was one of the first things he says. I'm taking these pills, and then he said, "I'm going to drink." And he.
Oh dear God.
A couple of times, so he wasn't hiding the fact or anything. He even put it in the chat, I believe.
Oh God.
Did he say what pills?
No, I don't think.
I think I got the impression they were painkillers of some sort, but
See, I'm the wrong person to say things like that to. I don't drink. I never drink because I don't like to feel clouded. I've never smoked weed in my life, never done a drug in my life, illegal one. I can tell you right now, I have an everlasting prescription for opioids because of my injuries to my back and my neck, and a full bottle sits in my kitchen because I only take like a half, and that's only if I'm in like so much pain I can't sleep.
Yeah.
Because I don't agree with, how do I always put it to my doctor? If I can't feel it, I can't judge what it's doing. So if I can't feel my lower back and the pains going down my leg, I don't know if it's healing. I don't know if I'm pushing something too far. I would rather feel the pain and kind of be able to judge where I'm at than be high and risk losing everything because I got in a car and drove or hurting somebody because I acted irresponsibly.
I think you're totally right. I couldn't believe when I had these hernias being looked at and was inquiring about surgery, how I tried to explain to the doctors, the surgeons, exactly what you just said. Like, no, it's not the pain that I'm trying to get rid of. This isn't that kind of pain. This is the kind of pain where, like, your leg breaks, and thank goodness for pain. Otherwise, you'd walk on the broken leg and it'd, go right through your skin or whatever. Like, this is pain letting you know if you push this any further, this thing's gonna rip or rupture or do whatever the heck a hernia does. I couldn't believe they were acting like they didn't understand
No,
that.
it does more than that. There was a really good, excellent book called "Pain: The Gift Nobody Wants," and this guy pointed out, for example, like if you're in a dark room and it's like the middle of the night, you get up and you're walking barefoot across the floor and you step on a tack or a piece of glass. Very often, you save yourself. You move so quickly that you couldn't think that, and that's pain. That's because you feel that little bit of prick. So pain, I mean, it's a continuum. Pain hurts. Some pain hurts more than others, but it's sensitivity. Pain ultimately is sensitivity, and without pain, you can't have sensitivity.
I absolutely, like I said to the doctor, you got to learn to. I mean, my injuries are pretty vast and extensive, and I've got to be careful with what I'm doing. But I said I can't. I have to be able to navigate because no matter how we view it, even after I have my surgery, I'm still going to have pain. It's not. There's no getting away from that. So I have to navigate without, I guess you could say, friction. I hate things that dull me down. I hate it. Like, that's why I don't drink alcohol.
Right.
Because it's like when I'm drunk, I'm useless. I always say that to people. What good am I when I'm drunk? I'm useless. I find the darkest corner I can possibly scrunch myself into, or I wander off, which is even better. I mean, I'm a joy to have, going to bars in a downtown bar district, because you'll find me like a mile and a half away looking at a stop sign going, isn't that pretty? Because I just wander off. And it only takes like a half a glass of wine to get me to that condition because I don't drink. So it's like, I always said to my husband, I'm the cheapest date ever. Ever. Get me a cheeseburger and, take me to a beach, and I am the happiest girl on the planet. So it's like, you don't need alcohol. You don't need any of that. Just take me somewhere quiet with a good piece of meat, like cheeseburger or a good steak or something. I'm good. I am good to go.
You'll generally find something to, I go to these Norse pagan events, and there's a lot of alcohol involved because that's part of Norse cultural tradition.
Yes, the mead.
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. I lost 3 days on the mead diet. But it was interesting because I was at an event, and one of our people had died, so we were having a funeral, and a lot of people were drinking, and one of my friends there was noticing that I wasn't drinking because I was keeping precepts very, very strictly because I wanted to send. It's complicated, but basically, I was dedicating my keeping the precepts to the departed, which is something we do. So I wanted to make a really good act of merit, and we had to talk about it because he was seeing me not drinking, and he's like, "Hey, you're not drinking," and it wasn't anything bad, but there were some Christian members that won't drink at some of these festivals because we're dedicating to Odin and this and that, right, left, and
Right.
center. That's respected.
Right.
Everybody's got their thing. So we had a really good talk about it, and we had a big hug and stuff, and he understood. But I found that when I used to go to these events and drink, I would hang out with the drinking people, and they're my friends and they're good people. When I stopped drinking, well, there were a lot of other people there not drinking or drinking very little. Now I'm hanging out with those guys, and it's
Yep.
and so there's because I first thought, if I don't drink, there won't be anyone to talk to. There's plenty. When I was playing out at bars, I'd never drink before playing. And I would hang out with the guy he's the rhythm guitar player and the Kapellmeister, and he also wasn't drinking. He'd been recently diagnosed with diabetes, so he just gave up drinking. So we would stay sober and at the bar because we'd go and load in, and then we were there till all hours, and it was cool to watch people get drunk sometimes. I remember this chick came in and she was dressed to the nines. She looked, she was in her 20s and she had the makeup and everything, and she was with the Chad kind of boyfriend and stuff, and they're at the bar, and she's just she looks like a model, but she's acting like an idiot. And my buddy and I were outside having a smoke, and she's coming out of the bar with her boyfriend, and he's laughing at her at how drunk she is, and she can't walk, and we're just sitting there watching, and they get into his brand new late model SUV, and she's in there, and he's laughing, and all of a sudden he starts yelling, no, not in the car, my new car. And then she starts vomiting all over his seat, and I'm like, and it's just, and these wonderfully, beautifully dressed, handsome young people just covering themselves with vomit and stuff. And I'm like, with my buddy there, I'm like, oh.
God, I still, because I'm a full Italian, so it's like my family drinks. I mean, it's the vino, man, the vino.
Yeah.
And in fact, my mother always said I was the milkman's child because I never drank. No, it's just not something I partake in.
Right.
But let me tell you, I am the one that holds all the family secrets because I am the one. I said to Mom, there was like 5 years there where we would pay "Where's Mom?" at Christmas because he would start drinking sangria, And I said, she's like 4'11", maybe 115 pounds. She's an itty bitty little thing.
Right.
I was like, and so one sangria, and basically we've got you're trying to cook food and nothing matches because you're drunk. I was like, by 10 o'clock at night, everybody's looking for you and we can't find you. Usually it's because you've fallen asleep behind a table or a chair and you're so little we can't see you. So it's like literally we send out search parties looking for my mother. Then you've got, I said, we have my brother-in-law, 6'6.5", who got so drunk he literally fell over a frickin' bush and rolled down into the canal. And the funny thing was when we finally figured out what had happened to him, because you could see the footsteps going to the bushes.
Right. But nothing coming out.
Where the hell did he go? I mean, we look up and, dude, there he is. Like this. At first we thought it was a log. And then I said to my sister, there's alligators in that canal. And she goes, oh, just leave him there. I'm like, oh, no, we can't leave him there. But I mean, that's, again, I'm the holder of all of those wonderful memories because I'm sober. Everybody else is drunk.
Yeah.
But yeah, that, and I never felt like, and maybe it's because I'm a sensitive, I don't know, but I always felt like it, I can't control a lot of things about that when I drink. Like I feel like I can't control the energy I push out. I can't control what I'm allowing in.
Right.
And I've spent my life learning how to control or shield myself from things I don't want in my energy zone, or so it's like one of those things where do I want it? No, I don't need it. I mean, I like the taste of alcohol. I was a bartender for years, but literally, and I was a great mixologist, but I would just take a dab of it and a stir, put it on my tongue. Yep, that's perfect.
Right.
And then spit it out because kid. So I was like, you never really had to partake in it to enjoy anything. It's
right.
And I think that was the other thing too. I always felt like a lot of people drank to be happy, and that kind of disturbed me because it's a very false sense of happiness. If you have to go outside of your reality to find happiness, there's something wrong with your reality that needs to be addressed, and you can't run from that.
Well,
so
G.K. Chesterton said you should drink when you're happy.
Yes.
Make yourself happy.
Yes.
And it certainly is a very potent drug that has to be approached very carefully.
I always thought it was way more dangerous than a lot of our scheduled drugs. I always thought of all of them, alcohol is probably the most dangerous.
It is, but we've also have a lot of cultural ways of channeling it. We have a lot of guardrails in our society, and it needs a hell of a lot of guardrails. If you just look at it just purely chemically, here's this toxic chemical, it can cause death.
Yes.
It causes intoxication, which means poisoning technically. And you have toxins, and you can't think straight, and you see double, and you fall down, and stuff like that. You just describe it that way. But then again, if you say something like, well, we have a really fine port here that's been sitting in the bottle for like 80 years, and you can talk about mixology and balancing just the simple syrup with the grenadine and the this and the that. So it's always got this two sides to it. And but it's something that, it's a lot more dangerous than it seems. And I think we've moved away from a lot of the guardrails we used to have. And that's one of the problems with some of the newer drugs that are being legalized. We don't have the guardrails. Mike is laughing.
I was going to say one of the reasons I think it's can be so dangerous is because it's so easy to justify.
Yes.
It's been legal for so long. It's so easy to say, what? I get up, I go to work, I do 40 hours at work, I come home, it's very easy to, it's legal. I mean, now over the last 4 or 5 years, we've got cannabis being legalized in like half the states, but that's a new thing. People still very much look at alcohol as the more legal drug, even though, the more you drink, the more effed up you're going to get. with marijuana, you can only get so stoned. You know, you can only get so stoned. You can't get past a certain
Dude, you
like
just have
stuff.
to apply
But with
yourself, dude. Just apply
right.
yourself. Keep
That's
going.
why
But
they
with
need
alcohol, I mean, you
mushrooms,
could
right?
literally die.
Yeah, but marijuana, see, that's bullshit with marijuana because it was made illegal not because of its, let's
It was
just
made
say,
illegal because of
hallucinogenic
money.
qualities. It was made illegal because of DuPont's patents. And I've
Because
always
of
said that. Yeah,
Well,
well,
there was
actually,
the Harrison Tax Stamp Act.
it was rope. It was actually the Lycra. That
Oh,
was
yeah.
that was the patent that they put into play, and all of a sudden, hemp was a problem.
Well, they were real slick about it. They did the Harrison Tax Stamp Act, which said it's legal, but you just got to come to us and we'll give you a stamp for it. But
Oh,
you
yeah,
got to bring us, you got to have the marijuana on you.
Using a
So they would
tag.
come with the weed and they would bust them.
Well,
This is in the 20s. I don't know
This
when in the 20s,
is
but
the
yeah.
same technique they used because there was a big question about that. Can the federal government use a tax in order to basically promulgate a law? And that is held with the Machine Gun Transfer Tax Stamp
Yep.
Act. That was the basis of that, and that was sort of the way they remember they imposed 55 miles an hour speed limit on every state for a long time, simply by withholding federal money. Same thing with seatbelt laws. The only state that wouldn't go for it was New Hampshire, where there was no seatbelt law in New Hampshire.
Yep, Ralph Nader. And what's crazy is when I was younger, I used to think, what a great dude. What a great situation. Now that I'm older and I know a lot more, it's like, no, you should have a choice. In my opinion, anyway, you should have a choice.
Well, I think I like a lot of Nader's program, actually. He had a lot of really good ideas that you don't hear about anymore, like closing the southern border. American businesses through tariffs.
You don't hear that
and
anywhere.
And you know, this is very left wing ideas that I, as a kid, I thought were really great, and I have not changed my mind about any of them. I don't see why I should either, because it's good enough for Ralph Nader and Cesar Chavez, and good enough for me. Thank you.
Well, it's funny because
Well, I got.
I always say that.
So I'll see you guys next week. Well, I'll see some of you next week. But later, it was nice seeing you guys.
It was nice meeting you.
Yeah.
Take care, brother.
Later.
Well, it's interesting because I always say that too. The southern border, that was always a big liberal thing.
Yeah.
Not sure when everybody changed hats. They kind of do that every 20 to 30 years politically. Like Democrats become Republicans, Republicans become Democrats. They change hats.
Right.
And you can see that politically if you look through, like, I guess you could say platforms going back the last 100 years. It's like, okay, guys, they're figuring us out. Let's switch hats again.
This is why old black folks are Republicans, most of them.
It's also something that Hitler had spoken about. If you go on YouTube, you can actually find his speeches translated by AI in his own voice and he speaks of a lot of the things that we're dealing with now with the juice and and our political parties are two-sided political parties. He basically said every 20 years they pass the baton back and forth. Once the people have caught on to the BS on one side, they'll pass it off to the other. They're two sides, two wings of the same bird.
Well, I say people forget the whole civil rights movement. Democrats were really heavily against that. I'm just gonna put that out there because most of the South was Democrat. I mean, even when I was a child, in the early 70s, mid 70s, the South was a Democrat stronghold. And it was still, problematic down here insofar as integration. Although I got to tell you, when I go back to New York, racism is far more rampant in New York than it is in Florida, which I find very interesting. Like in New York, you have your black neighborhoods and you have your white neighborhoods, especially in like where I'm from, which is Yonkers, Westchester County. You don't cross those lines. Down here, it's a free for all. I mean, nobody really cares. It's like you just don't care. I think what's really more cared about is like your integrated Latino neighborhoods, because we have a lot of immigrants here. We have a lot from Mexico, a ton from Cuba. I mean, we have a ton of Cubans here, a lot of Venezuelans here, a lot of oh God, Colombians. Good Lord, we have Miami's got most of them. But I mean, literally, they have their own sections of the city. I mean, Miami's like a sectioned off city.
Yep, Little Havana.
Yep, yep. Well, the Cubans aren't actually. I like I'm in. You know that I'm up in the Tampa area. We have Ybor City, which is a fully Cuban city,
Yeah,
and it
can you
has been.
believe I've never been to Ybor City, spinning underground techno since I was 14 years old, and all the times I've been out there outside of Tampa, never made it down to Ybor City. Darn it.
You know, I used to. I mean, I guess 20 years ago, 30 years ago, I used to love Ybor City because it was so cultural. And I mean, yeah, it's a party district, but it was like a really cultural area. Now you go there, it's so riddled with crime, and it's just, I mean, there's a shooting
No
or
more
a stabbing
clubs?
there.
It's not a
Oh
club
no,
district anymore?
it's all clubs, but it's not.
Okay.
There's just so much violent crime in Ybor City. Like every time Rafi and I have gone there, the last 2 times, babe, we had a stabbing right in front of the parking garage where we parked the car.
Jeez.
Oh yeah, I mean, and there was a shooting the second time we were down there. I mean, it's pure crime, but it's because there's a lot of young, stupid, drunk people, crammed into a small area.
I stayed in Little Haiti for a short time a while ago. That was a long time ago on Northwest 58th Street, Miami.
Wow.
I was like 2 blocks from the Yahweh Temple.
Nice.
Nice
Well, I
area.
know, like I said, I know, like Ybor it's actually, now the developers are in Ybor. So they're taking all the older buildings and renovating them and selling them or renting them to like the Generation Z, and I mean literally like basically Ybor is wokeism. So but it's also like some of the best tattoo artists I know have shops in Ybor City. It's a very creative place. I hate that. I hate the fact that so much can be piled into one area, but it's not enjoyable to go there because there's so much political angst and cultural angst and I mean, like I said, it used to be a really cool place to go, and you can still get the best Cuban food on the planet in Ybor City.
Hey, there's Willie. I got coons in my chicken pen, man. I need to go check out them coons. I appreciate y'all, man. I'll talk to you a little bit later on. Y'all be
Take it
good
easy,
now.
man.
On my website, WillieLeeV@gmail.com. Hey, y'all can look at Willie Lee 1971 over on minds.com too, man. Hey, I appreciate y'all, man. I'm out of here.
Love you, Willie.
Take it easy, man. Peace.
Yeah, but I mean, actually, not only that, but Ybor City is one of the only cities in Florida. Like the whole damn city is owned by. There are chickens everywhere. I mean, literally, there are chickens laying eggs like on the road in Ybor City because you can't take them. They're actually protected. So, and they're the little guys, like little Bantam chickens. So it's like you'd be walking down the street and you'll hear this like weird sound and look like behind the bush and there's a hen laying an egg.
Wow.
No joke. They are all over the place.
So civilization collapses, you know where to go to get some eggs.
Dude, I always said that. God, if crap ever hits the fan, there's your chicken. There's your dinner.
Yeah.
Although we raise chickens, so we're good anyway in that respect. But I mean, that and Key West is another place. You'll see chickens everywhere. It's like everywhere you go, there's a chicken.
Never got as far as Key West ever.
Oh, I love Key West.
Key Biscayne was as far south as I got.
Oh, Key Biscayne is beautiful too. Actually, oh God, what was the name? Forget the name of the key. It's where the little White House was. Shoot, my sister actually had a boat slip there.
Key Largo?
But no. It's a little tiny key between Deer Key and I want to say I forget the name of the other key, but it's a small linked key, and literally you come over, you can see the resort that was the little White House, and then of course the boat slips, and you have maybe a half a mile between that and the next bridge to go to the next link. And actually, I think Deer Key is the next link, which is everybody knows when they're on Deer Key because you'll look up and you'll see speed limit 17 miles an hour. And it's because they have these little pygmy deers on that. It's the only place it's the only place in the world that these deer live. But they're itty bitty little tiny. They look like little dogs.
Wow.
And they're all over this one little island. It's called Deer Key. But yeah, they put up the signs so people don't speed and hit the deer.
Wow. There's that many.
Yeah, they're actually I think they had a problem though after a couple of years ago we had a hurricane that kind of plowed through in between the Keys.
Right.
And I think I remember hearing that there was a problem that they had lost quite a few of the deer.
Oh wow. That sucks.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I know they try to swim. Like if they because the animals sense the weather coming, even our animals sense it.
Right.
Because the barometric pressure drops. And it affects them. And their first, like birds, you'll see the birds starting to take off. That's the first sign you're in trouble.
Right.
But I've heard that the animals that are out on the outer barrier islands and the Keys start swimming towards land. They start swimming towards the mainland, which I find that very interesting. And I know Deer Key can swim. So somebody had said they thought they may have swum towards the very cusp down there where the crocodiles are. Wow. South of Naples. Yeah.
But the waves, that's got to be rough.
No, because they're kind of protected on so the northern side of the Keys, you have like a cusp there between the state of Florida proper and this island chain. And you have to understand that the island chain actually kind of swings almost in a circle. So it's almost like a bay between like Key West and say Naples. So it's not that bad. I've actually taken the ferry from Fort Myers to Key West, and it's actually quite a pleasant, calm ride. You'd be surprised. Now, the other side of the Keys, between the Keys and Cuba, that's the Florida Straits, and that's some not so fun water. So that's it's unpredictable water.
Wow.
So it's
That's where I wonder if any of them deers have made it to the mainland.
Oh, I'm sure they make it, but I don't think they get very far because again, that little area right at the corner between Naples and the southern tip, that's crocodile territory. So, yeah, American crocodiles. We don't. In fact, I just read an article the other day saying that they're expanding into the interior of the state now. I know that they're up here in Tampa. We've seen them in the bay, and I know they go south along Sarasota, along the coast. But now they're saying they're starting to see them in towards Okeechobee.
Yeah, I lived in Newport Richey, and you could hear them making that noise they make at night.
Well, we're above Newport Richey. We're in Hudson, which is right. You've got Newport Richey, then Port Richey,
You're in
then
Hudson County or in Hudson Town?
No, Hudson, Florida.
Oh, wow.
Which is,
all right. I've been there
yeah.
before. I got messed up by fire ants there the one time I was talking about.
Yeah.
I was in Hudson. But,
welcome to us. Welcome to in fact, you probably saw with Helene how badly Hudson got flooded. Like half the town was wiped out.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, it's, and we have a port. The Port of Hudson's right about a mile and a half from us. So it's, yeah.
Yeah, like 45 minutes north of Newport, where I was at Newport Richey. Yeah, what's that, Route 19, was it?
Yeah,
Yep, Route 19, I remember.
Otherwise known as Suicide Alley. I think that's the other name for it. So it's actually...
I remember that drive-through liquor store. You drive through and get the liquor. Drive-through liquor store.
We actually still have drive-through liquor stores here. Believe it or not. In fact, there's one up off 52, not too far from here. There's an actual drive-through liquor store. And it used to be pre-COVID that you could just, you would order and, obviously you open container laws in Florida. But then once COVID hit, they were they loosened a lot of those laws up because the restaurants were closed.
Well,
so, yeah.
Doesn't Florida law, at least when I was down there, the driver couldn't have an open container, but passengers could?
No, not anymore. As of about 10 years ago,
Oh, this
they
was longer than that.
yeah, they tightened those laws down. Like you can't have an open container anywhere in a vehicle.
Doesn't really seem that long ago, but when I count, it was probably in excess of 30 years ago.
Yeah.
5 years ago. I was driving my dad around, and he had like a vodka and tonic and just sitting in the passenger seat.
The only thing
we
I
go past an accident. The cop just kind of looked at me, looked at him, and waved us on.
The only thing I don't want to hear that is changes have been done to Florida is one thing, and one thing alone. It's like California has closed beaches, and Florida, from what I remember as a kid, had open beaches. You could go out there, and if you wanted to sleep on the beach at night, you were perfectly.
We still have open beaches, although like Clearwater Beach, it used to be really open, but it's not anymore. That's because it became a spring break haven. So now there's police down there all the time. And plus the hotel chains bought up a lot of the beachfront areas. You've got Dunedin Beach, which is open 24/7, but the state bought the very end of Dunedin Beach and renamed it Honeymoon Island. So that's now a state park. So it's privy to the state park hours, but the beach area leading up to the state park is accessible 24/7. They've slowly, like I like where we are up in Hudson. We have a small beach up there that's open 24 hours. It's an inlet beach, so it's safer, but it's not a big sprawling beach. Other side of the state's a little bit different. I think Daytona is pretty heavily monitored now because of I know they don't allow the cars on Daytona anymore. They used to, but I think like 5 years ago they passed a law forbidding the cars on the beach anymore.
Oh,
Probably because people were getting run over, but that's part of that. But I mean, like I said, they've slowly kind of commercialized as much as they possibly could, and I think that's what annoys those of us who have lived here for 30 plus years. Like I've been down here over 40 years, and I've seen it go from farmland and orange groves to like condos and apartments and $1 million homes and everything else. And they're still building, even though we have a huge homeless problem right now, especially after COVID, like a massive homeless problem because everybody came into Florida from New York, California. They were running from their states and the oppressive laws in their states, and they were paying ridiculous, exorbitant amounts of money for property here, way over any kind of property value that Florida's ever had, and they set a trend.
That's one thing I'll always remember about Miami. Even in the city there, I noticed there was so many more cranes than, like a normal city. I was down there for Hurricane Irma, and they would have loved to have taken the cranes down, but there was just way too many of them. They had to just roll with it.
Well, Miami's sinking, and so it's always a case of fixing up their buildings, and that's not because of global warming, idiots. It's because of weathering and because they built out on the coastline. And they built on swampland.
The whole state's a environment, man. That's really, it's not a very stable place.
No, I mean, it's kind of like New York City. It's like, hey, idiots, eventually it's going to go underwater. Why? Because, well, you're below sea level in half of Manhattan. I mean, it's like,
right?
Let's do a little thinking here. That's why when they got hit with that hurricane, everything flooded because you're below sea level. Wall Street's below sea level. Where the World Trade Centers was below sea level. That's why there are seawalls right there. So it's like, yeah, you're not in a good area. Florida did the same thing. We built up in areas we should not have. But is the state sinking? No. Parts of Miami are because they're below freaking sea level.
Right.
They put, what we call a developer filler in. In other words, basically they dumped a bunch of crap into the ground and put a bunch of soil on top of it and built on top of that. Well, that's only going to last for so long. And as soon as we get, seasons like we did this year, which is long periods of dry and then tumultuous amounts of wet, and then long dry, and then very, very wet. It's not consistent. The ground shifts when that happens. And all those filler pieces that they put in there shift, and it opens what we call man-made sinkholes. And it's not like the limestone sinkholes we have. These are sinkholes that are full with like garbage, because that's what developers used for filler. I mean, it's not a good situation. And like I said, Miami is, they keep building their own little islands out there, and it's nothing stable. And it's like, yeah, you get hit by a hurricane, you're not going to have anything left. And yeah, that's why nobody can afford insurance in Florida, because multimillionaires have built beautiful multi-million-dollar homes in places they shouldn't have, and they insure it for like triple the value. And so when they get wiped out, they're taking huge amounts out of these carriers, and like mom and dad, in their little trailer that they've been there for 50 years, they get hit and they get nothing, because the developers and the people that be real estate people have put laws into play that say, well, if you're in a trailer, nobody can help you. If it gets wiped out by a hurricane, you're screwed, basically. We'll pay you pennies to the dollar for the land, but you can't rebuild. And that's another thing that they're facing here in Florida after Helena, and actually, what was the other one? Mitch? What was the name of the other one, babe? The one that hit Sarasota? Rafi, unmute. Unmute, honey.
Helena Milton.
Milton was the other one. I mean, it caused astronomical flooding up here, and there's a lot of people who had 50 to 100-year-old homes out on the water. They've been here generationally, and they're like little trailer homes or whatever, and those people got nothing out of that. They got no FEMA money. They got nothing. And literally, and not only that, then the county and the state both charged these people to demolish their trailers and have that trash hauled away. Not joking with you guys at all. So they lost their homes, they lost their land, and they had to pay to have what was left of their homes moved, so the developers could now build on that property. So yeah, it's not a good situation.
we are having a similar sort of issue here. I'm in Devon, in southwest, and Devon being a very coastal sort of region, 3 borders with two borders with coast. A lot of buildings have been built on things like flood plains, and I don't know if you saw the photo MS Teams yesterday, showing that castle just on the on a cliff.
Yes.
But, we've got a lot of houses that are built on sort of similar sort of situations. So obviously, when over time they will just tip over and fall into the sea.
Well, it's even the LA fires. There's a lot of people who didn't get a dime. They lost everything out there. And like I said, I have a friend who lives in LA. And I was saying to her, basically, I said, it just cleared the land. I said, they'll buy that land now and they'll redevelop it, and they'll put, basically housing complexes up. I said, because those are like little mini jails. I said, like, Rafi and I will never, ever live in a place where you're in with a homeowners association, because it's little countries. They have their own set of documents, their own set of laws, and you are basically tied to them. And you have to pay fees and everything else for the privilege of living in the house that you bought on the land that you pay for. So it's like I said to him, I will always live rurally. I don't want to be in a city. I know he likes cities. He likes city living. I am not a city girl at all. And I like being able to have chickens. I like, being able to have a rooster. I like being able to plant food if I want to. I know a lot of these associations, especially in Florida, you can't plant any kind of food, anything that would give you sustenance. You have to, like, the front of your house has to look a certain way. You can't paint it what color you want it to be. It has to be whatever they tell you or is in the bylaws. I mean, it's literally like a little country. And I think I told you guys that I was a property manager in my 20s. I was like one of the youngest property managers in this area. And it used to drive me nuts because the rules were ridiculous. And I thought to myself, people are paying millions of dollars for these houses, and they can't do snot with their house. You know, they have to live by these stupid bylaws, so everybody looks the same. They're all uniform. You people say you're anti-socialism, and yet you are 100% buying into a socialistic pact within a homeowner association. So explain that one to me. Especially when a lot of you capitalistic assholes making all that money, your Wall Street communities like that. So you're making money off capitalism, yet you're living in a socialistic community. Great. Way to go.
The U.S., the land of the free. Yeah.
I'm telling you. And you know what? It's funny because, like, Americans don't understand how overworked they are. Like, they don't get it. I always point to Europe and other countries. I'm like, you understand that pretty much every other country thinks we're absolutely out of our minds, right? Because we work 40-hour plus work weeks, and you're not guaranteed time off. I mean, you're lucky if you get a job that gives you paid time off. I mean, you're lucky if you get a job that pays you for sick days. You're lucky you get a job that offers you insurance, because a lot of them found ways around the ACA. I mean, in fact, you had all these companies, big companies, sponsoring the ACA, like Walt Disney, and Disney opted out. Disney didn't offer the ACA to their employees. They were given a waiver. So it's like, yeah, I mean, guys, you have no idea how even the Chinese look at us with like an arched eyebrow, like, you dumbasses. Because we literally work ourselves to death and we're taxed on everything we earn.
To be fair, though, Europeans are lazy. I mean, they are. They're the laziest people on the face of the planet.
Well,
we know
Roger,
how to
Roger,
live.
please
We know
be
how to live.
fair. They're the result of a hothouse kind of a civilization, the sapped of all virility. And
Right.
I mean,
Right.
it's something that's been kind of inevitable, especially in the westernmost areas of Europe, where you just see the complete collapse of a once great. But we're all aware of this. And
You know, like, did you notice like the birth rates have fallen?
Oh, everywhere.
No, I mean,
Yeah,
especially in Europe, though. Like,
Yeah.
they can't even have babies anymore.
Well, neither can the Japanese. The Japanese are one generation away from almost extinction.
wow, they don't need they'll have all these wonderful robots that Yamaha is making.
Yeah, exactly.
Replace everyone. And they'll be great robots.
This is where I mute out, because if I keep talking, it's just gonna get worse.
Are you talking about the Yamaha boxing robots that couldn't even like stand up? Oh my God, I was watching the film on that thinking, yeah, they've got a way to go still with their robotics when it comes to.
I don't want there to be a robot that's a good fighter, though. I mean, who would
That's
make
true.
a robot that's stronger than you or without an off button?
That, dude, but you need to start shaking now, because, they're talking about integrating AI into our military, like a controlling force within the military.
As long as there's somebody has to have an off button, there has to be a human with an off button. If they're silly enough to make something without an off button, then I'm sorry, that's just anti-Darwinian. I mean, that's just like, you're working on your own. That's because of these spiteful mutants, as Professor Dutton would say.
Oh God, I guess put it this way, not that we haven't had, like, I've said this, we had the sentient satellite systems, which have been up there for well over a decade.
Right.
And, sentient is exactly what it's named for. It's pretty much considered as close to sentient as it can get when it comes to technology. But these are systems that have very, very limited human interaction. They make decisions in real time based off the information and the data that they're seeing. So if they see something if a sentient satellite sees like something it identifies as terrorist activity, it can actually attack that location without any human intervention at all.
Right.
And that's something that should give you pause. Because again, you get the wrong people in there that are controlling the coding. You get one person into that pile. One person that hacks into the system. And don't tell me it's not hackable. Everything is hackable.
Right.
Just like, the F-35 is not hackable. Really? Because I can tell you an occasion where 2 of them disappeared, and yep, pretty damn sure they were hacked.
Yeah.
So, I mean, anything that's coded by man can be hacked by man. And it's that simple. So again, when you're talking about putting our military under control of AI, that is some scary, scary thought processing. Really scary. I'm not, I'm one of these girls that, I might be in technology. That might be my field. That might be my bread and butter. But I'd be okay if it all went dark one day. I would be cool with that.
I was wondering if you could get to the point where the military would not only be controlled, but entirely staffed by AI. No humans would ever be killed anymore. It would just be completely pilotless aircraft, pilotless tanks.
Well, no, the only humans that would be killed would be what? The civilians.
Well, that's just it, though. If a military, in theory, is going to be protecting the civilian areas. So if you could reduce it to the fighting, I don't know. It used to be that warfare was such, and a lot of it has to do with because it was hard to get to the battlefield. You had to walk everywhere or ride a horse. So when fighting happened against large concentrations of troops, then that was basically confined to the troops. It didn't really spill over much because the effect of the weapons wasn't very large, and it took a long time to deliver them there. Now you can deliver weapons very quickly, and they're very powerful. So civilians are endangered. And then, of course, there was a certain point in the First World War when it was decided that civilian targets could affect, the enemy's ability to wage war. That suddenly became something that you could use as an excuse to hit like civilian infrastructure and stuff like that. So,
yeah, but I mean, they were hitting civilian infrastructure during the Revolutionary War. That was a key thing during the Revolutionary War.
Yeah, but just the idea of like massive, they didn't really have the kind of centralized industrial revolution infrastructure that they had in like the 1800s and 1900s and
right.
1700s anyway. But yeah, obviously, and I mean during the Peloponnesian War, they would attack each other's fields just to destroy their food supplies and stuff like that. So.
But like I said, civilians have always been the fodder of war, and that's the thing.
But if you took the soldiers out of the equation, I mean, that's fewer humans. And if the technology is so good that the weaponry never got past the battlefield, you could reduce all warfare to like basically football.
But so what's the sense of war? Is it just a giant game of Risk? I mean, because if you don't involve,
the economy would collapse unless we're like selling. Raytheon is selling these $1 million a pop cruise missiles. Every time one goes off, $1 million.
Yep. Well, Raytheon's got their paws into a lot more. Like I said, Raytheon they're up there with Lockheed Martin when it comes to our black budget, and people don't realize how embedded Raytheon actually is and what they actually do. I mean, a lot of our Antarctic stuff that's Raytheon down there, quite a bit of it. And I mean, Rafi and I actually have a friend who just walked away from his job at Raytheon not too long ago. And it he didn't come out good. Like he's a yoga instructor now because he can't, I think it's kind of like what he dealt with. He just doesn't want to deal with it anymore.
All right.
It's not just I agree with a lot of what your guys are saying, but it's not just a matter of feeding the military industrial complex, but it's also to keep the population in fear of an outside threat that they create. Right. Basically, they have to create a boogeyman in order to justify not only the spending, but also the fear porn to keep control over their own populace.
Right.
Yep.
Every government needs an outside boogeyman.
The evil disease will get you.
Even the Ukraine is a perfect example. Okay, so here's the Ukraine. Oh, poor Ukraine. I really don't feel that way about the Ukraine at all. But oh, the poor Ukraine. Once again, our CIA was in there dabbling. They put Zelensky into power. I mean, that whole narrative is so incorrectly reported. It's ridiculous. But okay, whatever. We'll go with the flow on the Ukraine. But we have sent, the United States has sent billions of taxpayer dollars to the Ukraine. Billions. And we're finding out now that, what we were saying, a lot of us all along, which was, yeah, that money's not going to the Ukrainian military.
No.
Are you out of your minds? It's getting funneled back into the pockets of a lot of politicians over here. It's, they were washing it through cryptocurrency. That's why when Bankman-Fried got caught, that was such a big deal, because guess where his bank was? It was the Bank of Ukraine. And I mean, they were using that crypto to launder a lot.
Well, the whole thing, we have to remember there was already a lot of corruption going on in that area of the world, especially with the Ukraine. But I think one of the things that the impression I got was when Trump first came in, he was the only actual guy that stopped wars and reduced huge amounts of military spending. And they were saying if he's out, and they put in the globalist regime, and the first thing they're going to do is they're going to try to make up for all the money they lost by not having all those wars. And I remember people saying, watch, first thing that's going to happen when Brandon gets in, it's going to be, we're going to have another war somewhere. Another forever war is going to start right up, and it's going to start off with a real vengeance, because they lost, the way they look at it, they lost a lot of money over those 4 years. They could have been making trillions of dollars. And then this came out, and bam, suddenly it's the Ukraine, and we're all supposed to care about the Ukraine. And suddenly we're calling the Ukraine, which is silly because it's the Ukraine. It's like the Netherlands, the Ukraine.
Yep.
It's like calling the Netherlands,
Well, how about how they started calling it Kyiv overnight? It was always Kiev. It was always Kiev. Two syllables, Kiev. And then overnight, it was almost like they were trying to see if anybody would notice. Let's just tell all the editors in MSM to call it Kyiv. And then spell it different evenly. Spell it different. Instead of Keiv, Kiev.
Yeah.
And it's like nobody has, I've never heard one mainstream media person bring that up, ever.
There's another angle that I brought up last night about the Ukraine war. The EU, even though Trump says a lot of things that he's going to support Zelensky and this, that, whatever, but it's always token support. Like he says he's going to give them a bunch of Tomahawk missiles or something like that. But the reality is, for them to get them those Tomahawk missiles, it'll take 10 years to manufacture them and get them over to them, and then train them on how to use it and all the other stuff. But the real engine that's pushing for this proxy war is the EU. And it's because basically the EU is a cartel. They basically they're self-appointing their bureaucrats, and there's no elections involved. But in order to galvanize or solidify power over all of Europe, to bring all these countries together, they needed a war in order to do that. Because during the Obama administration, they floated the idea of creating an EU army, but no, the funding, people didn't want to pay for it. None of the countries wanted to pay for that, and they also didn't want to. They didn't see a justification for it. Nobody was at war. We still had NATO, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So, fast forward to the Ukraine war. This thing could have been done long ago. But if there's anybody that's fueling it, it's the EU, and specifically in Germany. Matter of fact, Lavrov recently said that they're actually the Fourth Reich, which it's been bombastic, but it's kind of true. They're trying to solidify control over the EU in general. They want to keep this war going in order to solidify the EU as a
It is
Super
much more complicated than that. Ukraine has always been known as the sort of food basket of Europe, because of the amount of wheat it used to produce. It's also related to weakening the public image of the United Nations, and also the mineral wealth that the Ukraine's got, which is especially when it comes to rare metals, lithium, and various other things. And yeah, it's to still sort of stabilize the EU, which is actually elected. Each individual member of the European Parliament is elected by its own country, but they can only vote upon things that have been provided by the European Commission, which is a non-elected body, which is a load of bureaucrats. But yeah, it's a much more complicated issue, and obviously, and making sure that Russia stays as sort of public enemy sort of image. So yeah, it's a much more complicated issue than just, or it's a multi-factor sort of issue.
My whole opinion on the EU and what it actually is has changed since we did our show. It was Roger's Real Time Talk Show event, and I used to only have a problem with socialism. You guys have heard me just rant on and on about socialism, but after we did this year, that's where my whole attitude about nationalists kind of did an about turn, if you haven't noticed, and the reason for that is because we basically started at the freaking French Revolution, and we went through the history of Europe from the French Revolution all the way up until current day, and I started learning about what the EU really was. It's a super nationalist outfit. And nationalism, everybody's jumping on board with this nationalist ideology that's being pushed today. And it's very dangerous. It's just as dangerous as what socialism is. So you have like this amalgamated form of government with the EU where they've learned how to master the art of socialism and nationalism and came up with this crazy mutated version of the new government, and it's insane.
When you talk about socialism, you're talking about globalism.
I'm talking about socialism. Globalism is just
you can be a national socialist.
Well, it's just a product of the. I mean, you can go ahead and put a name on globalism, but it all comes down to socialist policies.
Again, socialism is not necessarily a bad thing. It's like anything. I gave you a sort of euphemism back along about eating too many cakes. Eating too many cakes is bad for you. You get fat. And you die of diabetes or heart attack. If you eat it once in a while.
The problem with socialism is that 99.9% of the time it slides too far. Kind of like capitalism does too. Like right now in the United States, we've always considered ourselves a capitalistic republic. But I mean, back in 2007, we had moved from capitalism into oligarchy. And, most young people have no idea. You ask them, do you know what an oligarchy is? They have no clue, but we are definitively an oligarchy. That just stands true by our lobby. Just go look at the lobby. In fact, I've said to people, you want to stop that. You want to go back to, free trade and true capitalism again. You got to get rid of the lobby. You cannot have a lobby that owns our government. You cannot, because literally it puts us, we're no better. It's no better than socialism or communism. It really isn't. The only difference is that you've got like this blanket over you that makes you feel better about yourself, but in truth, you're just ruled by a different master. With socialism is a misnomer. It's a complete misnomer. It is not what people are sold. They're sold this kumbaya bullshit that everybody kind of gets a say, but the problem is with socialism is if you have 51% of your people that want to go one direction and 49% that want to go in the other direction, you've got 49% of the people that are going to be very, very unhappy because 51% is going to win. It's mob rule with socialism.
Well,
that's true with democracy, though.
We're not a democracy here.
Well, that's the thing. You're talking about a direct democracy, and I was saying earlier. The direct democracy is best defined by gang rape.
Correct.
That's why we need checks and balances. But as far as socialism goes, again, I think one of the problems is when we reduce our ideas to simply one aspect of something that's a much more complex issue. And I was saying this before. It's like I think in all of our lives we have aspects of all these things. So if I go to my job and I trade my labor for money, that's the ultimate capitalism, right? I am a proletarian. I'm selling my labor. I'm trading my labor, the value of my labor, for cash. So I'm engaging in capitalism. Then I go home and I hand my money to my wife. I'm now engaging in socialism or possibly communism because I take her, and then we together buy things. We share that, and we share everything in the home. We share the same refrigerator and furniture and stuff like that. So, aspects of your life. And it's like, maybe if my friend is a little short, well, I'll help him out with a couple of bucks, or he can come and have a meal with me, and vice versa. So there's some more socialism happening, but at the same time, again, I might have a yard sale and sell some stuff for money. There I am engaging in control of the means of production and distribution. I'm being a capitalist. So I think that these things are an aspect of our lives. I mean, we can't reduce our system to one thing, capitalism with a capital C or socialism with a capital S, saying, well, we must do this and therefore we cannot do that. I think it's, things like capitalism, socialism, or socialistic, if you want to, avoid giving it the name of an ideology. These are just tools we use. The important thing is to have good people, and then tools will be used well. But the tool is only as good or as bad as we use it. So what we need is a good social system, so that I think if we have a good society, then we're going to apply these different economic tools in a wise way and a balanced way. Another thing with me at the end of the day is I don't like, I guess I'm a kind of a voluntarist. I don't like people being forced to do things.
Right.
I think people should be free to, cooperate or compete or whatever they want in the market, however they feel like. If you want to cooperate.
So you're basically libertarian.
I guess so.
Yeah, I know I am. I'm a constitutional libertarian. So yeah, I get it.
The thing about it though is I think, we're the biggest hypocrite on the planet. I mean, we talk about, Mossadegh, when Mossadegh nationalized his oil in Iran back in the 50s, it was bad, and we had to overthrow him. When Chavez nationalized the oil in Venezuela, it was bad, so we had to overthrow him. But yet, we take things under eminent domain, and just because we call it something else, it's not bad because we did it.
Well, we don't do the. I mean, it's like we can go on about a foreign country nationalizing oil and perhaps a corporation that has a lot of clout in Washington persuading them to that. But then I remember the other half of that when Jimmy Carter deregulated fuel prices in this country.
That's what it is. Swish of the pen, law of the land.
There's not a country on earth which is a major energy producer in which its citizens do not have subsidized access to that energy. It's a commonwealth in theory all of the oil and natural gas and uranium and everything else belongs to the people of the United States. And especially on the public lands, the government leases these lands to people. And in the old days, the thought was, well, the people are getting a return. So, gasoline was only so many cents per gallon.
Well,
And I
Hillary,
remember the prices climbing towards $1 a gallon. And Carter just, anyway.
There was talk
Hillary
about
Clinton and Harry Reid tried to nationalize some land up out west so they
Yeah.
could sell it to Russia in the Uranium One deal.
Huh.
Yep.
So it happens here too.
Bundy Ranch. Bundy
Yep.
Ranch was the result of that.
Yeah, it's
Yep.
run by Al Bundy. Yes.
Now I wanna point something out too. I wanna elaborate a little bit on what Otto said. He said that he went home and all of a sudden he gave the money to his wife and it was socialism. I'm gonna go further with that. When you start making claims that is both of your refrigerators, that's where you're stepping over the line. Is it really your refrigerator? Is it really your car? Is it really your house? Do you?
They practice capitalism outside the home, but then it's
I pay
socialism
rent
at home.
as long as I pay rent to the government in the form of taxes and I get to keep it.
I would say that it is actually a form of tyranny where you bring the money
Yes,
home
sir.
and it is her refrigerator, her car, and if you have anything to say about
Thank you.
Yeah, well, okay, so I was going to say, Ralphie, dear Mr. Thank You, are you the one cooking the dinner and the breakfast out of that refrigerator? No, you are not. In fact, when I say, babe, why don't you make some scrambled eggs? Well, if I have to go somewhere and I couldn't get your breakfast for you, why don't you get, and you look at me like horrified, like, what? What do you mean scrambled eggs?
Well,
what? Cereal, bananas, there you go.
There ain't too many guys that know how to wash dishes. Okay.
Oh no, he can wash dishes. Let me tell you something. That man, especially if I'm not feeling well, he will I'll cook the dinner and everything else, but he will clean it up because especially if I'm not feeling good, he will take care of that. He's good with those things, but he does not cook. He grills, but he does not cook.
I used to cook when I was single, but then we got with you. You wouldn't let me cook, so it's a perishable skill like shooting. If you don't use it, you lose it.
It is not a perishable skill. No.
You guys are looking at socialism from a very US sort of perspective.
Here we go.
I'm just thinking of the concept of is it Norway? Yeah, Norway.
That's not socialism.
That's closer to national
it's got socialist elements in it.
Yep, but it's not socialism. That's the thing.
Pay a large amount of tax, and public services are pretty good. In the UK, ideally, we've got the NHS, the National Health Service, which we put in taxes in, and medical services are free at the point of access.
Yeah, but Mark, look what happened. Okay, so we tried to echo that here with the ACA because the ACA was the United States attempt to kind of echo your NHS because everybody thought they should be, health insurance. That's your right? Not really, but it is apparently. But look at your NHS. Dude, it's a hot mess.
Yeah, granted, there is major issues because of the top-down.
No, it is crappy healthcare. Yes. It's really not good healthcare. I mean, I've had plenty of friends over in England, both of them had parents that had cancer. And literally the second time, like the first bout, the NHS was great. They took care of everything. When they were diagnosed with a second bout with the cancer, basically they gave them a bed at home and left them to die because they weren't going to pay for a second round of treatment. And that's the NHS. And Canada has the same problem. Canada's healthcare system's a hot mess. Right now, Norway is a hot mess because they gave all of their wonderful tax-paid benefits to a bunch of illegals. And now they're in trouble.
Granted, I did say the NHS ideally. point that one out. When I was a kid, you could still get a GP, a local doctor, to come to your house just on the matter of a phone call, which I don't think is possible these days at all.
Yeah, it got abused, Mark. Your system, same as what happened here. It got abused. People started, the money's not going where it should be going. The services aren't at the par they should be at. They cut corners where they should not cut corners. It's the same thing that happened here. And it's like, it just took us a lot shorter to get there. Literally, the ACA was a hot mess from the moment it was written. And like I said, if the American people had taken 2 seconds and even perused it, they would have freaking had a heart attack. It would never have gone through. I mean, they sold it on a false premise, and the American people are like, "Yay, free healthcare!" No, the only people that get free healthcare in the United States are the ones who always got free healthcare, which are the Medicaid people. Okay, literally, they're the only ones.
Free at the point. It's not free. I hate that free healthcare because it's no such thing as a free lunch. But yeah, well, tell me, how much does the average U.S. citizen pay in health insurance?
Currently, the current ACA policy is between $800 and $1,000 a month premium for the average middle income household. Okay, that's ridiculous. That is absolutely, and for the services, it's absolutely insane because these carriers do everything they can to deny coverage. Literally everything they can. So basically, your policy that you pay $800 to $1,000 a month, is basically like toilet paper. It's not going to get you through much. Maybe you can go see a doctor for $15 copay, but then you've got to go see, it's always we can't, you have to go see this specialist. Oh, wait, these tests weren't included in that visit. You have to pay for this. And of course, everything is outrageously priced. And it's insane. And it's even worse with dentistry. Dentistry is another complete highway robbery in the States, and good luck getting coverage for that because that's very expensive coverage also, and it's not included in the ACA. And of course, your teeth are probably one of the most important things to your health because your mouth is that close to your brain, and you get an infection, basically it can destroy your entire immunity system. So it's people, like I said, the fact that they still get away with that is beyond me because dentistry is just ridiculously expensive, not including, and we can even jump even one further, veterinary, to have your animals cared for. It's so bad now that they're selling animal health insurance. And literally, if you go to the vet, they'll say, well, you should have had animal health insurance. We can't help the fact that this minor little surgery is $10,000. We have to pay the anesthesiologist. We have to pay this person. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. And yet here we sit as the American people, and instead of saying fix it, my thing was, the ACA isn't going to fix anything. You need to fix it. You need to get pharmaceutical under control. You need to stop charging Americans exorbitant amounts for the same meds that we send to Canada and overseas, and they're paying pennies for it.
This goes back to what I was saying too, though, in your show last night. The United States is one of the very few countries in the world that actually has a codified constitution. Okay.
Yep.
And this is important because me and Mark talks about this all the time about codification when it comes to these documents. Okay. Now, when we talk about constitutions, we're talking about constitutional law. And when it's codified, what that means here in the United States is if our laws don't abide to the Constitution of the United States, it is an illegal act. Okay, it is constitutionally illegal and it should not take place. So when you have these insurance companies that are overstepping themselves, Okay, and government freaking law or laws that are set down by the government that is constitutionally illegal and they're enforcing it, then you need to stop and think about that, and you need to ask yourself, do you really want that going on? You know what I mean? It's turning out now to where we have all of these laws that aren't even legal. Okay, they let this happen with the Federal Reserve.
Yep.
Now we have freaking medical insurance, mandatory insurance. Okay. You don't even, I mean, if you get busted without freaking having any kind of car insurance, you're in trouble.
Yep.
All right. You drive around in that vehicle and everybody's like, yeah, but you know what? That's safety bullshit, dude. It's constitutionally illegal. Okay. They have no right to tell you that you have to it's mandatory for you to have a freaking insurance on a vehicle. Okay. Now, if I'll say that it's all right for, watching out with the police about people who are drunk driving and stuff like that. That's what a cop's job is to do. But it's not a cop's responsibility to go around and make sure that this person and that person has freaking car insurance.
Well, I actually have a problem. This is something Rafi and I talk about all the time. I have a huge problem with DUI laws. Why? Because I'm like, if you haven't done any damage, okay, I'm not saying you go get drunk and get in your car and drive, but I'm saying that there are already laws in play that if you do that and you hurt somebody or you destroy property, you're already in trouble. It's against the law. But to have a cop be able to say, you're sitting in your car with your keys in your hand, you now are getting a DUI, that's going to cost you $10,000 here, plus your attorney, plus you got to get a breathalyzer, plus all this. That's insane. You don't even have to have the key to the ignition. It just has to be in your hands. And that's across all 50 states. So to me, I mean, I said it to Rafi, that's bullshit. It's bullshit. It gives them way too much power. I said, if you're driving on the road and you're between lanes or you're swerving or whatever, yeah, you're going to get pulled over. Yes, you should get a DUI at that point because you should not be operating anything. Forget a motor vehicle, not even a bicycle, if you're not in condition to operate it. That's pretty standard. But to make a standalone bill or a law where you can't, and like I said, their breathalyzer levels 0.08, dude. 0.08 to me is one sip. Okay, I could have a sip of beer or wine and be at 0.08 because I don't drink. And so alcohol literally wipes me. I mean, I have a few sips of a drink, I'm toast. But at least I'm responsible. I would never get in a car and operate it if I was on anything that affected my judgment. Ever, because that's a multi-thousand-pound vehicle. And yeah, it can go quite a rate of speed and it will do a lot of damage. But rather than hit it from that aspect, again, it's all about making money. It's like marijuana. Why the frick would it be? Why would it be illegal to smoke pot if you're sitting in your house, not doing anything to anybody? Why would that be illegal? Why would that damage anybody? It doesn't. To me, we've taken law way out of line. Like law used to be about protecting people, not being a nanny.
Well, it even goes further too, like income taxes. Like people just sit there and they allow these laws to take money out of your hard-earned money. You're talking about going out and selling your labor. Well, there should not be a tax. It's completely unconstitutional to freaking be pulling people's freaking money out of their pockets for working. Okay, that's just completely ridiculous. And they do this with property taxes too. You live in a freaking country where they think that it's appropriate for the government to pull freaking a certain percentage out of your freaking pocket for freaking taxes and for freaking property taxes as well. Okay, and these two things are given to you freaking according to the Constitution. You're not supposed to be. I mean, we are being taxed more now than what we were back when we had our revolution against the evil.
We fought the Revolutionary War over a 4% tax. Okay, think about that. Right now, most average Americans, if you want to include your taxes, your everyday taxes on everything, we spend almost 50% of our income on taxes, easily. Okay, so literally, it's gone way too far, and income tax is not even legal. It's not even legal. That's the thing, and Trump knows that. That's why he's talking about doing away with it. In Florida, they're getting rid of property taxes here because,
Interesting.
yep,
Income tax didn't become a thing until the Napoleonic Wars. Income tax was a way of Britain to fund its fight in the Napoleonic Wars. But, question for you: if you aren't paying tax, who's going to fix all those potholes in the road? Who's going to keep all those street lights on?
who fixed them in the first place? See, once upon a time, before the Fed came along, we had what were called, our titans, basically the rich. How do you think New York City got built? Do you think New York City went into the industrial age because of the Fed and taxes? No. It was the founding families of New York that built New York. And I've always said that. That's why when Obama said, "You didn't build that." Oh, yes, they did. Oh, yes, they did.
Yeah.
Yes, they did.
Also, like, these taxes that you're referring to aren't the only ones that are out there. When I go to the store and I buy merchandise, I am a tax-paying citizen here of the United States. Okay.
Yep.
And
Still
that
can get my head around
that
US
should,
taxes.
that's the
Hey,
that's the appropriate way of using the tax system here in the United States. Okay.
Well, the thing about it though is the pothole issue. It's a non-starter. I mean, that's covered by fuel tax.
Yep.
Roads are covered by fuel
Well, let's
tax.
just use my next example. But
We have a slew of taxes that we pay into on a daily basis that cover a lot of those services that the government is supposed to provide.
Taxes on our water,
Yeah,
on
the
everything.
majority of what
tolls
a
on the
majority
roads.
of what we pay in income taxes goes to fund all of this criminal activity that's happening and funding of foreign countries that have nothing to do with us, and to start endless wars to feed the military industrial complex, and to build bullshit statues in the middle of nowhere that have absolutely no relevance to anything, and all other kinds of boondoggles. So yeah, don't even get me started on the freaking potholes. Okay, we literally work till April before we even make a dime to fund our own lives.
Yep.
Did you just say
just on the tangent.
Hagel? What did you just say? Boone.
You've tapped an emotionally raw nerve, Raphael, when it comes to taxes.
He said Boone Hagel.
On a tangent there. I never worked out. I find U.S. shopping taxes interesting because when I go into a supermarket, when I go into a shop, the value at the VAT, the value added tax is already calculated into the price of the product. So the shelf price is the price that I pay at the till. In the US, taxes are weird because you depend on which state you're in, or depend on which town sector you're in. You can taxes can change. So how do you work out your sort of weekly shopping?
Well, we have a lot of jurisdictions taxing. So you have like the city can tax, the county can tax, the state can tax. And certain items in certain states have, like in New York State, food items are not taxable. You go in the supermarket, you buy milk is not taxed. But if you buy like a box of stationery, that is taxed. And the state has a set tax, and then counties can tax. A lot of them don't, because then people just go over the next county, or they tax specific things like hotel rooms. Bed taxes are a big thing around here because we have a lot of tourism. And now that weed is legal, you've got a state tax, and then the county and the municipalities all jump on the tax too. So it's like a 13% tax rate for that. Normally in New York State, it's 7% tax is what you're paying for most things. But it varies from state to state. Gasoline
Yeah,
is the most taxed, I think. Oh.
all your taxes go to supporting the royal family and all maintaining all their castles.
Well, that's true. That is very true.
Yeah,
Like,
there is that.
you know, those damn English.
You know, in Philadelphia, they got a tax on sugar. So, like, you know,
Really?
each ounce, if you got a 20-ounce cola or whatever, you know, they put I don't know, a certain set tax on cola. That really hurt Coca-Cola in Philadelphia. They got a couple different plants, but I've never
Yeah,
heard
but
in chocolate milk
well,
there's
I
a
know
tax on that because there's sugar.
in Florida, it's so what's considered food, you know, meat, grains, stuff like that, that is not taxable. So regular food is not taxable, but anything considered junk food, candy, all that, that is taxable. So you'll people it takes them a while.
A whole different like it's all right, so like a Snickers bar, you know, that'll have 6 cents on the dollar. This has that 6 cents on the dollar, but then if there's 20 ounces, let's say 2 cents an ounce, that's another 40 cents they add on top of that. Yeah.
Yeah, in the UK, essential food, what is deemed as essential food is not taxable. What isn't deemed as essential food is taxable. And there's been legal cases such as the famous Jaffa Cake case, where biscuits are considered non-taxable and cakes are considered taxable. There was an entire argument about if a Jaffa Cake is a biscuit or a cake. I think there was also another legal case in relation to Doritos, tortilla chips, were they considered to be an essential food product because they could be argued to fall into that criteria, or if they were considered to be junk food.
It's the junk food
because
because
they technically fall into another criteria as well as
they're produced by white corn, and white corn is genetically modified. So if you look at it in that point of view, then it would be straight up junk food. I've already done research on the white corn and Fritos. Anything with corn chips is white corn.
All white corn is genetic GMO?
Yep, genetically modified.
How about that?
hmm I really love to watch Ag Day, and if you go on there, you'll find out all about the genetically modified stuff. It's they're not against it. Let me put it to you that way. But you'll hear a lot more about what's really going on if you watch shows like Ag Day and things like that. It just kind of wakes you up to what's really happening when it comes to that kind of stuff. I encourage everybody to keep track of what's going on in the agricultural district. You know what I mean? Find out what these farmers are doing because they're the ones that are going to tell you the truth. Well, they're going to tell you what's going on.
There's a guy on YouTube named the Ice Age Farmer. He's been on for years and years and years, 10 plus years. He's on YouTube and every other platform, whatever. Ice Age Farmer. He's real good guy to follow.
I'm sorry I had to mention the white corn thing, but
You had to. You couldn't stop yourself.
Well, I mean, that's actually a good thing to mention. And me and Mark talked about the biscuits and the cakes thing. And there's an important reason why they're doing that, and it's because, like, Mark brings this up all the time. There's a world of difference in the quality of bread that's made over there and what's made over here. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, I've heard that.
So, we put a lot of sugar products into what we consider bread, and like Mark has even said it to me, where when he tastes American bread, it tastes like it's real sugary, and it's just regular bread, supposedly regular bread.
American chocolate, especially, what is it, Cadbury's in the UK, which is now owned by, I think, Kraft.
Really?
Univiva, or one of those companies. They changed the recipe for most of the brands for the
Really?
last couple of years, and into using more palm oil and using less cocoa, using the American sort of method, and yeah, their chocolate is disgusting, and I cannot stand chocolates like Hershey's. That's just
Oh, no?
sickly, disgusting, revolting stuff.
Yeah, my grandfather was born and raised in Holland, and yeah, he used to always bring us back real chocolate when he came back from Holland.
Nice.
Oh, hey, I'm checking to make sure, but I think Nancy ended up losing.
Yeah.
Raph, you still there?
No, he just sent a text message in this chat just saying they're hurting.
Oh, I see it. I see it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you want to do a script
Oh.
tonight, Otto?
I just generated a script, but then we just lost 2 people. I don't know. Do you guys want to do a script?
You want to do a script with us, MC? It's pretty cool.
Actually, I was gonna probably be on my way out too. Yeah, I've been hanging out for a couple hours.
They're usually short. Just you get the.
All right, well, whatever. Yeah, it's, what is it? What's a script? Script in my world, something else.
Pirates.
You get to be a pirate and read script off of a script.
All right. What? I sent you a thing. What pirate captain name do you want?
Who, me?
I'll be Peg-Leg Pete.
Peg-Leg yeah.
Pete? All right. Hang on a minute. Peg-Leg Pete. Let's see.
So Monk Edworthy and Peg-Leg Pete. I forgot what my name is.
You are Captain Jolly Roger.
Oh, Jolly Roger. There we go. Captain Peg-Leg Pete and Jolly Roger, and
I'm gonna make Peg-Leg Pete your first officer.
Awesome.
How about that? So we'll see how that works. Oh, we could make him a captain, but we're all captains.
Hey, it's fine. Jeffy made me.
See, I had parts for. I had parts for everybody, but we won't use that script. I don't even know what it looks like. I'm just going to generate a fresh one from scratch. Thank you, Grok. Praise Grok.
Now, if you want later on, I can use that for somebody else too, because I'm gonna try to get a couple more extra scripts. You know, like I punished V for his bad behavior.
His bad behavior, his drunken revelry.
Yeah, him and Jiva did a script for me, and it was about consciousness.
Oh, nice.
So, well, kind of about consciousness. It was about what we've been talking about with triality and all that. Jiva really liked having that conversation.
Okay, hang on a minute here. As you can tell, I got a dog here. Shush.
Get him. He's like, hey, man, what are you doing?
Okay, copy. And
you better pick him up and give him some loving, man, because it sounds like he's definitely wanting your attention.
She wants more snacks.
Oh.
She had her dinner.
She wants more.
Yeah, unless she wants to go out again. She was just out. You need to go out again?
That's what I was thinking. OUT.
You gotta go out again? You were just out.
It's like 30 degrees out there. Well, she's not a male, so nothing's gonna freeze.
30 degrees Fahrenheit. I was going to say 30 degrees. That's extremely warm. But I was thinking centigrade.
Yeah, you're over there across the pond.
Yeah.
So what? What do you think about the show so far, MC?
Hey, good stuff. I think I remember this. You started this right the first week, I think, that I was on Vixen's Vault. If I remember correctly.
This right here, I actually what I did was the cosmic, not the cosmic wheel. I did that stuff for Mark Wojcicki for Dragus. It was the Cafe Enigma.
That's right, Cafe Enigma.
Yeah.
That was Thursdays though, right?
Yeah. This is quantum gathering. Now this is something that I was involved in like a year ago with Otto and Bob Dub, and this is if you get a chance to come on here again, man, you've got to meet Bob Dub. You'll love her to death. She is something else. Me, Mark, and Otto know Bob Dub already, but like, I mean, she's an interesting character. I'll put it that way. She'll make it to where you'll actually start talking about bumblebees and shit and like it.
Well, I got something posted here in the chat, and I posted something, and it wasn't marked down properly. So the second and last thing is the play, Port of Swords Tavern. I haven't read it myself yet, so I have no idea.
Okay. You got where it starts at fade in.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we got sound effects, narrator, Captain Otto, Sir Reginald the Cat, meow. Sir Mark Edworthy, Captain Roger, Peg Leg Pete. Looks like everybody's there. Arr, Peg Leg Pete.
Gar.
I love it.
All right. Who wants to be the narrator?
Do you want to be the narrator, Otto?
I can be the narrator if no one else wants to be the narrator.
We can have Mark Edworthy be the narrator if he wants.
No, all yours, all yours.
Okay. Go for it, Otto.
All right. All right. The dog has to be silent. You had a big snack. Come on, get up here.
That's what I do. I pick her up, hold her, keep her quiet. That's what I do with my dog.
All right. 3, 2, 1. Get up here. We're going to have dog background effects. Get up here. Come on. Come on. Come on. Well, then stay down there. 3, 2, 1. The Port of Swords. She see the dog thinks I'm talking to her. The Port of Swords Tavern, a radio play. Fade in. Thunder rumbling outside, rain lashing against wooden shutters. Inside, a roaring fire crackling, tankards slamming on tables, bawdy laughter, dogs barking, a hurdy-gurdy wheezing out a salty jig, dice rattling, shouts of yo-ho and God save the king mingling uneasily. What? Get up here. All right, you sit right here with me. Thunder rumbling outside, rain lashing against wooden shutters. Inside, a roaring fire is crackling. Tankards are slamming on tables. There's bawdy laughter, a hurdy-gurdy wheezing out a salty jig, dice rattling, shouts of yo-ho-ho and God save the king mingling uneasily. The Port of Sorts, that lawless sinkhole where the seven seas spill their roughest scum. Tonight, under flickering tavern light, captains of every stripe gather at the longest table in the salty wench tavern. Rum flows, old grudges simmer, and alliances are forged in the haze. The door creaks open with a gust of wind, heavy footsteps, and a dignified meow. Keep the change, barkeep. A round of grog for me mates, but water the rum light, eh? And none for the pipe. 'Tis unlit, as the precepts demand. Aye, Sir Reginald approves, my golden Turkish van. Eyes greener than emerald isles, wiser than any admiral. Hop up here on the table, Reg. Watch these rogues for me. The chairs scrape and the tankard thuds as Sir Mark Edworthy says,
What do I say? Sorry, I'm just lost.
Finally, someone else gets to talk.
Mark the old private scandal thing.
Yeah.
On my teeth falling.
No, that's it.
Be edited. Don't worry. Take your time.
No, I've totally lost my place.
Chair scrapes, tankard's thud. And then it goes Sir Edworthy. Prim, middle-aged, crisp naval tone with a hint of arrogance.
Got him down perfect, didn't it?
Ah, found it, yeah. Captain Otto, you old privateer scoundrel, still pretending you are better than the rest of us with your letters of marquee. Marquee? The insufferable patrols, the insufferable patrols these waters. The insufferable patrols these waters proper like under His Majesty's flag.
Proper like.
Editing is so cool.
Sir Mark Edworthy, with your proper like curly locks and tidy beard, still measuring the wind by royal decree. Sit, man, no steel drawn tonight. Intention matters more than crowns or colors. Boisterous laughers and boot thumps as more arrive.
Otto, the king's lapdog, sharing a table. This be richer than Spanish doubloons. Begleg beat me, lad. Fetch the black rum, none of that navy piss water.
You're muted.
You're muted.
You're muted, Begleg.
Hey, Begleg.
Yeah.
You're muted. You okay? He's like, one moment.
Method actor.
Man, I just did the best. What's the name here? Hold up. All right, here we go. Hold on. I just did the whole thing too. Hold up. All right. All right. Hey, Captain Jolly, Thump, coming right up for the Seahawks' finest bartender. Black rum all round.
General cheers. Yay, and overlapping greetings.
Hello, ye gray-haired monk of the seas, and that cat of yours, Sir Reginald, wearing his little hat like he owns the fleet. He captains you, don't he?
More than you know, Jolly. What brings this lot together? Whispers of the great Indies convoy? Fat prizes ripe for the taking?
Prizes? Just lawful capture for the crown. The insufferable will escort it home. Her home with her honors.
Honor. We'll take it outright. No questions asked, eh, Pegleg?
Aye, Captain. The Seahawk will swoop like a hawk on a pigeon. Thump. I'll man the cannons myself.
Tempting waters, lads, but Kama clings to stolen gold like barnacles. Pure intent or foul, that's the true course. Sir Reg here sees clear. Sir Mark?
I need a auto cue. Always preaching your heathen ways, Otto. But even a privateer needs allies when broadsides fly.
Two uneasy friends, then. May the best ship win or share the spoils.
Here, here.
To the sea, everybody. To the sea.
To the sea.
To go. To the wind.
To wind. Gar.
Tankards clash loudly. Hurdy-gurdy swells into a raucous shanty. Arr, Jim lad. Laughter echoes as thunder booms outside. In the port of sorts, rivals raise a glass, but the sea keeps her own score. Who knows what dawn will bring? Dawn, bring us some more beer. Fade out on song and storm. The end.
Yeah.
Well done, everyone.
Right. And just so everybody knows, this gets edited, so it's gonna sound good. Just don't
It'll
worry
sound
about
even better.
That's right. So we're just having fun. Don't worry about
Yes,
it. We're just
yes.
having fun. And I
The
love
blooper-
that voice too, by the way, MC.
Roger will have the blooper reel out by the end of the year. That'll be
Oh,
interesting.
that would be awesome, dude. I'm gonna go through and do it because we've had great bloopers. Like V literally fell asleep. He was in the
So
middle.
when is this going to become a TV series?
It should be. And I still
thinking,
want to do. I'd still want to do one with Higgins where you're the reader. You read like the story, like Higgins off of the original Magnum did.
Oh, right.
I think.
Higgins, Magnum PI.
I
Yeah,
really
Higgins.
think he would have a perfect Higgins voice just to tell one of Higgins' stories, and then go into the script.
Higgins was never actually British, wasn't he? Oh, the
Yeah.
actor was
Higgins was British. Yep.
Yeah, but the actor wasn't British.
The actor I don't think was. Actually, I don't know.
I don't
to
know.
be
That's a
honest.
good question. I'll find that out because I'm really big on going into internet media database, and I love finding.
I
stuff
would
like
have to
that
guess no. I would guess he's American. He had a
He was an
okay
American
British accent.
Hillerman. Name was Hillerman.
I love it, but I still say that you'd be the perfect voice for it, though. Ever since I started or I did this with these guys from the beginning, I've always said you'd be the perfect Higgins, dude. You got the voice for it.
Okay. Insist.
Just like the stories, you know what I'm saying? You know how Higgins would get caught up in his stories in the past and he would just start saying them?
Yo, I remember that.
That was
I used to
To be
watch a
fair,
lot of Magnum PI.
He was in High Plains Drifter. The guy that
To be
played
fair,
Higgins.
I've only seen half a dozen episodes, and the last one, yeah.
But you must have
since
seen
the
High
late
Plains
80s.
Drifter. Clint Eastwood, the man with no name.
Okay.
That was the first
type
of
of- mm.
Sergio Leone's Man with No Name films. It's a very strange and weird film, but yeah, he's in that film.
awesome.
Yeah.
So I ended the recording, and just to let you guys know, I'm not gonna play around with the backups anymore. I've been doing 24-hour streams since yesterday on Rumble and Kick and
Wow.
all of them. So what I did is I just kept the live stream, 24-hour live stream going while this is going on. So if anything happens to the computer, we've got backups on this. So,
Okay.
I apologize
again,
about losing that stuff.
Again, I ask, who's going to actually listen to 24 hours worth of content?
Dude,
There you
ask
go.
freaking MC. He freaking does it all the time, dude. People like
I
him.
don't do 24-hour content.
Well, I mean, you know
I do
what I'm saying.
Middle East in the mornings from Monday through Thursday, and then let's say Saturday to Sunday we do 24 hours. So once a week, we do 24 hours once a week, whether it's Sunday into Monday or Saturday into Sunday.
Right.
But like DK, he's the 24/7 guy. He's over at Rumble now, but I mean, he's even when he's sleeping, he's got something going on. He sleeps like 2-3 hour intervals or Maybe he just doesn't sleep. I don't know how he does it.
It's crack, dude. It's always crack. Like if people can do things that are amazing and outrageous, it's definitely crack. Crack and peanut butter.
Oh, well, that's what DK stands for. Drunk. Well, that's right. We're not on the thing anymore. Drunk cunt. You know, in England and in New Zealand, cunt's just like another word. Dudes call each other cunts. So, you know, he's drunk cunt. But
Actually, in the UK,
I
it's
think he'd be
still
even more
quite.
asleep. Is my point. You know what I mean? Like he's always drunk, but he's always 24/7 since 2020. He's been doing that. He's from New Zealand, dude.
Now with me, I don't like even on my 8-hour blocks. I don't get very many views on it, but I don't really focus on that too much. I put them together. I put them up on the channel, and that's it.
Vinny Eastwood had him on for being the most booted off person. He was booted off of 22 different platforms.
Wow.
Yep. DK Spiracy, they call him DK Spiracy. Yeah, booted off of 22 platforms, so that got him on there with. I mean, he's really famous or whatever, really well known. Vinny Eastwood. Put it like this: on YouTube, Vinny Eastwood has more subscribers than all of the MSM in New Zealand combined. So he's big.
That's
Not
super
DK,
dope.
but the dude that had him on.
Yeah. Now Vinny Eastwood, I used to actually talk to him. I met him through freaking Bob Dub, believe it or not.
Yeah, he's a good dude, right? He's funny.
Yeah. I believe it's the same one. I'm not quite sure.
Who, Vince? You talking about Vince?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's an interesting guy. And Zakistan, yeah.
Yep. He's
going from your from 24 hours to your 15-minute things. How are they doing at the moment?
They are actually doing really good. Mine's roundtable is getting a lot of attention. Like on Rumble, people are actually watching those. I'm like, wow, dude. I was really surprised by that. They really like just going in and watching a quick 15-minute video, and that's it.
I had about 16 watching it D-Live for the last 3 hours, 2 hours, whatever.
That's pretty good. Now, but what I was getting at is I do have this backed up on the 24. So if or the one that I'm doing right now, I'm only doing them for 12-hour periods and then starting a new one. But if anything happens, I'll have this one available to where I can go through and pull it out, and it's good. And now Otto, you made a mention on Monday. Are you serious? You want to do that on Mondays? Go through and hang out and talk about.
We could if you're up for it. I mean, I'll be around Monday
Time
probably.
are we talking about on Mondays?
Well, I mean, it's
What
up to you
time
guys because I know like Otto does different hours too. So I mean, I don't set
like
times.
Every Monday, but I could do it probably. What's today is Thursday. Yeah, yeah. I'm dog sitting now, but I'll be all done with this by Monday. I'm out of here Sunday actually. So
We were doing this at 11 UTC, weren't we?
Yeah, it was sometime, but it's according to your guys' convenient, and this is recording. It's not live streaming, you know. Well, yeah, I guess it is kind of, but it's not on a schedule. You know what I mean? So, and like, I really did enjoy that because we were talking about like serious shit. You know what I mean? Excuse my language, but
we could be a little more focused.
Yeah.
No, I'm just thinking Wednesdays. If it's only the Vixens, then we stop at 4 a.m. UTC, and because I was with Jaffe afterwards yesterday, it didn't end until 6:30. That was very abrupt ending as well.
Yeah.
And now it's coming up to 5 UTC. So Mondays, Tuesday mornings would be impossible to do.
I mean, it's just like I said. I mean, we don't have to put no dead schedule down for it. You know what I mean? Like,
I'd be interested in doing something if we could come up with a time that would be convenient for everybody.
11 o'clock for about 3 hours.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
MC, you're more than welcome to. Like last week, we were talking about like duality and triality and a bunch of weird concepts that a lot of people don't like talking about, but we
Yeah.
do. You know what I mean?
All right, all right. Nah, it sounds good, man.
That might have kept Mike around a little more. I think he was getting a little allergic to the politics.
Yeah. I
And
wanted.
then I start going on about Ralph Nader and look out.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, with him, I wanted to talk to him about his story because I don't think that he actually realizes how cool that is, dude. Like that earring thing just kind of that sent
Well,
me.
it's hard unless people are familiar with his stories, and I don't know that everyone here is necessarily, because I've read the stories and you read the stories and
Mhm.
Bob's read the stories. So, we'd have to explain the stories to everybody. I don't know. I mean, I think it was a kind of a large kind of a. Again, he got here when we were in the middle of like another whole subject too.
Yeah.
It's
so
weird. It's weird.
it's-
Mike skips out on politics, whereas I found Monday to be a bit more. I was spared of my depth.
Yeah, somehow
more into politics. The opposite way around.
Socialism.
Well, I mean, it's more about intellectuals though. We kind of overlooked all that.
I tend to stay off the politics. There's nothing else that's so dated. We would write music, and for Hungry Jack, the band, and it's like whenever someone's like, do this, I don't mention politics because it dates a song so quickly. I mean, what Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young, Tin Soldiers and Nixon's Coming. We're finally on our own. The only reason why kids know anything about Nixon is because of Futurama. Oh yeah, he's the president of the Earth in Futurama. That's all they know for who Richard Nixon is. Nobody gives a shit about Nixon. So you throw these things into any kind of creativity, and it's like, man, that's so dated. You guys ever read The Tao of Pooh? Remember that book, Benjamin Hoff? It was like a really big thing back in the 80s, I guess. It was called The Tao of Pooh, and it was how Winnie the Pooh is very much like Taoism. It was like all full of gentle wisdom and neo Taoist stuff. And it was a very nice book. And then he wrote another book called The Day of Piglet, TE, and it was a follow up, and it was like nice, except he spent like all this time in it criticizing the then governor of California, whose name I can't even recall, and saying, and if the governor does this, it's like it ruins the book because nobody even knows who this guy is, or this thing that was so important to this guy at the time is a completely forgotten kind of an issue. And so politics tends to date things because they become, after a couple of years, nobody really gives a shit about these guys anymore. I heard Trump just telling some of the same jokes he told like 2 years ago. They're all like,
that has to do with his memory.
That's 2
though.
years ago, man. That's nothing.
You gotta,
so it's like, everything falls flat.
You got to remember with Trump, though, I mean, he's not too far behind Biden. You know what I mean? It's like,
for age?
Yeah.
Well, no, it's not that. It's just, he was riding on this. He was the underdog. Well, he's not the underdog anymore, so it's hard to get that underdog energy.
Yeah.
We'll
go with that.
He's fighting the establishment, but then when you are the establishment, it's harder to keep up the "I'm fighting the establishment" thing.
Yeah.
It can be done, but it's very difficult.
I was just referring to like the old age and kind of saying the same things that you said.
Yeah.
20. I mean, because I've noticed that too. Like he's starting to repeat himself on shit he said like 5-6 years ago and stuff. So.
Oh, he repeats himself constantly.
He looks like he's wearing a diaper.
I think he is.
No, I mean, I don't know, but man,
that's his
butt's getting big or something,
That's his bulletproof butt guard. All his clothing is bulletproof now.
Yeah, probably.
I know he's got that miracle ear.
He's got the big bulletproof kind of to keep everything safe, because that's a sticking point.
Yep.
As they say.
They're protecting them against those bullets that's going to be shooting them in the butt.
Well, they were thinking maybe they'd pull which one was it, Henry II that they? I forget now.
Henry VIII, I was thinking.
Nobody
No.
Why does nobody ever talk about Henry VIII, dude?
Or Richard II.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
Henry
Richard II.
VIII, I am. Henry VIII, I am.
Yes.
You see, I
I've been watching a bunch of videos about Welsh history, which is very interesting. Called Cambrian Chronicles, and this guy actually, I guess one of his fun things to do is like read medieval Welsh manuscripts, and fortunately, we don't have to. He can read them for us and tell us all about them. So it's actually kind of interesting. And he can try to pronounce those Welsh words, which are just amazing.
So Mondays, this is what we will most likely be talking about, MC, if you ever want to come in and hang out.
All right. What's that? Monday and Thursday.
Yeah, Monday and Thursday. And Otto is Otto's the dude. He's the one that usually comes up with the cool stuff. And then like this time, what I was doing is I was just trying to get talking points from some of the stuff that we lost from that episode.
Oh right, yeah.
And I'm by the way it looks, I can pull some of that up. So I'm still in the process of trying to recover some of that stuff with what we did with Nancy and stuff. So I'll get that going, and I wanna cover storytelling and everything too, because there was a thing I was talking to you guys about with Conan, dude, and that was just, to me, that's one of the coolest freaking analogies I've ever used in my life. I love it. Like, you can't beat it when you can compare Conan to something that you've talked about in a live stream.
Conan the Barbarian.
Yeah.
Yo, you know what the greatest part of that film is? When he's drunk with his buddy and he's all stumbling through the little village, and there's these hooker gals or whatever, and they're hooting and hollering at him, and he's telling his boy, he goes, they're all sluts, and he bumps into the horse. Like, he didn't see the horse. He's like kind of walking backwards to look at his boy and say, they're all sluts. He bangs into the horse, and you remember he just punches the horse out.
Mm-hmm.
That was
One
Blazing
right
Saddles. Blazing Saddles, right?
This was Conan the Barbarian.
Conan.
But I was just thinking, nowadays, I don't think they could do that in a film, you know? I mean, obviously the horse doesn't get hurt, but I don't even think you could do that in AI in the film. You'd have people crying.
Was that a camel, though?
Maybe it was a camel. I thought it was a horse.
It was a camel.
Because the camel kept
I guess it
spitting
was a
on
camel.
it. Every time the camel seen him.
Remember they punched the horse in Blazing Saddles.
And in Conan, every time that camel seen him, he'd spit on him.
So I just wonder which.
Oh, I don't remember that.
First. Did they make Blazing Saddles first or Conan the Barbarian first?
Probably Blazing Saddles.
So that's where, because Blazing Saddles, they had the famous scene where he punches the horse out and knocks him down.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Arnold wasn't in Blazing Saddles, was he?
No, but they got the idea for it in that movie.
Oh, I got you.
Kind of an homage to Blazing Saddles kind of deal. Got their little salute to it.
Because at the beginning of part 2 with Conan, he got into that big fight. That's where he met freaking that skinny black chick with the mohawk looking hairdo. And the camel.
Well, that was one of the later movies.
Yeah. What was that, part 2 or 3? It was one of the two, but the camel spit all over him because he freaking ran back into him again, and the camel looked at him and just spit. Like a spitting camel. I love it. Oh, God. You guys are going to get me excited. I'm going to have to get off here.
You better. All right. I got to get going, too. I got to get up in the morning. Stuff to do. Fish to fry. Literally, I have fish to fry. The dog eats fish.
And just so you guys know, on my channel, I am doing that live streaming 24/7 for a while. So if you want to go in and check out some of the older stuff, you're more than welcome to.
Is that on Rumble?
Rumble, YouTube, Kick. I tried to do it on DLive, but they aren't cooperating too much anymore. So, and on Twitch too. So, got them all. I got them on all of them. So.
Yeah.
And I will talk to you guys later, man.
All right. Always a pleasure.
I will
You
be in
too,
touch,
man.
Roger. Thank you very much for everything. Thanks, everyone, gentlemen, for being part of this wonderful evening.
Later.
Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.
All right, guys. I'm going to put some music on. I'm going to start it out with Zone 7, 553.
Boots in the mud, ships fading behind, fog on the trenches, ghosts in the mine. No banners raised, no glory to claim, just another nameless valley, another forgotten flame. They told us this was temporary, a cleanup, nothing more. But the air feels wrong, and the nights feel darker than they ever have before. The whispered orders, there's a seal on the docket we shouldn't see, old as the dust of a dead crusade, a cipher carved from history, in a code no living scribe should use or describe. And the officer who signed the line doesn't exist in any book or hide. We're marching into a number, not a place on any map, a hollow in the earth where the past still knows how to breathe. Something 1753, where forgotten wars sleep. Someone woke them up tonight, and now they're calling out to me. Shadows behind the regiment, the adjutant's whisper of vanished names, of keys retired with long dead saints. The veterans pray in the cold and rain, like they're begging the emperor to look this way again. But the fog keeps thickening, it clings like something alive, and every step into that valley feels like crossing a line where we were never meant to survive. This place isn't empty, just erased, a battlefield with the truth ripped out of its face. Orders from a ghost, signed in crimson ink, the kind that tells you not to breathe, not to think. We're marching into a number, not a place on any map, a hollow in the earth where the past still knows how to breathe. Zone 753, where forgotten wars sleep. Someone woke them up tonight, and now they're calling out to me. into a number, not a place on any map. A grave built for secrets, the Imperium buried deep. Zone 753, where the dead don't sleep. And now we're here to face whatever waits beneath. A war zone forgotten by history, until we stepped inside. Tonight, something remembers. Tonight, something survived. Boots in the mud, ships fading behind, fog on the trenches, ghosts in the mine. No banners raised, no glory to claim, just another nameless valley, another forgotten flame. They told us this was temporary, a clean-up, nothing more. But the air feels wrong and the nights feel darker than they ever have before. The whispered orders. There's a seal on the docket we shouldn't see, old as the dust of a dead crusade, a cipher carved from history. In a code no living scribe should use or describe, and the officer who signed the line doesn't exist in any book or hide. We're marching into a number, not a place on any map, a hollow in the earth where the past still knows how to read. Zone 753, where forgotten wars sleep. Someone woke them up tonight, and now they're calling out to me. Shadows behind the regiment, the adjutants whisper of vanished names, of keys retired with long dead saints. The veterans pray in the cold and rain, like they're begging the emperor to look this way again. But the fog keeps thickening, it clings like something alive, and every step into that valley feels like crossing a line we were never meant to survive. This place isn't empty, just erased, a battlefield with the truth ripped out of its face. Orders from a ghost, signed in crimson ink, the kind that tells you not to breathe, not to think. We're marching into a number, not a place on any map, a hollow in the earth where the past still knows how to breathe. Zone 753, where forgotten wars sleep. Someone woke them up tonight, and now they're calling out to me. hear your footsteps down the hallway, but I know it can't be true. I still turn around expecting to find you moving toward me like you used to.
You were fire, you were stormlight, you were laughter, you were pain. You drove me crazy every sunrise, but I'd do it all again.
You weren't perfect, and neither was I, but somehow we kept choosing to try one more time.
We kept trying.
We kept trying.
Now I'm walking through the memories that hit like crashing waves.
You held my hand when I was little. I held yours in your final days.
So hear me now,
somewhere you can hear me. I loved you more than I ever let you see. Through every fight, through every broken moment, you still said you loved me, and you meant it.
you meant it.
You meant it.
And though you're gone, I'm holding on. I hope you're finally free.
And I'm singing this tonight, so you know you meant the world to me.
And a minute down the hard days when the world felt too unfair, pulling up your clothes, guiding your steps, trying to meet you somewhere between the past and who you were becoming, as your memory slipped away.
I stayed because you were my mother, and that doesn't fade.
It doesn't fade.
You said you'd hold me when you left here, and maybe that's what this is.
Shadows in the corners, little sounds I can't dismiss. Or maybe it's my heart trying to hold your place, trying to keep you warm in the empty space.
So hear me now, somewhere you can hear me. I loved you more than I ever let you see.
And if there's light wherever you're resting, I hope it feels like the warmth I always wished for you and me.
I hope it feels like peace.
Like peace.
I didn't say it right, I didn't say it enough. I didn't get the final moment to tell you that you were loved, but she knew. She knew. So take this song, take this truth. I loved you more than anything I lost with you. Hear me now, somewhere you can hear me. I'm learning how to carry your memory. You were my mother, my chaos, my shelter. And losing you is tearing into me. But I'll hold you close in every quiet moment, in every breath I breathe. And I'm singing this tonight, so you know you meant the world to me. The world to me. The world.
Good night, Mom. I hope you found the light.
I hear your footsteps down the hallway, but I know it can't be true. I still turn around expecting to find you moving toward me like you used to. You were fire, you were stormlight, you were laughter, you were pain. You drove me crazy every sunrise, but I'd do it all again. You weren't perfect, and neither was I, but somehow we kept choosing to try one more time. We kept trying. We kept trying. And now I'm walking through the memories that hit like crashing waves. You held my hand when I was little. I held yours in your final days. So hear me now, somewhere you can hear me. I loved you more than I ever let you see. Through every fight, through every broken moment, you still said you loved me, and you meant it. You meant it. You meant it. And though you're gone, I'm holding on. I hope you're finally free. And I'm singing this tonight, so you know you meant the world to me. I remember all the hard days when the world felt too unfair. Pulling up your clothes, guiding your steps, trying to meet you somewhere between the past and who you were becoming as your memories slipped away. stayed because you were my mother, and that doesn't fade. It doesn't fade. It doesn't fade. You said you'd hold me when you left here, and maybe that's what this is. Shadows in the corners, little sounds I can't dismiss. Or maybe it's my heart trying to hold your place, trying to keep you warm in the empty space. So hear me now, somewhere you can hear me. I loved you more than I ever let you see. And if there's light wherever you're resting, I hope it feels like the warmth I always wished for you and me. I hope it feels like peace, like peace. I didn't say it right, I didn't say it enough, I didn't get the final moment to tell you that you were loved. But she knew, she knew. So take this song, take this truth. I loved you more than anything I lost with you. Hear me now, somewhere you can hear me. I'm learning how to carry your memory. You were my mother, my chaos, my shelter, and losing you is tearing into me. But I'll hold you close in every quiet moment, in every breath I breathe. And I'm singing this tonight, so you know you meant the world to me. The world to me. The world. Good night, Mom. I hope you found the light.